Most people, most champions do not have something that you do not have. They lack something that you have. For a champion in the physical realm, a lot of times it's they don't have an off switch. They just keep going. And so to the same degree, you probably do things every single day that you should not be doing. And so what I want to introduce to you is a concept of the anti-routine as the most productive routine that is humanly possible for you to accomplish what you want. Number one is obviously just shifting the perspective of I need to do more things and I need to add more things to my routine, when in fact you need to stop doing things that you're currently doing. All that remains is the work to be done. Priorities mean two things cannot be equally important. When you work on something, if I spend 30 minutes on both things and I say this one's more important than this one, I can say that, but that's not reality because I basically just said they were both important, which means neither of them are, which is why most people cannot get done because they cannot say no. You need to have a routine of saying no, an anti-routine, and that is the thing that's going to yield those outsized returns on productivity. You can't do two things with different levels of importance. It's either important or it's not important. So if you say this is the priority, then it means you do not do other things besides that thing. That is how it is a priority. That is how you literally prioritize.
Hey, it's Carmichael, and I make these videos because in my first business, I quit on my business partner. I struggled to keep going. I was making $300 a month and felt like a complete failure. And the thing that saved me, that pulled me up, was studying the stories of famous entrepreneurs. I got the motivation from them. I also got the strategies of what to do next so that I can go off and achieve my dreams. And quite honestly, I still need the stories today myself to continue my motivation to take it to the next level. So today, let's get some incredible motivation from the one and only Alex Hormozi.
When I started out in business, I heard all these things in the personal development space, like, you should read these affirmations every morning, blah, 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 blah. I never did that. And it was because it felt stupid to me. Now, that being said, there might be some people who've had life-changing results from doing that. But what I did notice is that the stories I would tell myself about myself were the things that changed my beliefs. They were the things that changed my character. And so a lot of times in some of my other videos, I've talked about how entrepreneurship is about three things. It's about changing the beliefs that you have. It's about increasing the skill set that you have. And then the character traits that go along with that to make sure the skills are successful. So I'll give you a simple example for this. So a friend of mine, he started a fitness app. It was doing about $20,000 a month. He was a top CrossFit Games competitor, but he was really ashamed because he wasn't the winner. He was like, really, really highly ranked one, but he wasn't the winner. And so he believed that his app wasn't good enough, and so he never promoted it. So it grew to $20,000 a month in revenue with him doing zero promotion, right? And when he realized that it was okay for him to promote it and people got a lot of value from it and the app was good enough, he went from $20,000 a month to like $150,000 a month, like that. And the difference was his beliefs. His skills were the same, right? His character traits are the same. He changed his beliefs, right? So let me give you a different example. So when I actually started out getting in my own business, right, I had a chain of gyms. This was this is 10 years ago. I had a chain of gyms. I knew how to run sales teams. I knew how to generate leads. I knew how to do all these things. But what ended up happening was I had one missing piece, which was also a belief. Darn, I was actually trying to give you a different one. But I had a mentor come in and say, you need to get in the licensing business. You need to license this model to lots of people rather than doing the actual model yourself. And so I did make that transition, and then we went from I think we did like $2 or $3 million to doing 7, and the next year we did 28 million. So the year that we made the transition halfway through is what jumped us from 2 or 3 to 7, and it was just in the last like 4 months that we saw this crazy growth, and then we did 28 million the next year. And so it was because I had all these skills, and I also had the character traits. I just needed again to change some of the beliefs. I was trying to give you an example with the character traits. Let me think of one. So if you have, for example, if I had those skills, but I didn't have the character traits of being disciplined and being focused on one thing, I would have jumped between multiple entrepreneurial endeavors and never been able to see success, because even though I had the beliefs about what was possible, like if I had said, okay, I'm going to do gyms and I'm going to do chiropractors and I'm going to do dentists, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, right? Until I had the character trait of focus, the character trait of discipline, then I would not have seen the success, right? And so the next natural question is, okay, well, if I have to have aligned beliefs, skills, and character traits at each level of the ladder, because you can have, and this is what's crazy, when you see the overnight successes, this is what happens. I want to describe it to you so you understand it and how you can do it. So let's say that there's a ladder, all right, and you've got this pole on one side, you got the pole on the other side, and you've got the middle bar, okay? You need all three to move to the next level of the ladder, right? And so, for example, you might have the left side built up 6 stories above where you're at, and you might have the right side built up 6 stories, or 10 stories from where you're at right now. But all of a sudden, if you change your character and that character trait development gives you 3 more rungs, all of a sudden you go 3 rungs because you already have, the constraint has been removed. And so you can be more advanced in your beliefs than you are in your skills. Or you can be more advanced in your character trait than you are in your skills. Or you can be more advanced in your skills than you are in your beliefs, right? And so it's having all 3 of those that are checked off at each level of entrepreneurship that gets you to $1 million a year, $3 million a year, $10 million a year, $100 million a year, whatever it is, right? Is you have to have all of them. And so the point of this video, and is to get you to understand how to actually develop those soft things, because the skills are straightforward, right? The skills are, you just go buy the course and you read the book and you consume the content like this and you practice, you apply, right? That's what you have to do. That's it, right? One of the skills that I see lots of marketers these days not have is they don't know how to sell. They don't know how to develop a sales team. They don't know how to manage and grow a sales team. They don't know how to lead a sales team. That's a skill they don't have. And as soon as they do, they go from 3 million to 10 million like that, very, very easily, right? It's understanding that that's the skill deficit, and as soon as they do it, boom, they blow up. I was fortunate because I had a ton of the skills in my skill toolbox, but I went from making nothing to tons because I had all of these rungs of this ladder already built out to a $30 million level, except I just didn't have the beliefs. That was my issue. Candidly, I suffer from a lot of insecurities, and so my wife was the one who was like, you can do this. Like, you don't have to have these gyms. Like, you can license out the model. Like, you can really succeed like this. And I honestly just thought she was a really smart person and very wise. And so I trusted her belief in me before I really trusted it for myself. And so hopefully you can have somebody like that in your life, but maybe that can be me. I trust in your skills and your beliefs. So hopefully you can borrow some of that trust, because I promise you the world does get better when you take those leaps of faith.
If somebody is starting from scratch, what are the traits, skill sets that they should be cultivating in order to up the odds of their success?
They should focus on one thing in general, rather than lots of different things that you're not sure about. Because if you're starting out, everything looks like an opportunity. So the correct answer is all of them are opportunities, but all of them won't work unless you pick one, right? And so you have to say no to all the other mistresses. So boom, you pick one. And then from there, I always say 6 figures is sell something to someone. That's it. And if you want more detail, sell something to someone. So it's one avatar, one product, one channel. So you don't have to figure out, how do I create 20 pieces of content across? It's like, just pick one channel, one media source, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, Twitter. Consistently start going on that, whether that's cold outbound, whether that's content, whether it's running paid ads, whether it's affiliates, word of mouth, whatever it is. And start reaching out to people there to start selling your stuff. You have to learn how to advertise, which I define as the process of making known. So how do you let other people know about the stuff you sell? So you have to advertise. And then once people engage with whatever advertisement you have to sell them. So advertising is the first skill, selling them is the second skill. And
Makes
then
sense.
Product would be the third skill, which is the thing that you're ultimately advertising and selling.
Okay, so that gets us 6 figures. What gets us 7?
Doing the same thing consistently. So usually once people do it in the beginning, they're sporadic, they're not consistent with it. Just the act of doing the same thing every day usually gets people to 100,000 a month, which sounds crazy to probably people listening, but most people who think that's crazy also haven't done it consistently for an extended period of time. And so I use something that I call the rule of 100, which is 100 primary actions, whether that's 100 minutes of content creation per day, 100 reach outs per day, $100 of ad spend per day. Like, you have to pick one of them, but 100 per day, and you do that for 100 days, and I promise you you'll be making 6 figures if you do that.
Unless your parents are exorbitantly wealthy and have achieved everything that you wish to achieve, I don't think you should listen to your parents. And so one of my first rules of life is never to listen to someone who's poorer than you, or poorer than you want to be. All right, so that's 2 different caveats there, because you might be younger and it's like, okay, well, yeah, my parents have more money than me, but like, are they poorer than you want to be? If so, then only listen to people who are wealthier than you want to be, right? And the thing is that they always will, and other people too, right, will always side on the side of being less risky, right? And here's why. Because when you naysay, right, it's like kind of like when you're, if someone's like, oh, I don't like your girlfriend, and the thing is that if you date in general, right, and dating can apply, like the concept of dating can apply to business concepts, it doesn't really matter. But if you date, then fundamentally every single person that you date, except for the one that you marry, is going to be somebody who you're not going to be with. And if someone says, I don't think this person's good, I don't think this person's good, then they will be right literally 99% of the time, except for the one time that matters, right? Kind of interesting. And so the thing is most businesses fail. 95% of businesses fail within 5 years, right? And so most times they are correct. And so it's very easy for them to self-reinforce that they are so smart, right? And they're always right. And they could tell you, I told you so, right? But the reality is that they are wrong in the 1% of times that it matters, right? in your life. And so when I think about this, what's interesting is that like the only way that is guaranteed to not get to success is to never take the risk to begin with, right? That's the guaranteed way of not achieving it. And I remember when I was quitting my job, that was the biggest conclusion that I came to, was that I was not happy at my current earning level, and that the only job, because there was one position, one job that made enough money that I wanted, which was being an investment banker. So the best investment bankers can make $10, $20 million a year. But I knew what it was required to get there and the amount of effort, time, and sacrifice. And I was like, the only people who will pay me that amount of money will be making so much more money off of me and literally draining my life that I don't think it's, because like usually if you become an investment banker that's successful, you pretty much donate 20 years of your life in order to do that. And you're really never going to see your family and all that kind of stuff. And for me, that was not a trade-off I wanted to make. And so I figured there was no job that was going to pay me what I wanted to make and afford me the lifestyle that I wanted. And so the path that I was on was guaranteed to not get me to where I wanted to go. And so even though it was micro risky, it was macro the only way I could do it. Right. And so that's one of those one of those things actually like from Gary Vee that he says micro speed, macro patience. Right. Money loves speed, wealth loves time. And so if we're trying to build wealth, we're trying to build an asset, right, then we need to have time. One of my other favorite sayings that I'll share with you is you get paid for what you do, you get returns on what you own. Right. And so anyways, back to the reason why you shouldn't listen to other people is that they don't have an accurate understanding of risk. Right. And the biggest risk is not doing anything at all. The biggest risk is never dating, not that you're with this person. Right. And so Warren Buffett said, and I like this, he said, most people only need to make 4 or 5 really good decisions in their life. So think about that for a second, because I think about like that one really shook me, because I think about all the decisions that I make every single day. Right. And all the decisions that I've made in my life. And there's really not that many of them that have been the biggest levers, but the few that have been massive and enormous levers in my life. And most people don't take enough time to think about those decisions that are the massive forks in the road. Am I going to keep going in this position? Do I want to live in this city? Am I going to marry this girl? Who am I going to get into business with? What are we going to do? Right? What are we actually going to do in this business? And so people don't put enough thought into that stuff and spend all their time thinking about what next show they're going to watch on Netflix, right? Rather than thinking like, I'm going to take some time with this decision. Because one of my other sayings is mistakes love a rushed decision, right? So micro speed, macro patience. If you're looking at playing long, then you have to understand, or at least this is my 2 cents on it, is that most people will oppose you at all times. And that is because it is safer for them to do so, because they will be right most of the times. But on the 1% of times that they are wrong, it's that 1% decision saying that you're going to buy See's candies for $25 million and ends up generating $1 billion, right, in revenue. It's that one decision that they're going to miss out on. And that's the one decision that matters. And so they are 99% of the time right, but they're 100% wrong. Right? And so that's the only message that I wanted to really drive home, is that if you have parents who make less money than you want to make, if you have friends who make less money than you want to make, I had so many people who told me that everything I was doing was stupid. I was giving up a really good consulting job to open a gym, right? I took all my savings and sunk it into a business. And you know what? That business wasn't the one that set me free. It was four or five businesses from there. But I learned the skills that one by one, I was able to assemble on a belief standpoint of the world with the character traits to reinforce them to eventually yield the success that some people think is, cool. Most small entrepreneurs try and get customers to make sales. Bigger entrepreneurs try to make sales to get customers. And the difference is one person is all about trying to get to the money as fast as possible. What do I need to say to get this person to say yes? What do I need to say to get this person to buy, right? How do I get the money, right? The other way is, how do I make some sort of exchange so that I can now create a long-time relationship with this customer and continue to provide value over time? One has a compounding view and perspective on time and value, and the other is short-sighted. And I can tell you the difference between the people who are millionaires that I'm friends with and people who are billionaires that I am friends with. This is probably one of the most fundamental differences. And so I was talking to a friend of mine who's worth over $1 billion, and he was saying, if it's not going to grow on its own over time, it's not worth doing. And I really sat with that for a second, and it was like, if you put in a one-time effort, like this is how people who are the ultra wealthy think. If you put one-time effort into something and it compounds over time, then that is an enterprise or a product that they want to continue to invest in. On the flip side, if you have to consistently show up and consistently promote and consistently get out there and sell and do all this stuff, then what ends up happening is that the product itself is not good enough, right? Because people in and of themselves are not referring business. And so let me give you 3 questions that really changed and hopefully will alter your perspective like they did mine around product and service. And so the first is, if I have an existing product or service and I were to make it 10 times more expensive. So really think about the price. So, or you can say $100,000 or $1 million, whatever it is, right? Just huge number. And if that's how much I were charging for it, what would I need to do? What would the experience need to be? What would the product need to deliver in order for it to be worth that much? What happens is you start thinking in a very different type of mindset about how much value you have to create, right? And so that is the first question that I ask. There's two more, and the third one's my favorite, and I'll get to in a second. The second question I ask is, if this product that I have cost 1/10 as much as it does right now, but I had to make it better than it currently is, what would I need to do? What one-time assets would I need to create that would consistently provide value that I could do at scale, that I could do profitably, right? So first question, if this were 10 times as expensive, or $100,000 or $1 million is what I charge for my product, what would it need to be? What would the experience need to be? And what value would I need to deliver in order for it to be worth that much? The second question is, if it were 1/10 the cost, but I had to make it better than my current product or service, what else would I create or do or make in order to facilitate that outcome? And the third question, which is probably my favorite, which I think underpins the entire ideology that I'm hitting on here, is, if I had a business and I were only allowed to sell one more customer, and the rest of the growth of my business had to come from that customer without me asking, as in that customer's experience was so remarkable, was so positive, was so amazing, that they alone had to, on their own volition, tell other people about my service, what would need to happen? What would need to happen to create that experience? And when thinking about all three of these product frames, I like them because they kind of hit on different aspects of the product. The first question, which is the $100,000 or the $1 million question, hits on value, which is, how do I create the most value in the product itself? The second question hits on the profit of the product, because if it's 1/10 the cost and I have to make it better, this means that I have to do high margin, one-time investment type things to make the entire product more valuable, right? So that hits on profit. So first is the value of the product. The second is the profit to me, right, as a business owner. And then the third question hits on the experience, which is, what's the customer experience, which is everything else that surrounds the product that we're selling or service that we're selling, right? What is the experience that has to occur in order for this customer to become a raving fan, that it's so good that they remark about it. They cannot help themselves but remark about it. And what's interesting is that every super wealthy person that I know pretty much exclusively talks about product. And usually the really small people that I know only talk about promotion. And promotion should really only exist to get your product right. And then once it is right, then you can juice it and then let it go and take care of itself. And the reason that it's so important, at least in my opinion, is that if you think about the 6 ways of getting customers, right? And if you don't know what those are, it's paid media, earned media. So paid media is advertising, right, and promotions. Earned media is followings, right, if you have any kind of organic following. The third is through your contact lists, so people on your phone and your email list, et cetera, that you already own their contact information. The fourth is through manual outbound, so that's DMs, cold emails, cold calls, cold all of that stuff where you reach out to people. The fifth is through affiliates, so partners who can promote your stuff. And the sixth, which is the most powerful and the only one that compounds, is word of mouth. So think about that for a second. Every of the other 5 ways of acquiring customers is not compounding. Those are linearly scaled, right? It means if you double the amount of outbound people you have, you double the amount of customers that you get. If you double your ad spend, you might be able to double the amount of customers you get. Sometimes it's less than that, but you get the idea. They scale relatively linearly, right? Whereas word of mouth, referrals, which is the 6th way of getting customers, is the only one that compounds. It multiplies rather than is additive. All right, if you get 2 people to tell 2 people and those people tell 2 people, then it continues to compound. And that is what creates enterprise value. That is what creates an enduring thing. And that is what, when you spend the extra time to make the product so good that people have to tell their friends about it, then that's where you get the unending scale. And also is where all the profit is, right? You don't have to worry about the churn as much because the product's so good. You don't have to worry about the negative reviews because the product's so good. You don't have to worry about customers bad-mouthing you because instead they're telling their friends about how good you are. And this has been one of the shifts that has been most helpful for me. And honestly, when I look back on my own trajectory, how much I talk about promotion in the beginning of my career versus now I talk so much more about people and product. The real nuts of this is that everything that the ultra wealthy do is compounding. It grows with time, where time an asset instead of a liability. And if everything you do, you have to go out and get more business, go out and get more business, go out and get more business, right? It means that it requires effort every single day. Whereas if you put a lot of front-end effort, which is the investment, which is the patience, right, to make the thing that much better in the beginning, then it will pay you in dividends over time. And most people skip that step because they just want to make the first sale. They're just trying to get a customer to make a sale rather than trying to make a sale to get a customer.
Hard work will not make you rich. I get driven nuts by the amount of gurus and influencers and whatever who want to brag and say, no one can outwork me, I'm the best in the world. So many people outwork me. I still make more money than them. There has to be something else. One of the things that grinds my gears about a lot of the people that I see on Instagram that you probably see too is this whole like, no one can outwork me mantra. First off, it's objectively false because many people A, outwork you today, B, outwork you in the past, C, you haven't met everyone, and D, it doesn't matter anyways. It's the same thing when someone's like, I'm the best, and you have to say you're the best because if you don't think you're the best, it shows that you're not confident. To me, I don't take that at all. If someone's like, I'm the best, then why aren't you on billboards? That's what the best would look like. Absolutely, you need to do the work. You need to put volume in. It's the only way you get better. But if you start claiming that you are the best, you cannot be outworked. You are making statements that you know are not true. Why are we bragging about work? Because work has very little to do with the highest levels of the game. Warren Buffett talks about if he makes 2 good decisions a year, he's had a good year. And so how is it that one of the best investors, one of the best business people in terms of measuring it by money, which is how you measure business, talks about how he does basically nothing, reads 5 or 6 hours a day, eats McDonald's, and makes a couple good decisions a year? How is it that that guy is making so much more money than the people who are bragging about the fact that they work so hard? Everyone only has the same hours of the day. Anybody who only sleeps 8 hours or only sleeps 7 hours and works the remaining of hours of the day, all of them would be tied for hardest working. So what creates output? You have volume of activity, and then you have the leverage of the activity that you're doing. That's what creates the total output. In order to do anything, you must do something. There has to be some level of energy that gets input into the system. Our activity, in terms of number of activities, is a very newbie measure of success in the beginning. Warren Buffett doesn't say, I sent 1,000 emails today. He doesn't talk like that. He's playing a different game. Jeff Bezos isn't like, woke up at 4 a.m. today. Now, mind you, I'm saying this as somebody who likes waking up early. We can't be as superstitious about what matters. Waking up early doesn't matter. Going to bed late doesn't matter. Not sleeping a lot doesn't matter. The few things that matter are the inputs that go into the system that have the most leverage to create the most output. Now, if you're a newbie and you can't get your ass off the couch, then by all means, figure out how to actually get your ass off the couch and do stuff. But then there's only so many hours, and so boom, and then very quickly you hit your capacity of work. Great, you've maximized that. Now what? The leverage that we have on that activity is going to dictate how much we get out of it. And if we do a low leverage activity many times, we might get more than a high leverage activity that gets done once. A CEO who's going to work with acquisition.com works virtually every hour of every day when they come in. Almost everybody does. So sometimes they ask, they're like, am I going to be working more? We're like, it's impossible for you to work more. But you are going to be changing what you work on because that's the only lever we have. There's only 24 hours. So we're going to switch these 9 out, and we're going to plop these in with higher leverage activities. And so the way that we do that is we look at their calendars and we look at their org chart. You look at what they spend their time on and you see which of these activities are low leverage. Is there anyone else in this org chart that we can hand these activities to? And if a large percentage of these activities are a certain type of thing and they don't exist in the org chart, then it's a role that we need to hire. The point of why I hate the concept of no one can outwork me is that there are many ways to win the game. If you were to think about an amazing goal as a dragon to be slain, if you are familiar with video games in any way, when you create like a war party, you have a group of people that are going to go on a quest. You don't just have 10 paladins or guys who just have shields and swords. So you've got a healer, a mage that's really good at damage but can't take a lot of damage. Then you've got a paladin who can't hit as hard, but he can take a lot of shots. You find people who have complementary skills. If you're playing football, you don't have 10 running backs. The entrepreneur really should be the coach of the team. It's about organizing the pieces and how well they play together that ultimately determines how good the team is. Like, how many times have you seen the team with the all-star that has the poor supporting cast get beat by the overall better team? It happens all the time. A lot of entrepreneurs, as I see them, are trying to play the game like they're the star player and they want to score all the points, but they lose to Apple because Apple's got a team. We celebrate a specific action like work when it's really just saying, oh, look, there's a paladin who can take a lot of hits. Cool. That's not the only thing that's required to win. I think what is more valuable is to know what are each of the roles that exist within the business, A. B, is there one of these that you map to based on your characteristics and skill sets? And then C, what is my eventual evolution through entrepreneurship? We'll start at the beginning, which is what are the players on the field? So if you think about it by function, you've got somebody who has to promote, who's got to be a good marketer. They have to understand how to make things known across different platforms, telling stories, building a brand, providing value to an audience. That's what marketing is. Sales is being able to convert that raw attention into a sale. Direct response ads, sales pages, video sales letters, etc., which is pretty much anything that's physical products or software based that's low ticket, or it's higher ticket, people to people, hand to hand combat who know how to in the beginning sell and then later train how to sell and then later lead people who train how to sell. These are not necessarily the same people. I've met really brilliant marketers who suck at sales and really good salespeople who suck at marketing. Then you've got somebody who understands product. How do we make something beautiful? The guy who started Shopify, he's not CEO of Shopify. He's head of product. He's a mage. He knows how to cast spells. And then you've got the experienced people who are managing everything outside of the actual product itself. How do customers engage with us? How can we provide more value? How can we give them an amazing experience? How do we make sure they're hitting these milestones? This person who knows customer experience and customer success is not the same person who understands product and UX and design. That's a different game, which is different than the guy who knows how to close, who's different than the guy that knows how to promote. The bigger the enterprise gets, the more specialized the skill becomes and the deeper the well of experience that people need to be. They have to be more specialized. When people are like, I can't be outworked, you're bragging about the wrong thing. It should be like, I can't be out recruited. I can't be out managed. No one can build a culture like me. That's super high leverage across the organization. No one can lead like me, but no one can outwork me. It's just an irrelevant activity metric. I love working. I work all the time, but I would never claim that no one works harder than me. I tend to have very good leverage with the activities that I do. I spend tons of time writing a book, and that book prints and sells copies forever. It's a different way to play the game. And so level 2 of this, which player you are. In the middle run of this, you end up segregating yourself to a portion of the business that you're an expert at or that you're best at. CMO or chief sales officer, chief product officer. It's not about one player being the champion here. It's about how the team works together, which then gets to the third level of this. It's just about being the coach. Think about what the best coaches do. They're literally trying to headhunt the best players and they're trying to recruit the best people from college. Look at what Google does. Think about their recruiting efforts. They have huge influxes dedicated to getting the best and smartest people out of college. And they have another ring for the best and smartest people coming out of business school. And then another one is their very high level recruiting at the top of the executive level. The parallels between sports and business, they are almost the same in that way. Now, mind you, you can only have 10 or 11 people on the field. You might have 10,000, but if each of those players represents a function or department of the business, it makes more sense. When we move up the levels of entrepreneurship, we need to make sure that we're playing the right game and that we're using the right metric to measure our success. Final level of this is being the coach, is recruiting the top level executives and creating a farm system underneath to feed into the company that you have so that you can have a sustained competitive advantage and create a dynasty for the team so you can create the best winning team every year and have the soft skills of creating culture of high performance so that you get the most out of every individual player. And the difference between amazing coaching and mediocre or poor coaching is what would players do if they had no coach or leader? And then what would they do if they had the best coach and best leader? The delta between those two is the value of the coach, the value of the CEO. The CEO needs to have the highest return on time out of anyone in the organization because they need to always be solving the next problem. As long as when they replace their time, the activities they do with the new stuff builds the business even more, then that trade will always work. And if a CEO can come in and turn a business around, even behemoths around, in 2-3 years, based on the standards that they set and the values that they stand for, that delta across the entire organization is your greatest leverage.
For me, wisdom is the number one character trait that I wish to develop. And so when I think to myself, I am wise because I use the same formula that most people and most of us, myself included, use to destroy ourselves with these insecurities, with these negative character traits that we believe we have. And instead of saying an affirmation, you tell yourself the story of why what you're saying is true. You learn to argue against your own thoughts. And that's how you start developing this muscle, these traits that start to become a whisper and then a shout. And then they emanate from you and you project them when you walk in the room subconsciously. But it's a practice that goes from active to passive in your mind, right? If you are a patient person, if you are a kind person, if you are an integrous person, right? If you are a hardworking person, right? We all have these stories that we tell about ourselves. And so if you have a limitation right now on your character trait, or traits. You don't feel like you are patient enough. You feel like you are too easily distracted. You feel like you don't focus enough. Then you need to start telling yourself the story, I am this way because, not I am wealthy. Stupid, in my opinion. I think our brains are too smart for that stuff. You have to give it the reasons. You have to make the argument. And I think instead of affirmations, if you make affirmations into arguments that you make with yourself every day, then those become things that will change who you are. And if you change who you are and how you make decisions, you'll change your entire life, and you'll be able to watch your business grow as a result of who you have become. And so this is one of the things that was most powerful for me in my entrepreneurial journey. I had tons of insecurities, right? I had tons of anxieties. I had lots of anger. I had lots of perceived trauma. And I'll say it that way because I don't even want to make it into trauma. That's just what I perceived as trauma, because I was a child in the world with the emotional regulation of a child. And so things, of course, affect you more when you're a kid. Everyone's traumatized, perceives trauma as a child. Like if I go to a stage and I say, hey, who here had a traumatic childhood in some instance or had a traumatic event occur? Everyone's going to raise their hand. So stop thinking that because you have trauma, and I don't say this, I'll say it this way better. For me, I chose to stop giving trauma power. And I think if you can do that and you can tell yourself a different story about why you are who you are and make arguments instead of affirmations, you'll be able to have stronger, faster change in the direction that you desire, and you'll have more control over your emotional state. And then in so doing, you'll be able to level up the business that you have. Because most of the times when I see business owners, the reason they're not successful is not because they don't have the beliefs or because they don't have the skills. It's just because of who they are.
I think the difference between like rich people and poor people, successful people, not successful people, is the degree to which they attribute or give power to their circumstance, right? And so the difference between a self-made billionaire who started with nothing and someone who else started with nothing is not the resources, obviously, because they both started at zero. So what else is it? It's their resourcefulness, not the resources. And so if we give power to circumstance, then we cast power outside of ourselves. If we give power to other people, we cast power outside of ourselves. And so it's controlling the controllable. And when I say that quote, a lot of that is how, that quote is how I see selling. It's people cast power to their circumstances, and my job is to get them to unleash themselves around the power that they have just cast to something they cannot control. And so if I can just get them to even just own the fact that they suck, that's good enough, because they actually can own it, and there is pride in that. You can take pride in the fact that you admit that there's a deficit, right? But the only thing you can't take pride in is casting and being a victim, right? Like no one moves forward. Even if you're right, it doesn't serve you, right? If you're born with one less leg than you should, you're right. You're not going to be, you have a disadvantage at being a sprinter. Like you have a disadvantage. But it doesn't serve you in any way to admit it. And so it's owning the fact that like you are the only person who can actually change anything about your life, because you may blame your circumstances, but no one else will care.
I have shed friends every season of my life. My close circle has always been very, very small, very, very small. Very, very small. Very small. Non-existent. I also feel like I grow really quickly because I don't hold on to things long. The moment something doesn't provide me value, I shed it. I think about my life in 3 to 5 year seasons. First, I was a high school womanizer for the most part, and then I was also like really deeply angry. I had high school friends that when I left high school, I basically stopped being in contact with them. And then I had my come to Jesus, where my dad was like, you suck as a human, you have a terrible reputation, maybe you should stop being who you are. Cleaned up my act, I stopped drinking nearly as much as I was. I started going to school and studying 12 hours a day, president of the fraternity, and that was my college season. And I had college friends. And then when I left college, I pretty much stopped being in contact with anyone that I went to college with. Most people suck at most things and aren't bound for greatness because of who they are and the choices that they're willing to make. The stories about friends leaving the hometown and no longer remembering where they're from is one that is told by society because society is the majority. The majority of people get left behind. If you look at the things that you want to get in life, there's a price for them. You don't buy everything you see in the mall. Why not? Because you don't want to pay the price. Just because you might think that a shirt or jacket is cool, just because you think an outcome is awesome, you might not be willing to make the trade. Winners and losers have the same goals. The goal doesn't make you unique. It's the willingness to pay the price that makes you unique. Because I'm like, everyone wants to be rich. One of the reasons that I cut people out sooner than most is because I do not like the labels that they speak over me. One of the big things with identity is the labels that we say about ourselves. I am X, I am impatient, I am angry, I am whatever, right? I am poor, I don't even like saying it. People in your past have the identity that they know you as, and then they will speak and they will beat that label into you because you're not matching their pattern. Why have you changed? You are X, you are Y, and you're trying to not be that because you're doing something different than changing, you're growing. But they see it as change. And that's why the best response in the world to someone who says, hey, you've changed, is to say, yeah, you haven't. The amount you like or love someone is directly proportional to what you are willing to give up to maintain the relationship. For example, if there's a piece of car, right, and you work on it all the time, you might say, that guy must really love it because of how much time he puts into that thing. This guy must really love his country because he's willing to give his life for it. What are you willing to give in exchange to maintain the relationship? If you're not willing to give up basically anything to maintain the relationship, then how much do you love them? I think it's been a very helpful filter for me to say, not do I love my friends, but which friends do I love the most? Which friends am I willing to sacrifice the most to keep the relationship? And I am a big believer in utility. There is an exchange in every relationship. You get something and they get something back. People don't like the idea that relationships are transactional, but they are. Transactional just has a commercial vibe to it. But if we just think about it as from a behavior standpoint, you've got two things that can happen. A behavior is reinforced or it is punished. That's it. When you have exchanges, quite literally, with people, those exchanges are either reinforced or they're punished. Part of the strength of the relationship is how long you're willing to wait for the next time that relationship is reinforced. If you have a long history of positive experiences with a person, you're willing to wait a longer period of time if they're going through a breakup, they're having a hard time, to keep the relationship going. But at some point, even if you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, if there's just not any positive reinforcement, at some point, you do cut it off. The people who we're surrounded with when we grow up, it's very unlikely, just from a population standpoint, that they're going to be great. Statistically, that they're going to be the top 1% or 0.1% is unlikely. So it would make sense that you change your friends over time. Why do people get so weird about keeping relationships that don't serve them? I think it's just because we have a societal story around it, that you're a bad friend. But I could also think of me being as a good friend to my next friend that I just made room for. There's gonna be a friend who's gonna move in to my spot on my buddy's calendar, who does wanna do fantasy football, who does wanna drink with him on Sundays, so it's not this like, all right, I'll go to the game with you, but I'm not drinking. Oh, dude, you're not gonna, come on, man. Because the other guy's like, yeah, shots all around. And they're gonna have a blast. They would better be served with people who want the same things as them. Just because I'm not seeing them anymore doesn't mean that I don't wish them well. But if someone only tells you the stories of when you got and why you did that stupid thing, they're encouraging you and retelling you the story of who you used to be. And you want people around you who don't believe the lies you used to tell about yourself. The character trait shift is not a binary. It's how patient are you? How kind are you? How loyal are you? How honest are you? And so you want people who encourage you in the behaviors that you want to be like. And this is why like shedding identities is such a core part of entrepreneurship, is that you have to be willing to say, I am no longer this way. I will no longer behave in this way. And I don't accept that reality as truth. Many of the people I had around me weren't willing to pay the price that I was willing to pay for the things that I wanted, but also wanted me to give them more than I was willing to. And so I'll give you a story that will paint me in a bad light, and that's fine. There was a teacher that I grew up with in high school, and he's the one who stayed with me after school for a year and worked out with me. 2 hours a day, and he taught me how to work out. I got in shape, got more confidence, better at school. From there, that snowballed into me getting into fitness. Huge catalyst snowball. Somebody heard that story and then found the teacher, and they linked us. He was like, hey man, I'm not asking for a lot. I would love to just have like a 2-hour call with you every week. I was like, a 2-hour call every week? I was like, I don't even talk to my mother that much. I don't talk to anybody that much. I talk to my wife, that's it. The value of the relationship was in the past. You may be like, Alex, you're a horrible person. And that's possible. Maybe I am. I was not willing to give 2 hours a week, 100 hours a year for the rest of my life to pay a debt for somebody who worked out with me. Because we only have so much juju, we only have so much time, we have so much focus, so much energy that we can pour into things. And if you're not putting all your energy in one direction, it's scattered and then you don't move as fast. My closest friend, I spend 1 hour a week with every week. My closest friend, like clockwork. It's my highest priority meeting. It is something that brings me joy. And we get lots of exchange with one another. He's the one who helps me write my books, Dr. Kashi.
Dr. Kashi here.
I get a lot from that. Now, if I didn't get anything from that, over time, slow down the communication between us. I would make it every other week, once a month. If you slow down your communication cadence with someone, how frequently you see them and when you accept invitations, it naturally fizzles. But if it gets to a point where if someone's like so close that it would be obvious and a conversation needs to be had, I encourage you to just have it. You want to be a kind person. And the way you are kind is that you tell the truth. And you just be honest. And the easiest way that I can tell you to be honest is, when you talk about somebody behind their back, just say it to them. It's like, yeah, Sandra's been like all over the place lately. And she's like, I don't know, drinking a little bit too much. Sandra, you've been all over the place lately. You've been drinking a little bit too much. I'm just not sure if I want to associate with that right now. People just don't have the balls to do that. But if you do that, I promise you, you'll either have better relationships or you'll be done with this Mickey Mouse bullshit of not even being in a real relationship and not wanting to confront reality. Because you may have a shot at getting them to realize that they're not on the path that they wanted to be on. Because you were friends with them at some point. And so either your goals have changed or theirs have. If you listen to Kobe's interviews where he talks about his friends, he says very explicitly that he's willing to put everything on the altar for his dream. Now, some people make the argument that that's not, quote, healthy. The question that we're answering here is not how do we do healthy stuff? The question is how do we become the greatest? People will judge you on how you spend time, and their judgments are simply expressions that they would not spend their time the same way you do. Hey, you work a lot. And I could say, hey, you don't. To the same degree, it's like, you spend so much time with your kids. Right? If I say it like that, people are like, wait, no, I'm supposed to. It's only the supposed to that's the thing that gives all the emotional charge to these conversations. Otherwise, it's just observing reality. You can't expect to do the same thing everyone else is doing and then somehow achieve a different outcome. Once you have the vacuum of friends, because you'll probably have weeded people out, then the best thing to do is join communities. And then you'll make friends with people in those communities who have the same goals as you. And then if you crush it, because you understand that volume is the answer and time is the ingredient, you're going to rise in that community and you'll gain more status and you'll start hanging out with the people who are at the top of that community, and then you can leapfrog into other communities. It's just lunch tables on steroids. I've wanted to live a rare life, and so I will have to be surrounded by rare people, and rare people are by definition rare. They're not common. My hope is that the people that I meet now are trying to go all the way with me. I want to do epic. If I die and don't do epic, I will be bummed. How much am I willing to endure or sacrifice in order to maintain that relationship that I have with my dream? If I have many, many friends over different seasons, I'm totally cool with that. Thank you for that season. It was awesome. I don't believe things need to be forever to be good. And it's only the romantic story that we were told of friends for life, etc. If you die with one good friend or two good friends, like, you've had a really good life.
To get started, you have to sell something to someone. That's it. Like, literally, that's all. One avatar, one product, one channel. That's it. So you have one way of getting customers. You sell one thing to one specific type of person. That is all you need to do to get to 6 figures. To get to 7 figures, you need to learn how to do those 3 things, reliably, consistently, right? So you know how to sell one product, one avatar, and one channel in a consistent manner. So you start having predictive metrics on how you can acquire customers. So it's either I spend this amount of money on advertising, and this is how many calls I get booked, and then from that many calls I get that many sales, etc. If it's outbound, it's like I send this many emails or make this many calls or this many texts, and then this many reply back, this many schedule, this many show, this many close, etc. If you're running organic, it's I know that I need to have this many posts that I have to make across these different channels with call to actions that drive towards this page. For every 1,000 visitors on this page, I get Y opt-ins. You know what I mean? So each of these vehicles, or I have to hit my email list, once a week. And if I hit it once a week with a call to action again. So all these are the different ways you can get customers. You could also do affiliates, you can do referrals. There's many ways to do it. But the point is you pick one avatar, one channel, and one product. As soon as you can start predicting how many inputs it takes to get an output, then you get to $1 million, right? And at that point, you're at 1, 2, 3 million-ish a year. 1 to 3, you have to build out your core team. So that's usually like the first 5 hires, first 5 to 10-ish that are. It depends on the ticket of the thing that's being sold. If you're selling $25,000 things versus $500 things, the team size is going to be different. But it's the core team at about 3 million. And that's the reason that we take companies on at 3 is usually because there's a core team, and at 3 million there's product market fit. So they've demonstrated that people want this thing and they have enough support that we can take them from 3 to 10. 3 to 10, and this is interesting because this is a mistake a lot of people make at 3, and I can stop whenever you want me to cut the lines of the problems that come up. But the problems that come up at 3-ish are that people start getting cute, right? And they start saying, and here's what's difficult is that you get reinforced on the fact that the more you market, the more you sell, the more money you make, right? And it's true. And you can scale from there by doing more sales and more marketing. And that is what the vast majority of the industry will do because they got reinforced doing it early. The problem is that they switch the objectives. The objective of the first phase of business, which for me is like 0 to 3, is just to demonstrate product market fit and an acquisition channel that is profitable. That is the objective. Now, At this point, we transition objectives to increasing lifetime value per customer. So this is improving the customer experience, putting data tracking in place. If there's an ascension opportunity that makes sense, we need to build out that product or service line so that, and this is the big point, so that when we do choose to add another channel or expand on our current channel, we can do so more profitably, right? Where if you just sell a single product that might not have as much LTV as you would want, as you scale or put more in, your margins begin to compress. So you might go up to 10 million, but your margins have compressed over time. And then you get in this place where you have to keep selling to maintain your overhead, but you're not really taking enough home and you can't have enough free cash flow to grow the business. And so sometimes it's like you have to take the step back, fix the product, fix the customer experience, fix the service, fix the data, fix the infrastructure that everything's built on, probably hire and fire some people that you promoted a little bit too early that didn't have the experience because they're actually not running things that well. And then once we fix that stuff, then honestly, going from 3 to 10 usually almost happens on its own. Once we're at 10, then we go far more aggressively on the acquisition side, which is, the easiest moniker that I use is more, better, new. So we do more what we're currently doing until we max that out. And then we do better of what we're currently doing. Is there any CRO opportunities? So conversion rate optimization. Can we switch this headline out? Can we change this lead magnet? Can we implement some of the best practices that we know to get more people to show up if it's a service business, if it's a products business? Now I only focus on service businesses, so lots of our stuff is over the phone. Can we change the video sales letters and the follow-up emails, things like that? All the improvements that can happen. And then different is or new is, can we add a new channel to this? So we have 6 that we can choose from to get new customers. We can hit up our own lists. We can do cold outbound. We can do content. We can do paid ads. We can do affiliates, and we can do referrals. And so those are the only 6 ways to get new customers. And we look at those 6 and say, of the skills that we currently have, which of these would make the most sense to add to it? And you can even go adding a new thing within a current. So if you're running paid ads, it's like going from Facebook to YouTube or going from Facebook to TikTok. And so there's, each one of those 6 squares has channels or media channels that you can, or platforms that you can tap into that give you new audiences. So that was a little bit of a crash course there, but that's what allows you to scale from 10 to 30 and beyond. At 30-ish, the founders typically will start feeling constrained because they are the juju behind the entire business. And please cut me off if I'm starting to bore you guys.
There was a tweet by Leila, my wife. She said, stop listening to people about how to play the game who've never been anywhere but the sidelines. And the problem is, too many of the people who are watching this right now, y'all are on the sidelines and have always been on the sidelines and are trying to pick a niche to get into to sell how to do the niche. Well, that's dumb. You've never done it. So a lot of times people are trying to skip to a higher leverage opportunity without having done the requisite work of understanding the niche, which is why the Y Combinator people look for, if you want to make a software in the payment space, we'd love to see that you have experience in the payment space, because there's so much stuff that you don't know that you know when you actually spend 3-5 years doing something in an industry. You understand the lingo, you understand the avatar, you understand the problems, and you can see opportunities if you have an entrepreneurial hat on. There's always problems in every industry, which means there's always opportunity. And fundamentally, business is just solving problems that exist and making sure the math makes sense. That's literally it. It's where is there a problem? How much do they think this is a problem? And is there a way that I can solve it and charge for it? That's it. That's really all that business is. And really, how well you solve the problem is going to dictate how much virality your business has, because if you solve it really well, people will tell people and your business will grow, right? I think the problem that a lot of people have is they didn't know how to make an offer, right? Is the fundamental thing that is the beginning of building a business, is you got to know what you're selling. And so that was a problem for a lot of people. And then people got that problem solved, and then they told their friends, and the book sold 100,000 copies in 6 months with no promotion. And so I'm sharing this because I couldn't write a book on offers without having made a ton of offers. And I feel like there's too often people who are trying to focus on a niche who've never actually done the thing in the niche. And this is really, really rampant in the internet space because everyone's trying to take a shortcut to get there when they realize, when I'm telling you right now, you're never going to get there because you're not good enough. You're never going to get there because you're not good enough. You have to do the rocky cutscene. You have to eat for a period of time so that you can get the reps in, so you can put your time under the bar in, so that you can actually get good. And before you are good, you will suck. And you have to accept a long period of sucking, and you do enough volume that eventually you'll suck so little that you'll actually be good. And then at that point, then you'll actually have a real decision to make, which is, I'm actually really good at this thing now that I've learned. Do I want to teach it to other people, or just want to do more of the thing that I'm doing, right? Because a realtor can then just grow a team of 100 realtors and own the entire thing, which is what I'd recommend this guy do, right? Rather than have an agency that doesn't, right? And so this is kind of where I think the problem is that I had another question that was sent to me on Instagram, which is hey, how do I solve churn? Because a lot of my clients aren't getting results. And I'm like, well, duh. He's like, no, he said, how do I scale from 10,000 to 100,000 a month when I don't have a lot of testimonials? I was like,
You're not good at the thing that you're supposed to be good at, which is why you don't have testimonials, which is why you're not going to $100,000 a month. Like, he's making the goal $100,000 a month rather than being good. I have no words. I have no words. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's in such a rush that you will never get there. It is the slowest path to getting there is to fool yourself into thinking that you're good at something that you're not. You have to go and pull the thread and say, and the thing is like, well, do what you're passionate about. Whatever. You're not going to be passionate about stuff that you suck at. What you have to do is like, which of these opportunities seem like they potentially have high leverage, and I'm going to learn from the bottom, right? It's like one of the best ways to learn stuff is starting at the bottom, not because it's the only option, but because if you understand the entire pathway of a client journey or of an industry journey, then you will have more trench knowledge, more depth of experience that you will be then able to apply. People see my, videos on personal finance. People see videos of mine on sales. People see videos of mine on recruiting. People see videos of mine of marketing. And it's like, how did you acquire all these skills? It's because it's not like because I tried to jump to the spot that I'm at. You can't skip. Like, there's a sequence. Buildings are built with foundations, and your career is a pyramid, and the peak of that pyramid is based on the depth of the foundation that you build. And so, like, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but your work works on you more than you work on it. And so, even though you might not be getting paid in the period that you're at, just because you're struggling doesn't mean you're failing. And it means, and the thing is, as long as you're getting better, you're making progress, and the progress is the success, is that you are getting better. And like, you will turn the corner. Like, that's an inevitability if you put enough time in, period. I promise you that.
I started studying wealth after I became wealthy. So like,
what did you learn about it afterwards? And what do wealthy people do that you think poor people don't do?
they pick higher leverage opportunities, in a sentence. So like rich dad, like poor dad says get a job. Poor dad says get a higher paying job. Like rich dad says like, and the thing is there's so many innate beliefs that seem commonplace. Like, well, of course. You know what I mean? Like, well, of course, you buy some real estate and it'll appreciate over time. Of course, you invest in some stocks. Like, yeah, of course. But like, poor dads just don't say that. And so you have to like learn that, I think. And I didn't, so I'm grateful in that I didn't have to learn that because I heard that just was, of course, yeah, once you have some money, like, of course you don't spend your whole income. Of course you don't. And so there's a lot of course you don'ts that I think I inherited just by being in like a saving father. But there's also some upper middle class people who don't save anything. So like,
right.
But I think my dad did I think he helped a lot with like money hygiene. I think
nice.
I've had a lot of really good money hygiene from my dad. The big breakthrough that I had for me was when I stopped focusing on, and this is going to sound backwards, but when I started my gyms, I was all about building the business, right? And when I built the biggest companies that I've had and now recently sold, and now we have our portfolio, it was about how do we make the most money? And I know that sounds completely backwards, but the only way that you can make the most money is to provide an exceptional valued service and charge a ton of money for it. And because I optimized around making money, I started going for low capital expense businesses because I had lost everything after that 5-year stint. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, never again am I going to reinvest every dollar from the business back into the business because I've lost it before. So when I started the next business and every business I've had thereafter, like we take dividends every month. And we do that because...
You don't wait till there's an exit 10 years later
no, I mean,
put all your money in.
I'd love to do both.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Sure.
Right? And so that was...
Take a dividend and get a bigger
payout.
Yeah. But not just put money in and wait and get no money back.
100%. And the thing is, and this was a fallacy I had, because people always talk about like reinvesting in their business, but I realized that just meant that they weren't making profit. And so the vast majority of businesses, even the software world is somewhat shifting in this, but they want to see profit. And then even better is if you have net free cash flow, which is just a fancy word for the amount of money that you can take out every month after making necessary investments in the business. And so I wanted to have businesses that pumped cash flow because I had lost it all before. And so I think there's a lot of, like every one of my business seasons, I would say I've had 3 business seasons. I had my gym ownership period. I had my turnaround and early gym launch day period. And then I had Prestige Labs, the licensing business in Allen. That was like my last season.
Where you exited
all of them. Yeah, and then I'd say like now we're in our 3rd season, I guess. So brick and mortar gyms, licensing, supplements, and software. And then 3rd season is what we have now. And each of those has a huge magnitude of leverage that was added to it. And so, this like gym launch was started on accident in that I was like, this might be a way that I could make money.
We think that for some reason we are doing something wrong when we are not self-caring, because it is bad to not self-care because we should, we must, or else, or what? And the reason this pisses me off, the reason that I made a tweet that went viral this morning about this is that weekends are new.
for humans. They're not even 100 years old. 1929 in England is when the first weekend got passed by a union. And it's because people hated what they were doing for their life. And so if you want to truly give self-care, then stop hating what you do every day. Novel concept, I know. Stop hanging out with people that suck. Mind-blowing, like I said, I know. And the reason that I am so passionate about this is that I have been told throughout my entire life that I was working too much, I was not balancing the things that I was supposed to be balancing. And you know what? Who gives a It's my life. I don't need to live by anyone else's rules, and neither do you, right? And so when people say you should be doing this, you are not doing X, Y, Z, just take a pause and be like, are these rules that I want to listen to? Are those your rules that you're trying to apply to my life? Because there are no rules. You can do whatever the hell you want. If you want to work for a year straight, work for a year straight. And the reason you can work for a year straight is because you like what you do. The reason these people try and project their own self-hatred for their own lives onto you is because they cannot imagine a world in which someone might actually like what they do every day and don't need an escape, a break from what their existence is on a daily basis. And so don't feel guilty for just being you. And if you don't like your life every day, rather than try and figure out and make time for self-care, it would probably be better to flip the ratio and start thinking, what can I do in my actual life to stop hating it so much that I need an escape from it, right? And that's different from like, yes, you need to sleep, yes, you need to, rest, etc. But there's a difference between that and like, I just need a total spa day. And if that's how you relax, cool. But the thing is projecting on someone else how they should, must, need to, have to relax or do whatever, it's nonsensical. It doesn't exist, right? I wanted to make this video, even though it's short, because it just drives me bananas. If you want to work, work. If you want to take off, take off. Just don't listen to what anyone else says about what you should do for your life. You're going to die and so will they. And it's not going to matter. And in 10 generations, don't even remember your name. So do what you want. You're going to die. And that is the ultimate freedom. And for some reason, we live under these chains that we think exist, but don't. And so I think the process of growing and really making ourselves free is just simply identifying the things that don't really exist and only existed in our mind to begin with. And I think that's why self-care really bugs the shit out of me, or this whole self-care movement. It's also soft as like, just work, right? Just get it done. You need to like give yourself a bubble bath every day because like your work's so hard. Like humans have been here a very long time. We've dealt with much, much harder. Your, boss having a deadline the next day is not the worst that you've been through. And so as a final sign off on this, think about the hardest things that you've been through in your life. Everyone has gone through hardship. Everyone has had difficulties in childhood. Everyone has had difficulties with siblings, with parents, blah, 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 these events that shape our lives. You have been through harder than this. You will survive. It will be okay. You don't need to self-care. You don't need to listen to what anyone else is saying. You do you. I wanted to give you the simplest single hack that I have used inadvertently and seen a tremendous amount of success. That is asking myself the question, what would a person who does this type of thing do in this instance? The one that I'll tell you that I've repeated a lot to myself over the years, probably over the last 5 or 10 years, has been the repeated chorus of, what would a wise man do? I think it's because I did not consider myself to be very wise, and I acted many ways that were unwise earlier on in my life, and I still continue to do so, but I try to do less of it, right? And I think that, and I'll borrow this again from James Clear's book, your identity is much more of a weighing system. Actually, this is not from his book, but like it's much more of a voting system where you cast votes in either direction based on your activities of what type of person you want to become. And I think the simplest distillation of that concept is simply asking the question, what would this type of person do? If you can use that as the refrain that you come back to over and over again, the chorus of your day that gets repeated over and over again, I think it's much easier than trying to remember the 50-point checklist of all the activities that you need to do to achieve the goal. And the friend that came back in my life, where we were having this conversation, I just distilled it down to like, what would a billionaire do? And so when we're confronted with these crossroads, right, you wake up in the morning and you're like, I don't know what I should start on. It's like, what would a billionaire do? And so basically what you can do is have a certain refrain or chorus that you ask yourself, what would this type of person do? And that type of person, when you ask that question, is who you will eventually become as you continue to cast votes that reinforce the stories that we tell ourselves about who we are. And those are the things that create long-lasting, deep change. And what's more about this is that these changes, when they become internal, when they become ingrained in our behavior, they become effortless, but it takes time. And so I think that the mental cue that I have given myself inadvertently over the years, I don't have a lot of choruses that I refrain to or that I come back to over and over again. And so I tweeted about one and it got shared a zillion times, but it is, what would someone 10 times smarter than me do in this situation, right? And a different way of saying that is, what would a billionaire do? And word it in whatever way that resonates with you. But I think rather than having that big checklist, you can put just a little post-it on your computer or wherever you work that's a reminder to yourself that this is the type of person I want to become. And in order to become this type of person, I need to do these things because those actions will reinforce the thoughts that I say about myself. Because the whole concept behind affirmations that I do not like, right, which is I'm a lion, I'm a tiger, I'm a whatever, right? Just saying them doesn't make them true unless you're a crazy person. And most of us are not crazy, I think, right? There's plenty of crazy people, don't get me wrong, but if you're probably watching this channel, you're probably at least semi-sane, right? If we have, this degree of sanity that's on our side, then what we have to do is create something else, which is evidence. We have to give ourselves evidence that we are this type of person in order to become that. But how do you have evidence that you are going to be this person when you have none? Well, it starts with activity. It starts with doing the stuff. And as an added corollary, depending on the goal that you have, it might be, what would a person with a six-pack do? What would a pro champion bodybuilder do? What would an amazing husband do? Or what would the best husband in the world do? And so you can use this framework of asking the question of what your ideal self would do in any given circumstance to apply to a vast number of scenarios. So rather than trying to fix for the habit, fix for the being. And then the habits will take care of themselves in accordance with the type of person that you have stated you wish to become. And so then the goals we have becoming the person we want to be. Once we know who we want to become, then that can direct the types of activities that will be in accordance with that. And the reason I like this better too is that if we're trying to reinforce an identity or an identity trait about ourselves, this is a really good habit, I think, that I've picked up over the years. Some of our older OG gym lords who've been a while, they turn their gym around, they've grown, they're at, close to 7 figures or right around there, and they've been doing it for a while. And they were complaining about show rates. They're like, hey, our show rates are low. And, you go through the saying, well, you're doing the reminders, are you doing all this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're doing all this stuff. Okay, cool. And I dig a little bit deeper and I look, and it turns out that they're only open 1 hour per day at 7:15 a.m. for their availability for new clients. And I'm like, do you think that you're going to grow your business if the only time that you can take new customers is at 7:15 a.m.? In what world does that make sense? Right? Like imagine a grocery store that's only open from 7 to 7:30 because that's when it's convenient for the owner. What chance do you think that grocery store has at succeeding? Virtually none. And so what happens is people have success. They implement tactics. They use gym watch and then they make money, right? And then what happens? They get comfortable. They get complacent, right? And they lose their hunger. Like after that point, everything, like it's almost like, I was going to say, like, after you've like, quote, made it in your mind, and that's what's funny is that making it in some people's mind is like having 10 grand in their bank account. So like, it's scary in terms of what level of making it is. But like, once people have made it, I almost want to say like, none of these tactics matter because you're just not hungry. Like, it doesn't matter. Like the obvious you aren't doing. You know what I mean? If your child was going to die, or your spouse, or your significant other, your family member, whatever it was going to die, unless you succeeded, unless you got more clients, unless you made more money with your gym, how would you approach it, right? Would you only be available for 1 hour a day? Would you only be available from 7 to 8 a.m.? Would you only set aside an hour a day to prospect for new customers? Would you only reach out to your existing customers if they hadn't shown up for a month? Sometimes people ask questions that they already know the answer to. It's like, duh, right? And it goes back to the main thing, which is like, what drives you? Right? Like, what drives you? What drives you to be better? What drives you to continue to want to win? I was asked that question yesterday by the gym lords that were here. And I think, honestly, it comes from a dark place. And I think I've said this before, but like, I'm saying it again because I think people need to hear it. Sometimes you have to wonder, like, why is it that only when someone else's life is on the line do you then actually try? Right? Like, why is it only then you actually cut all the noise out of your life and then would go laser focused on actually succeeding? Like, why can't we do that all the time? Right? Like, why can't we do that? because it's like, well, then I wouldn't be happy, whatever, right? And like whatever happiness means, right? And so the people who are the most successful in the world are driven by something that is deep inside of them, that is normally an insecurity or a fear of some sort. If you're only trying to make enough to live on, you will always only make enough to live on. And you will slack the moment you get comfortable. And you will wonder, why is it that as soon as I start making money, I stop? Because you actually don't want to make more. That's why. You actually don't want to make more. And so your internal motivation is not there, like, because you've accomplished what you set out to accomplish. The real question is, do you actually want what you claim to want? Do you actually want it? Because if you did, you'd already have it. You'd already be willing to sacrifice other things in order to achieve it. And that might mean like maybe waking up earlier, maybe like working 4 to 8 p.m. to take sales appointments, or whatever that thing is. Like if you were coaching you, what would you recommend you to do? Right? Like a lot of times if you think about it, like you most of the time know what to do. Like you do on some level, like you probably know that you're like, man, I do stupid sometimes, right? You probably think that on some level, sometimes, right? Then you're like, man, if you were step out of yourself and say, I need to coach myself, you probably have the answer. And it's just that you don't do it for some reason. And so all of your attention should be on that reason. Why is it that this thing is preventing me from doing the things that I already know I should do? Our minds are meaning-making machines. And so what that means is we determine what is meaningful and what is not. And then we ascribe labels to them in terms of positive and negative, because that is how we survive. Now, that being said, our brains are meant to keep us alive, not meant to help us thrive, right? To use a rhyming word for you. Now, that being said, with this whole concept around labeling, it's something that I'm probably most passionate about, like the concept of labeling as a whole. It's unbelievably powerful when it comes to persuading people to do things, unbelievably powerful when it comes to changing people's worldviews and their perspectives on life. And I will share a few of those examples with you. So I'll give you a quick persuasion example for how powerful this is. If I wanted to persuade someone to do something, then what I would do is I would create a positive label that I would associate them with. So I would say, you are probably a loving and caring man for, you want to provide support for your family. Is that true? They're like, yes. And I'm like, yeah, you definitely seem like one of those types of people. And since you are one of those types of people, I think that you should invest in this program that we have, because that would be in alignment with this ideal that we just labeled the person with. And so what happens is it creates cognitive dissonance, because for the person, in order for them to stay in accordance with the label that they would like to have, they then feel obligated to then act in accordance with that label that we just prescribed. Now, that's a very simplistic example. You can weave that into narratives and sales scripts so that people become psychologically labeled and then want to act in accordance with that label because they see it as positive, right? The thing is that it can also work in reverse in terms of how you can harm someone. And the reason that this is so viscerally upsetting to me is that I have had members of my family, extended and whatnot, who have, I would say, debilitated themselves in large part because of what they believe to be mental illness, and I disagree. Now, many people will get triggered at this, and so I will say my big disclaimer, which is this is not financial advice, this is not grammatical advice, this is not spiritual advice, this is not even advice. This is a guy making a YouTube video about stuff that pisses me off, and hopefully some of the things that serve me well. Now, let's talk about the labels that are negative. One of the most pernicious acts that exists, negative, bad stuff, is when we take the human experience that has ups and downs, that has extremes, that exists on continuums, and we label one side of the continuum as bad and the other side of the continuum as good. For example, happy, sad, energized, or weak, tired, right? We have equal opposites, relaxed, stressed, right? There's lots of examples of these. The reason that this is so dangerous when we give a positive or negative label is that people think that they have a problem when they are not feeling happy or energized or relaxed or clear-minded versus foggy. You know what I mean? Whatever. And the thing is in order for there to be light, there must be darkness. Think about that for a second. In order for there to be good, there must also be bad. One, if you want to admit the existence of one, there must also be the existence of the other. Right. Awesome. Now, the problem, this is why we have to be careful with labels, that most people suffer from is that they label normal variations in the human condition with negative experiences. And so they see themselves as tired and say this is bad, whereas it's really just part of the human condition. They see themselves as sad rather than happy and see that as bad. And so what happens is you start to upgrade a finite emotional condition into a long-standing emotional disturbance because you think it's a problem. And the thing is it's very easy to sell people on why these things are problems. Big pharma is the king of this. Are you feeling tired, stressed? Are you hungry? Are you horny? Well, you are suffering from being a human being. It's being human. And so I think a lot of this, and the reason that it wraps into the original part of the prompt of this video, is that if we want to be enduring entrepreneurs, we want to be people who have resilience, we want to be people who have mental fortitude, we must be careful about the things that we label. And there's also the good bad label, which is the simplest label that a lot of people ascribe to conditions that are ephemeral, right? They're brief, right? And then they change. But there's also the shoulds, have, musts, need to, etceteras that we say in our lives that we have to do these things, or we must do these things. And if we do not, or else, we put out a threat towards the universe. If I don't get my coffee, I must get my coffee. I need to have coffee before I start my day. What happens is that we create these implied threats to ourselves and the universe. If we don't, then what?
Your decision-making process is ultimately the most valuable thing that you have, right? It's what makes you, it's your picker, right? It makes you decide what way to go, who you're going to marry, what business opportunity you're going to pursue, how you're going to price, how you're going to start marketing, what you're going to learn first, who you're going to, get mentoring from, all of these things, who you're going to become friends with. Like, all of these are decisions, right? And, you can take the money away from a billionaire and then they can recreate it again. Elon Musk, lost it and then gained it all back, right? And so, the thing is the decision making is what ultimately fuels all these things. And the hardest part about entrepreneurship, and really, I think almost life in general, is that you can make the right decision and have the wrong outcome. And I think, and let me give you a couple examples of this. So, for example, you may say, you know what? I listen to Warren Buffett. I think he's a good investor, and so he says I wouldn't touch Bitcoin, right? And I hear that, and I'm like, man, well, he knows a little bit more about it than I do. But his argument was simple. It is speculative, which means I'm buying it not because it has intrinsic value, but only because I believe that someone else will buy it for more later, right? That's all it is. He only believes in investing in things that have intrinsic value and also produce, right? So they actually have production. So like a business you buy, you still own the business at the end, and then it spits out production, which would be profit or crops or whatever, right? And so that's the basic difference, right? And so the thing is that you can make the right decision. So for example, I chose not to buy Bitcoin 2 years ago or whatever, and now the amount of money that it would have been worth is a lot more. Was the decision wrong, or was it that the outcome did not match the quality of the decision? And so let me explain, let me unpack this. If you are going to change the way you make decisions because a decision that you made in the past that was probably a good decision ended up bad, you have to apply the same decision-making context or framework to everything else. All right, so let me explain. So if I say I'm now going to be a speculator, right? I'm going to be someone who buys things with the hopes of selling them later for more, even though the thing itself doesn't have more value, right? If I choose to start making those types of decisions, then I have to think about all the other investments I would have made and lost money on as a result of that decision-making framework. And the place that I heard this first was Ray Dalio in Principles. So he's one of the richest men in the world, an investor as well. And he said, one of the hardest things is passing up on an opportunity and then seeing it, do really, really well, right? He's like, but the thing is I have to think to myself, if I were to use the decision-making framework that would have made that deal a winner, then I'd have to apply that same framework to all of these other businesses or situations that would have been losers. And my net of having that different decision-making framework would ultimately cause me to lose. And so this has been one of the most powerful concepts for me as an entrepreneur, because what it does is it allows me to separate the outcome from the quality of the decision. Why was it that I did these things, right? And I can't even tell you, so for example, actually I won't even give that one, but there are decisions that I made when I was younger that ended up being, poor later. But when I thought back about why I made the decision, I would make the same decision today. So it's not fair for me to say, well, I wouldn't have made the same call now. But you can't use the information that you have today to make the decision that you would have made in the past, because then it means that you were a different person because you're not using information that you have access to, right? And so claiming that this decision that I did in the past that didn't end up well
working out in my favor was the wrong call, can just be really poisonous, and it may not be true. Now, if you make a mistake because you had poor calculations and you repeat the same mistake over and over again, then you should consider looking at your decision-making calculus and see if you need to tweak some things, right? But for me, this has been one of the hardest learned lessons, and emotionally one of the most trying, is looking at decisions I've made, looking at the outcome, and being able to separate, was this a good decision independent of the outcome? And I'll wrap this up with just a quick example to show you. If you had a perfect baseball swing, right, you're just an amazing, batter, right? If someone gets up there and they're the best batter in the world and they strike out, is it because their swing is horrible? Is it because they don't have the right decision making about how they swing at pitches or how they pick their pitches? Probably not. He's probably a really good batter, right? Because I just said he's the best. But it still means he's going to strike out, and it still means he's going to get out and hit pop flies and all that kind of stuff. But he's going to be an amazing batter with a 350 average or whatever, and still 2 out of 3 times he's going to strike out, or basically, not get on base, get out. And so when I think about that, like, you can be the best at this thing and still only be right a certain percentage of the time, right? And so rather than that batter striking out once and saying, I need to change my swing, and then getting back up there and striking out again and be like, I need to change my swing, and always resetting the baseline, instead being like, I understand that if I apply this swing to enough at-bats, quite literally, I will get the opportunity to knock it out of the park. And me knocking out of the park on one of these right decisions will ultimately outweigh the negatives of the wrongs that I have done.
I think a lot of my definitions have been defined by my actions. And so I am the person who has done these things, and I will do things that will get me closer to the things that I want to achieve. And so a lot of my definition of self has always been based on evidence. And so I think it was harder for me in the beginning because I didn't have evidence to support what I hoped to be true about myself, which at the time wasn't. And so
what did you hope to be true? That you could figure it out, or was it always a result that you associated it to?
I mean, it was, I want to make more money than my dad. You know what I mean? That was the thing, for me, and that was all I needed. You know what I mean? I didn't have, I remember thinking, in college, because you're young in college, and it's like, be happy and all that stuff. And I just remember being like, happiness. And that was like a moment for me. I don't care about happiness. I want to do this.
Why didn't you care about happiness? That's very counterintuitive even now, super counterintuitive at that age.
Yeah. Because I was obsessed with how not happy I was. And so so
the things you were doing that weren't designed to make you happy, that's what's weird.
So I was so obsessed with like positive psychology, and I was reading all these stuff and watching these TED Talks. I remember this whole period of my life. And I was constantly assessing my mood as a determination of whether I was happy or not. And it became so obsessive that I was just like, all of this. That's all. I was like, I'm just gonna do, and hopefully it works out. And
did you ever define what works out means? If it isn't happiness,
be less unhappy, I would say, was my thought process, which was like, I'm just gonna do the things. And so I shifted from a lot of introspection, internal mood regulation and thinking and stuff. And I think a lot of the reason that I have the worldviews I have about, emotions and whatnot have come from this kind of initial experience. So it's like I had that, and then I just started working, and then I found myself actually looking up after, a decent period of time, being like, I haven't thought about happiness in a long time, and I think I might be. And so I also don't really like the word happiness because it's circumstantial versus joy, but like I experience joy significantly more now than I did then when I was younger. And I think it's partially because like you can be mournful and joyful at the same.
How?
Imagine someone like, it's like an appreciation of the human experience. Like, this is terrible, but like even in the suffering, there's beauty in that. You know what I mean? Because it's purely human.
Yeah.
And so I think it was disconnecting.
It's interesting that it matters to me as well, but I've never had to articulate it. What is the connection to like the human experience that is so valuable that it's joyful even in mourning?
I think it's just understanding both sides of the coin. I feel like if there's few things that I believe, it is that like right now there's things in my life that I don't like that I wish were better, and there are things in my life that I really like, and 10 years ago it was the same way, and 10 years from now it'll be the same way. And when I die, There will be stuff that I will not have accomplished that I will wish I had. And there will be things that I wish I had done better that I will not have done. And there will be things that I have done that I am proud of. And so like those things are not going to change. And so if the only thing, I mean, this sounds hopefully not overly trite, but it's like all I can do is just enjoy the game. And it took me a really long time to get there. Like it took me a really long time to get there. Or at least it felt that way. Or at least it felt like I suffered a lot on that process. Which is why I have a heart for people who are like, dude, I'm super sad, I'm super depressed, whatever it is. And it's because I judged myself so much on not being happy all the time because I thought there was something wrong with the fact that I wasn't happy, that I drove myself insane not being happy, rather than just being like, you know what, maybe I'm just going to do the stuff and just happiness for a minute. And so I think it's like when we have these, like, am I happy, am I not happy? I think my opinion is that you have to rise above it so that you can just see, you can feel the spectrum, which is just being present. Because I think, again, Alex's 2 cents, haven't been around that long. If you are present, you're present. Like most people aren't present ever. And so it's like, if I can just be present, even in my suffering, I'm there, right? Then I can experience joy for being human and having this experience that I only get once. And the biggest frame shift that I've had in terms of my experience of living has been, it sounds weird, but it's something I'll call the grandfather frame, which is I learned how to become apathetic, right? Because that took me time to stop feeling pain.
The one trait I see over and over again that is clear to the people who are winners, right? The top 1%. I'm not talking top 10%, but the top 1%. Is the speed with which they execute after making a decision. One of the definitions that like we talk about in the community is that the definition of power, as I understand it, is the gap between thoughts becoming reality. And so if you thought about an omnipotent being, right, someone who has unlimited power, as they think that thing would be, right? And so if you were to believe in a creator of some sort, then you might think as that creator thought the universe became. Right? And so if you think that as like the ultimate scale of power, then the closer we can get to that, the more powerful we become, the more potent we are as entrepreneurs. And so I see this so many times that it's not even a oh, like this is associated with success. Like this is what creates success, because the gap between where you decide something is a good idea and when it actually occurs is the loop with which you can improve your business. And so it's a lot like, I can't remember what the saying was, but it's not like how old the car is, but about how many miles are on it. And what I mean by that is like, we're young, right? But there's been a lot of iterations that have happened from, when the business first started, when I started my first gym until now. And I think the key to that is the speed of the OODA loop. And that's just like a military term, like observe, orient, decide, act. And it's just the loop with which that you can basically see what's going on, make a decision, act on it, and then do that whole loop again, right? Because the faster you can pivot and iterate, the more responsive you are as an entrepreneur, the faster you can take advantage of opportunities, the faster you can find out what failures are, and then move on. I want to talk about this within the context of running a team and employees, and then also within yourself. And so from running your team, right, one of the things that, once you're moving out of you doing things all the time, there's how do I get other people to do things? And so that's why I called this like end of week, right? Is that one of my biggest pet peeves is like, yeah, I can get you that by end of week. I'm like, why don't you just get it to me in an hour? Because that's how long it takes. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's like, well, I have a meeting right then. It's like, is it more important than this? No. Okay, well then do it. Like if you think about how you can run an organization like that, if you can get things done end of day, right, rather than end of week, you are literally speeding up the organization 7x. Think about that. And so when you're thinking about deadlines and you're thinking about expectations, you as the owner can set the cadence. If people say, hey, can we do this? And then you're like, cool, let's start right now. You set the tone for how the organization is going to move, how quickly it's going to orient, how quickly thoughts become reality, and ultimately how powerful your organization will become because of the speed, right? And speed isn't doing things fast. It's basically just not being distracted by other. It doesn't matter. It's being able to prioritize. And most people, a lot of the times, aren't doing something that's high priority. Right? A lot of times they're just doing nothing. If you can speed up that loop and force and apply pressure to your team to not do things by end of week or even end of day, it's like, it's 10 a.m. Can you get this done by noon? Okay. And then you can have that loop happen 3 times within a day rather than it taking 3 weeks. right? Because you've set that cadence from the beginning, and then things get done faster. So I've been reading some really interesting books lately, and I referred them out to a handful of entrepreneur friends that I have that are all doing 5 to 15 million, kind of in that range. And what was amazing to me is that every single one of them read the book immediately, sent me back their notes and what they were going to do with it, and basically were asking feedback on the angle that they were going to take with it. What's fascinating to me is that if you look at lower level entrepreneurs, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, I'm just saying in terms of just objective revenue, like just they haven't achieved as much. The delay between being able to gain information and act is so much longer, and that's why where they want to be. It's kind of the same degree of people who pay for our program and haven't gone through the portal yet. I'm like, what are you doing, right? Like, what priority, like what education do you have that is not relevant to your business? Like, you're reading a motivational blog right now when you have to translate that motivation into a thought that you're then going to quote test, and then you have to see how that test works, and then maybe it improves something, rather than just following the playbook that has already been tested and has already, like, the tree has been shook, right? And so if you look at like Joey, for example, who by all definitions, his gym is the number one gym within Gym Launch, right? He had already finished everything in Legacy by week 8, his first 8 weeks. He'd already implemented every single system in Legacy. And so it's not like he has more hours in the day, right? It's not like his business is different. It's just that his level of efficacy in execution was so high because he didn't allow himself to get distracted by things. And the moment he has something he needs to execute, it creates this itch inside of him that he can't move forward without executing this so that the relief comes. And if you can start to foster that type of behavior in yourself and those attitudes about execution, you will grow faster and you will become more powerful as an entrepreneur, right? If you think about your competition, who would you fear, right? The competitor who sees what you're doing can immediately execute, implement, and improve on it at a faster loop than you can even understand what's going on, right? And that's where speed of first to market and things like that don't matter as much, because if a competitor can execute and out OODA loop, right, can speed that loop up faster, they can iterate and improve on it faster than you can, and then you have no chance to catch up. And so if you're looking at your business, look at it from a context of speed, of how long does it take us to improve things? How long from understanding that our churn is high to executing the 5 horsemen, how long did that take? We knew what the problem was. How long did it take for us to do? And if you can get real with yourself about how many actual hours it will take to do something, and then you look at your week and you think, okay, what am I doing today that is more important than this? And where can I put these 2 hours? And start with the moment that you make the decision. And then all of a sudden you'll be getting things done that day, that afternoon, rather than end of week, end of month. We purposely delay these things because we just procrastinate for no reason when the problem will not go away, right? And so that is why within Gym Launch, speed is king is one of the core tenets of the business, because you have to, and the tone has to start with you as the entrepreneur. Like, you have to apply that pressure. You have to say end of week. What are you doing today that's more important than this, right? What are you doing in the next 2 hours that's more important than this? Tell me, right? And a lot of times you'll get the answer like, well, I guess I can do it now. It's like, yeah, then let's do it now. Let's get it done, right? And that small change can 7x, right? If you even going from end of week to end of day, can 7x how quickly your business grows, because the solutions that you need to implement to solve the problems and break through the bottlenecks happen today, not in a week, not in a month. And then the reaction to the next thing that breaks, the next bottleneck in the business, happens not in a week, not in a month, but in a day. And then that's how quickly you can pivot from where you are to where you want to go, because it's not one big thing. It's a million small turns that will get you there. Anyways, I hope anyone, somebody found value in this. If you have an employee or you're managing your team and you want to implement new things, start with today.
You need someone who you can trust. Like, if you're giving someone your money, or you're trying to take someone's advice or counsel, you need to trust their intentions. All right. And so it's not just whether they have integrity, it's whether they have your best interest in mind. All right. So I'm going to get to how I solve for that in a second, but that is the first character trait that you need of a counsel, of somebody, of any kind of counsel, really, whether it's investment law, et cetera. The second is efficacy, or their skill set, right? So let's think of different scenarios here. So let's say you might trust your mom
implicitly, but she doesn't have the skill of knowing much about, how to structure insurance policies or trusts or, investments in tech startups, right? She might not have that skill, but you might trust her intention, right? For you specifically. On the reverse of that, you might see that there's this person who's got lots of skill, is prodigious in this, but it also means that they know exactly how to screw you if they want to, right? Which is one of the double-sided things of being really good at something, right? You know all the details, you know how to write the agreement, structure the deals in order to make sure that you get the best outcome, right? And so the idea is to find someone who has both your best interest at heart and has the ability to deliver on what you want, right? And so it's both of these things. And so you're like, well, yeah, maybe that seems obvious for me. Just even boiling it down to that was very helpful for me, because when I look through advisors, look for people I want to get counsel from, I have to look at these two things, all right? So here's how I test for the integrity piece. And here's how you can kind of control for risk here, right? One is I always try and interview as many advisors as humanly possible, all right? And I do that because I'm going to get as much information from each of the counsel during this process that will give me perspective from which to make a judgment, right? One of the biggest problems with this, like if you think about Julie, who's trying to lose weight, right? She goes in the gym and then she talks to 10 personal trainers. One personal trainer says, it's all about high fat, low carb. Another guy says, hey, don't worry about that keto stuff. It's all about high carb, low fat. And then another guy says, no, you really just need a balanced thing. And then another guy says, it's only about calories. It's only about counting your macros. And so you get this huge perspective so that hopefully you can make a judgment call. Otherwise, when you talk to the first guy and he says, it's all about keto, then you're like, well, I guess this is it, right? I guess these guys all have opinions, when in reality, there is a truth. You just don't have the perspective from which to make a judgment yet. And so the first step in this is that I interview as many as I possibly can from reputable sources. So this is where I reach out to my network, I make posts, et cetera, to try and get as many referrals as I can. All right. So that's step one. Step two for the integrity piece is that I try and have aligned incentives. Now, a lot of times there are incentive systems that appear aligned, but are not in reality. So let me give you an example. So in the real estate market, if you're a realtor, for example, you may think, oh, this realtor has my best interest at heart, right? Because they have an incentive to sell the house. And so that is why they're going to get compensated. So they want to sell it for as much as possible. But they aren't incentivized to sell it for as much as possible. They're incentivized to sell it as fast as possible and get a deal closed, all right? And so think about this. For you, selling a house for $500,000 that's worth $500,000 is a normal, that's normal. That's the market price, right? But for you to make an extra, let's say $25,000 or $50,000 would be really material. That would be a huge extra outcome for you. You would probably push a lot harder to get the extra $25,000 or $50,000. Now, let's say that you could probably sell it in a day at $450,000 because it's below the market value of the house, right? Now, here's what's crazy is that if a selling realtor, total it might be 7%, 2% goes to the buyer and 5% goes to the seller. If 5% is going to your realtor, 5% of $500,000, right, is $25,000, okay? And so for them, the $50,000 decrease to drop you from $500 to $450 means that they're going to give up $2,500. So they're going to make $22,500. So let me ask you a question. Now, in the reverse, if they sell for $525, they're going to get $27,500, right? And so it's a $5,000 swing off of a $25,000 nut for them, and one of them might take them 3 months, and one of them might take them a day. So what is their incentive? Their incentive is to make as much money as possible per unit of time. And so they're incentivized to sell as fast as possible. And so this is one of those things where you have to put your thinking cap on and say, are our incentives truly aligned? And so when we're looking at this, when I say there's two aspects that I look for counsel or somebody who's going to help me do something financially, legally, insurance-wise, whatever it is. So first is that integrity piece, and are their incentives aligned? The incentives being aligned, and you could restructure that deal and say, hey, you know what? You're going to get 0% on anything below $400,000. I'll give you 3% on anything between $400 and $450. And then from $450 and up, I'll give you 20%, right? Or 15% or whatever, right? And so now they're highly incentivized to push, and now your incentives are aligned because each increment for you is worth almost as much as it is to them. And that is how you would align incentives. All right. Now, how do you test for the second thing, which is their skill set? This one's hard, all right, especially if you don't have the perspective from which to make a judgment, which when I enter new things, when I'm trying to learn about trust, when I'm trying to learn about investment things and different vehicles, I'm learning about storage units, I'm learning about you're like, oh man, there's so much stuff and there's so much nuance that you have to have, right? And so the first thing is I like to usually read 2 to 3 books on the topic, all right? And I read 2 to 3 books just so I don't appear like an idiot. And so I can at least understand what they're saying. And they're going to respect you it's kind of like defense. If you bring at least some level of knowledge, they don't feel like they're going to take advantage of you. So this is a first thing that I do, and this is because I don't like feeling exposed in these types of conversations. The second thing you can do is if you have someone that you can trust, you can bring them in alongside you. And the third thing that you can do, which is probably the most and highest recommended, is repeating the same action I said in the first hand, which is try and talk to as many of them as possible, and then you will gather the insights and you'll see the people who demonstrate the most expertise. And what you can do is take what one person says and say, well, what about this? And see what they reply with. Right? And as you gain more and more knowledge, and this is how so in the consulting world, this is qualitative research, right? This is where you're literally doing interviews essentially to gather information so that you can make an informed decision, right? And so when you do these interviews, and this is the lazy part, this is what most people don't do, is they won't do this work. Right? They won't take the time to interview 20 people or 10 people when in reality, these one decisions, the guy who you decide to, invest in their fund, or if you decide to buy this building or invest in a fund that buys X, Y, and Z, right? Or you have somebody who manages your portfolio, whatever it is, right? That one decision can be one of the most, if not the biggest influence on your total net worth over a long period of time. And people take more time to figure out where they want to go on vacation than where they're going to put their money. Right? And so my ask to you is that if you put these lenses on, think about both of these lenses. Lens one, do I think this person is integrous? Do I think this person has my best interest at heart? And then two, do they have the skill to deliver on that promise? Because I don't want my mom doing my investments. I know she has my best at heart, but she has no idea what she's doing. And then I don't want somebody who absolutely knows what they're doing and does not have my best interest at heart, right? Which honestly, unfortunately, is a lot more of the cases that you'll come up with. And candidly, a lot of times they're literally incentivized against you. In the insurance industry, they're kind of incentivized to rip you off. It's pretty terrible. And there's a lot of industries like that. Mortgage brokers are incentivized to rip you off. And so you really have to look at it from both lenses. And these types of decisions can make the biggest impact on your net worth and your financial future simply based on who you decide to work with. When I started in this business, I took every single sale, and it was because I was so afraid that somebody would waste the opportunity. So if you have that fear, I understand where you're coming from. Second, when I had my first sale that was not me, I just had this emotional breakdown because I was like, oh my God, this could actually happen. And I promise you, if you haven't had it happen yet, you will when it does, because you realize that this business can actually work without you and other people can make it rain too, right? And then I'll tell you a quick story that illustrates the next point that I'm gonna make. So as I hired some salespeople, now that first salesperson, were they exceptional? No, but they were able to get the job done. Later on, I had my first kind of like killer. And his name was Mario Negretti. And he came in, I don't know, a year into the business. And he so quickly was able to assume the sales role. And to show you how laughable this is, he started and I was about to start training him and some lady walked in the door and I was like, hey man, like I can take it. He's like, no, I'm good. He's like, go do your thing. He's like, fitness, nutrition, accountability. Okay, I'll figure it out. And he ended up closing this first lady who walked in the door for paid in full. And I remember walking in like completely dumbstruck. I was like, he didn't even know what the pitch was. But she walked out giggling, happy, so excited to start. And what that moment taught me was that it is good to train salespeople, but it's better to take great salespeople and then just point them in a direction. And so this has informed a lot of the thinking that I have around talent in general. And I'll tell you a couple of frameworks that have informed this. But like, if you look at Harvard doesn't produce the smartest people. They select the smartest people. And then they put smart professors in front of them. But like the base level of intelligence of everyone who's at Harvard is already exceptionally high. And so like, even if the teachers at Harvard were not exceptional, the students are, and they would be successful independent of that because their selection is so ridiculous, right? And so if we can think about our own companies that way, and especially if you're in the service business, like look at the biggest service companies out there. Like look at McKinsey, look at Bain, look at BCG, look at basically a lot of the finance world are service-based businesses a lot of times, right? And they're able to do that because they create such a pool to select from that they are able to skim for the best talent, right? I heard this quote from Esther Cathy, who's the founder of Chick-fil-A, you win the championship in the draft. And so it was such a belief that they had about picking the right people, even more so than training. And I would say that I have moved in that direction of a little bit more nature than nurture when it comes to roles, specifically sales especially. There are certain characteristics about building rapport, about having certain, dynamics or energy, whatever you want to say, that like Mario Negretti, when he walked in, he had all of these things and he didn't even know the pitch, but he won that sale off of just pure rapport. And so if I'm going to allocate the same level of time to training somebody, I might as well start with somebody who has a much higher base, because I could spend 10 hours to take someone from a 2 to a 4.5, or I could spend the same 10 hours taking someone from a 6 to a 9. And the thing is, I'm also going to get more bang for my buck in terms of my hours of training with somebody who has a natural proclivity for selling compared to somebody who does not. What's interesting about this, and this is just like my observation, is that you just have to be willing to talk to more people in the recruiting process. I will say, like, from a recruiting standpoint, there's two kind of things to look out for. If you cannot pay super handsomely based on your price points, which you need to maybe fix later, but like if you can't pay super well for the salesperson, then you need to look harder and you'll need to interview more people and you'll need to probably run ads and use your network. If you can pay well, the best salespeople are already employed. And so it comes down to recruiting those salespeople from other sales jobs, ideally from companies just like yours, so that they already know a lot of the things coming into it. So it decreases the ramp up time for them, because all we're really doing is swapping products, and the actual sales cycle, the type of sale, is it a transactional sale? Is it a long sale? Is it a software sale? Is it a coaching program sale? Whatever it is, right? There's so few variables that we're changing that they can immediately jump and go, which also allows you to make a judgment on their proficiency faster. And so as a quick side note to this, because this is something that I've given a lot of thought, if you look at the top salespeople and sales trainers, and this is going to drive home the point that I was making earlier about it being much of it being born, all right, is that if you look at the top people who are in the space, you look at Jordan Belfort, right? You look at Bradley, you look at, and some people would say me in terms from a selling perspective. All the guys that I know who have taught sales were exceptional salespeople day one. Bradley started selling cars when he was 18 years old and was the top salesman at 18 years old when he started. And he was like, I just found something I was really good at. Jordan Belfort talks about how he didn't know how to train anybody in his book. And then all of a sudden he, for the first time ever, wrote out a framework to explain the straight line sales system, which became his book and all that kind of stuff. But he, up to that point, it was just what he naturally did, right? And I can tell you in my instance as well, I'd already closed thousands of deals before I even consumed my first sales training. And so like, I do think that if we are selecting salespeople, I think it's much more about selection than it is about training. The training is to remind them how good they are, not necessarily to make them good. All right, and this is something that has shifted over time for me specifically. Now, if you're like, well, I suck at sales, you can absolutely put way more time into yourself than a business would reasonably put into an employee. All right, like you have you all the time. So you can train you in all your off hours and you're spending your own time to invest in yourself. But from a return on investment perspective, it's the cost of finding a good salesperson compared to the cost of training a bad or mediocre salesperson is significantly lower. It's much easier to find the right people than it is to take somebody and then make such a crazy extensive training, unless your entire model is we just take on every single person who walks in the door. Like 24 Hour Fitness has this model. They take on anybody who has a pulse and then they put them through a ridiculous culling process, and then 10% of people make it in the first 90 days.
A lot of people, I would say, mistakenly think that the number one resource is time, right? Everyone's like, time is money, time is money, time is money. And I would argue that that's not necessarily true. I would argue that attention is money. That is the golden resource. So the billionaire friend that I have, he's actually been helping me on the new endeavor that we are launching to our gym lords soon, which I think will change the industry. Anyways, he's been helping me with that stuff. But like, here's an example. On his phone does not ring unless you are already a contact that has been whitelisted. His phone doesn't ring. He's impossible to reach. The more successful, the larger your company grows, the more you scale, the more you need to scale. And the only way to scale you is because you do have a finite amount of attention. And so what happens is you have to decrease all of the other things in your life that drain attention, because you can have as much time as you want, but if you're not there, you're not potent, you're not able, then you can't get anything done with that time that you're supposedly allocating, which is why a lot of people end up in this in-between state of always everywhere and at the same time nowhere, right? And so they're everywhere, but they're not paying attention to anything. And the reason that it's difficult to focus is because entrepreneurs, the character trait that made us into entrepreneurs is that we're go-getters, we're risk-averse, we're creators, we're innovators, we're builders, right? We have all of those traits, but the difficulty is that the thing that gets you from 0 to 1 is not the thing that gets you from 1 to 2, right? And so one of the The reason that you have to totally morph and why you have to be a growth-oriented individual is because you have to change your own individual character traits in order to progress as a business owner. And so, like I said, the things that got you here are not the things that are going to get you there. The things that got you here, which is your own internal skills, are not the things that you need to pass on to other people. So the only way that you were able to grow your business at a certain point is by growing other people, right? And the only way you can do that is if you have the attention and the bandwidth in order to do so. And that's why if you look at a business owner, and like the more I obsess on looking at billionaires and people who are doing better than we are, is I look at how quiet and how clean they keep their space. And I mean that both in a literal sense, that like their surroundings, their office, their house, their homes, their cell phone, their computers, right? It's quiet, right? Everything, like it's pristine. And when you talk to these people, there's a certain amount of tranquility that's there, and they just have very low tolerance. And it's not that they're trying to be impatient with you or impatient with the world. It's just that they understand that they have so, like, they're operating at such a high level that there's so many things that are demanding of their time and attention that they just, like, they can't. And so they have to forcibly remove themselves from so many different situations. And I'm going to give you an example. So one of the people that I'm somewhat mentoring, right? They had 4 businesses, and this is something that happens so many times. Like you want $100,000 coaching? This is what happens in $100,000 coaching sessions, and I'm being honest with you. What happens is someone who's coming in, usually doing between $1 and $3 million a year, can't get past a certain point, right? And the reason they can't get past is because they only have so much attention, and they have it spread between 4 or 5 different cakes. That's when the gym owner has 4 gyms and is making less money than they did when they had 1 gym, because the amount of attention that they can allocate to one facility has gone down so much that with fixed costs, they basically are breaking even, right? And so the same thing happens. Now that entrepreneur is probably making $1 to $3 million in gross revenue, but not taking anything home because they don't have the attention to actually put onto things. And so in order to grow, you need to do less. In order to grow, you need to do less. And that comes from both delegation and also choosing what not to do. The better you get, the better the opportunities that you have to say no to. Imagine the level of opportunities that we have now. I'm just being honest. So imagine how many things we could do or try and JV with or do a partnership with or whatever because of the distribution network that we have and the trust and the goodwill that we have with the gym owners that we have in our network, right? A lot. You know how many people cold message me like, I have an opportunity for you? I'm like, really? You have an opportunity for me? And so the better you get, the better your opportunities you have to say no to, which is why becoming a higher and higher and higher level entrepreneur is more and more difficult because it requires discipline. It's not about doing more, it's about doing less because we innately want to do more. So doing more of your own internal characteristic, if that was what it took to be more successful, then everyone would be more successful because it would be something that does not take effort because that is something that we already do. It's like, man, I outwork anyone. I've got all this work ethic. Cool. That gets you from 0 to 1. It's not going to get you any further than that. So stop identifying with that. It was something that I used to identify with. I was like, I'll outwork anyone, whatever. Like that was something that I used to think about. And it was a character trait. It was an identity thing. And the more you grow, the more you realize that your identity needs to be fluid because what it needs to be is exactly what it needs to be at that given time of development. Because the character traits that I'm going to have to emphasize in a year are going to be different than the ones that I have to emphasize now. The skills that you need to learn, like delegation, leadership, those are things that are not the things that take you in the beginning. You have to be independent. You have to be hustling. You have to be grinding. You have to be willing to put in the work because no one else will do it for you, especially if you have no capital to start, which most of the people who are on here are in that situation. To reel this back in, the number one thing that you have to be paying attention to is where you are paying your attention, right? Like you spend attention. That's why they call it paying attention. It's because it is a resource. And most people don't pay attention to that, right? And so one of the things that a lot of people don't know about me, this one's going to go long. Some of the things that a lot of people don't know about me is that I, for 9 months, paid a coach to teach me one thing, which was to manage my attention. It was to teach me how to think. And so for 90 minutes every single day, all I did was talk about what I was thinking about. Think about that. Every day, I paid attention to where my attention was. And when I did that, all of a sudden, my business blew up, right? And I realized that I had toxic relationships. I had toxic relationships with parents. I had toxic relationships with friends or pseudo-friends, things that were taking my attention. past things that I had on my mind that I knew I had not handled. So those are called like open loops or open cycles, right? So when you have something that you like, I haven't resolved this, then you need to handle that and you'll get that attention back, because what happens is you have this bowl, this tiny little bowl of marbles, and each of those marbles is a unit of attention, right? If you had to measure it. And so you put little marbles of attention on your childhood traumas. You put little marbles of attention on your marriage. You put little marbles of attention on your health. You put little marbles of attention on your spirituality, and then massive marbles of attention on your business. But the thing is that sometimes you need to quiet and collect all of these other little marbles so that you have more potency, more potential energy, more potential units of attention to spend on the one thing that you're trying to grow, which in this case would be your business. And what's interesting is that what happens is that things that were perceived as difficult become really easy. And I don't know if you've ever had this happen, but like if you were in college or you were in high school and you were like, man, I can't solve this problem, this math problem, and you were exhausted, and then you go to bed and then you wake up the next morning, and then all of a sudden it seems really easy. You're like, I don't know why I didn't see that before. Because attention gives you the ability to see, right? Like if you think about wisdom, right? Wisdom is an ability to see what other people cannot see, right? Two people are presented the same situation. The wiser person sees things that the other person doesn't. And how can you see better? You see better if you have more ability to see, which comes from your most valuable resource, attention. How much horsepower do you have? And so look at the things that you have in your life right now. Like if I see someone who has a messy relationship life, who's got a messy love life, who goes out every weekend and gets trashed, right? Like I can tell you, billionaires don't do that. That like the whole Tony Stark like vision of the entrepreneur is a farce. It's not true. Don't believe that. Every single billionaire, every single high-level entrepreneur is quiet, unbelievably quiet. They keep themselves completely isolated. They have a bubble around them of layers of protection. They're like for me, it's me, and then there's Leila, and then we have our COO, and then we have our executive assistant team, because we have a team of EAs at this point. We have 4 who work the next level. There's no one who has direct access to me, including our employees. No one does. And that's because it would disserve you guys, our gym owners, if everyone had access to me. The reason that I don't respond to Facebook messages is not because I don't want to. It's because I literally can't. And if I did, I would be disserving everyone, because then my attention would be split, because someone can't generate leads in their market or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, because these little things that are perceived as huge issues to you in that moment, because you have a little bit of attention, you have so little left that everything seems like an explosion. But when you have lots of capacity, big problems seem small, and small problems seem big. And it sounds reverse, because what you do is you start seeing that all of these things are attention drains, and you just say, I don't want to play anymore. And you stop playing.
I would say there are days that I feel like less energized or things like that, for sure. Not about like the big picture of like, I don't believe that this cause is not worthy. But I do think a lot of people have that too, where they're like, what I'm doing is meaningless, right? And then I get into, I think everything's meaningless, and then we can just create whatever meaning we choose to, because if we don't believe in a capital M meaning, which a lot of people disagree with, that's fine. But if you don't believe in a capital M meaning, I think that's very freeing, because then you can create a little m meaning for whatever you want. And so if you believe, you can then choose to architect your own life in whatever ways that you deem meaningful, and make the activities you do aligned with that meaning. The difference between capital M meaning and little m meaning, and this is kind of like the basis of nihilism, which people have like a very negative viewpoint around, which I'm not entirely sure about why. But like capital M meaning means that like this is the meaning of life, period. Like for everyone, this is the meaning of life. Whereas if we say that there is no single agreed upon meaning of life, and then people say, well, then that is your big meaning of life. And I'm like, yes, you're right. I believe that there is no meaning. That is the meaning that I believe. And they're like, well, then that is the capital M. Then sure, that's my capital M meaning, is that there is no meaning. What's the implication of that? It means now that we have meaning-making machines in our brain, and so we get to create and destroy meaning as we see fit. And so if we choose an activity and we deem that goal meaningful because we think it's more interesting or it energizes us, then we can ascribe meaning to that and do more of it. And what's nice about not having capital M meaning is that that can shift, right? That might be good for a season, and then it can shift.
I will say that the downside of not having capital M meaning, which I consider to be religion off the shelf, is that it's more difficult because you have no one who's saying, here's the big box of rules, you can read it, and then that way you don't have to make the decisions about it. But I think it's more difficult, but ultimately more rewarding if you have reasoning behind why you believe what you believe. Because then you have to independently come up with your own conclusions about those things. It also makes it malleable so that if you get new data or new evidence, then you can change your mind, which a lot of people, again, have difficulty with. But like if you change the information, then it would make sense that if it materially changes the outcome, that the way that you believe about something should change. And I think a lot of people identify with their beliefs as a part of themselves rather than as what I prefer to call them, which is assumptions, because they work the same way. What's the difference in belief and assumption? Not a lot, right? The only difference is just what we call the word. And so assumptions are based on things that we've observed, and then we assume something as a result. And so I would say that beliefs are just assumptions. But when you call them that, they become less tied to your identity. If you have an assumption, you don't say, you challenged my assumption. It's like, well, yeah, you challenged my assumption. Oh, that's great. I was assuming this. It must be this. And then they become much more flexible, and then we don't tie our egos into them. And I think ultimately it serves more people better in the long run.
I've said this quote many times in our communities and on this channel, which is, you must outwork your self-doubt. Right? If you feel like you are not confident, then you must outwork the things that you're insecure about. If you're like, man, I'm selling these services and I'm not sure if I'm that good at them, then do more of them and don't pretend. Honesty is one of the most compelling and convicting things for persuading people, right? Saying what you are good at and what you are not good at truthfully will win you far more followers and fans and loyal customers and loyal employees than pretending. Because at the end of the day, they can feel that you are disingenuous because they know that it is hollow. They know that on the inside, you do not believe the words that are coming out of your mouth. And that is how people speak without conviction, and they cannot sway others because they have not swayed themselves, because they have lost their own respect. And so I am not the believer in buying the Ferrari when you can't afford it. I am not the believer in affording the home and paying for the home that you cannot afford because you want to pretend like this is the lifestyle that you want to be around. If you go under the guise of networking, you can still go to those places without buying a $4 million house when you're barely making, a few $100,000 a year. It doesn't make sense. I like Jay-Z's quote around this, which is, if you can't buy something twice, don't buy it once. I really like that. And so this is one of the most common questions I get for newer entrepreneurs, because they think that they have to pose on Instagram in order to get wealthy. And what it does is it conflates sequence. Jeff Bezos is famous because of what he did, not because he became famous as Jeff Bezos and then used his following to build something. Elon Musk is famous for what he's accomplished, not for being Elon Musk and then creating something as a result, right? Let the actions be the thing that gives you the fame rather than yourself, right? At least that is Alex's 2 cents in my viewpoint on the world. And I think most of Mosey Nation, you guys share that belief with me. And for those of you who are new to this channel, you're gonna get more of this type of stuff. And none of the fake it till you make it nonsense. That is a sure way to be broke. And I will tell you this as a last thing. The amount of people who in 2008, when everything crashed, who were faking it until they, quote, made it, just faked it until they lost it all. Because they lost what little amount that they had because they were so overextended. But I can tell you that just about everyone can become wealthy if you choose to live on less than you make. Right? And that is a ratio. Wealth is a ratio, not a number. All right. And so, anywho, if you are having struggles with this question, I would posit, I would beg of you that you build your own respect first, that you're honest with yourself first. And if you always maintain the integrity of, hey, last year we got smashed, right? This year we'll do a little bit better. And 2 years from now, when you do even better than that, you can be truthful and people will believe you. But if you always are telling a story about how you're always doing so well, A, everyone will hate you. B, no one cares. And C, you will know that you are full of it. And at the end of the day, I think that is the only thing that we're going to keep with us. And when we die, everyone's going to forget about us anyways. So you might as well at least enjoy yourself while you're alive. We have these people that we collect, throughout our lives. And sometimes they come in, you've probably heard the saying, they're here for a season, a reason, or a lifetime. And I think, for me, a lot of people have been seasonal. And so I wanted to share that because I know that I'm sure some of you have had a similar path to me, in that I didn't have a tremendous amount of support from my parents. I think they now retroactively think they supported me because it's much easier that way. But I did not have any support from my parents for the decisions that I took until it was already beyond obvious that I was going to be successful. And that took years. And that was very hard for me. at the time. I think friends fell in that same category. And so when I was having this discussion with Dean, we dove into this a little bit more. But as we, ascend towards our goals, and I don't say ascend in a literal sense in terms of like socioeconomic status or whatever, but just like we move closer towards where we want to go, and our vision and our mission in our lives become clear, it also becomes clear when you have contrast with people from your past. And I have several rules of thumb that I begin to develop around these relationships. One of them is, if I can only talk about the past with someone, they usually aren't good friends of mine, because I don't really live in the past. I live in the future. I live in where I want to go, what I want to do, the things that I find interesting, or the present of the things that I find interesting today or right now, top of mind. And if I can't talk about those things with somebody, then our friendship kind of by its very nature will decline over time, because there's no growth, right? Because it's only in the past. And I have felt a tremendous amount of guilt around the loss of those relationships, but I also felt a guilt of carrying them on, as in I felt like I needed to water these plants out of necessity rather than out of, some sort of exchange. Now, some people might decry that or speak against the idea of having an exchange, but I don't think that's realistic. I think that people stay in relationships because there is an exchange of value that occurs. Now, I think the difference is the strength or depth of the relationship is how long you are willing to wait for the exchange to occur. So a parent, for example, is willing to wait a very long time for a positive exchange from a child coming back to them, right? Now, and some people could make the argument that, children are a gift throughout that entire period of time, and that's awesome, and that's a perspective, whatever. But just to use the time frame as a nice thinking process, if you just met someone, if you don't feel like there's, a huge benefit to knowing them, within the immediate future, you probably don't really pursue them out. And the longer you have had positive exchanges, the longer you are willing to wait for the next one, right? It's intermittent reinforcement from a behavior standpoint, right? Like we are literally reinforced in this relationship. And the way that addiction works is the same thing, right? Like you immediately get positive hits, and then you can start extending how long before you get another positive hit, which is also how abusive relationships work, right? Like abuse, positive, positive, and then like abuse, and then positive is a little bit later, and then a little bit later, until the point where there's almost no positive whatsoever. I'm not saying that's how you should run relationships, but more so how we work as humans. The point of me breaking this down is that I have lost a lot of the friends, or almost all of the friends that I had when I started my journey. And the upside is people will come into your life to fill the vacuum that the other people left. But sometimes it doesn't happen immediately. And I think getting comfortable with having space is a good thing. And a lot of people have the impulse or urge to always have people around them. And I think it's to their own detriment. Because I think if you can spend time alone with your thoughts and be okay with just being you without other people, then you are more selective. And it's the same way with dating. Some people can't be alone. Some people can't be without a significant other. And so they just end up shacking up with the first person they see after they become single again, right? And it's because they have a fear of being alone more than they have an aligned mission with someone that they think that this person is really the best pick. And so a lot of ways are similar to dating with friends in that we can hold out and really just pick the best people. And I think that if we, at least for me, if I have 2 or 3 good friends, I'm more than satisfied. My cup is very full. But I think where I feel drained is where I feel like I have lots and lots and lots of acquaintances that are transactional in nature, but purely transactional, or at least they have a much shorter time horizon for the transactions to occur. And so I say all this to say, if you have lost friends during the process of the climb, I don't think it is something that you should lament or be upset about. I think that it is a sign of growth. Because a lot of people say, hey, you've changed. And the only natural response that I can have to that is, you haven't. And I think that that's kind of sums up the entirety of this video, which is, if you grow, you change. Some people, most people, don't like change, especially if they themselves have not grown or changed, and or if they have grown in a different direction from you. And it is natural for us to not want to continue relationships with people that have grown or have values that are too far in contrast to our own. And those values can change over time. And that's okay.
I feel passionately about my viewpoint of the world, mostly because I struggled and I was in so much pain for such a long period of time. I'm only sharing this despite the fact that I get attacked for sharing this, because there are people who this does resonate with. But when there is no required meaning, then a lot of language changes, which is should, must, need, have to, Like all of these things no longer exist because there is no capital M meaning. So I don't, should, have to, must, need to, anything. And so a lot of the expectations that we bury ourselves in or that weigh us down are just implied shoulds, have tos, musts. And so if all of those disappeared, then in a lot of ways it's very liberating. And so for me in business, it allows me to take actions even though I know that I shouldn't or must not, or other people would judge me for not doing it the way that they thought I should do it, because there are no rules, which is why that was the preface to the book. It's like, there are no rules. We can live our life whatever way we want to live it. And that's okay. I read a YouTube comment the other day. It's like, hey, you know, you talk a lot about being sad and like, how have you been able to X, Y, and Z? And I don't identify with being a sad person. I think I have been sad in the past, but I also don't think that there's a problem with being sad. And so I think that there's just so much power in acceptance. It's like so many people make themselves miserable because they think that they shouldn't be who they are and they shouldn't feel how they feel. And so much of the medication that gets prescribed right now is because someone's like, oh, I'm anxious. And why do we feel like someone shouldn't be anxious? They are human. Why do we feel like we shouldn't feel sad? We are human. Why do we feel like we shouldn't feel frustrated or angry? We are human. And so I think it's one of the most like interesting things or phenomena where if you have a line, which is the normal human existence, and you have points above the line and points below the line, you have the median, right? Or you have the middle point. And people want to not feel the things below the line. And then we ascribe or label the things below the line as bad and the things above the line as good, when all of it is. And so I think that if we just accept that and accept ourselves and accept the feelings that we experience as things that we experience, like rain and weather and sunshine, it's not like rain is bad, not like sunshine's good. It just is. Not like happiness is good or happiness is bad, or sadness is bad, or sadness is good. We just label it that way. And I think the labels create more suffering than anything that we ever actually experience. I love the saying, you know, in our 20s, we're concerned about what everyone thinks about us. In our 40s, we don't care what anyone thinks about us. And in our 60s, we realize that no one was thinking about us to begin with.
Right.
And I just feel like that's, I mean, who else have you thought about today besides yourself? Probably not. I mean, you have your kids, which is an extension of yourself, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Not a lot. And so most people are like that. And, you know, a lot of it, like we have a lot more leeway than I think we give ourselves credit for. And I think the more that I have now, you know, I'll say accomplished with quotes in material success, the more I am excited about the things that I can do. And that was why the opening of the book was like, there are no rules. Mm-hmm. And it just took me a very long time to realize that. And I continue to unlearn rules that I thought existed,
yes.
You know, as I continue to, you know, go on this journey.
Yeah, I love that idea of unlearning.
I think we all just try and go back to being like we were when we were children. Just because when you're a child, you're purely present. Right? You're just present in the moment. Yeah. And I don't like the word happy very much. I prefer using joy because you can mourn joyfully, mm-hmm. right? Because it's internal rather than happiness, which I feel is more like happenstance. It's more from external. And so, you know, what are the things that bring me joy? What are the things that I find joy in? And I think for anyone who's listening, it's a much harder question to answer. What are the things that bring me joy than answering the question, what are the things I hate? And it's easier to correct those first. You're like, well, I hate my job and I hate my relationship and I hate the city. Okay, those are all very changeable. And a lot of times you get there by inversion. Well, if I wanted to destroy my life, I wanted to have the worst life possible, what would I do? And then taking all those things that you would do to really destroy your life and make your life miserable and then reverse them. It's a much easier way to solve the positive psychology equation, in my opinion.
So when you're sad, do you try to not be sad?
No, I actually don't think about it much. I think a lot of people spend a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how they feel because they want to then judge or label themselves as I'm doing well or not well. Like a lot of effort goes into saying like, how do I feel about this? I mean, my follow-up question would be like, why do you care? Why does it matter? And that's why when you asked way long ago about like, how much do you think feelings matter? I don't think they matter at all. Like, what would the case for feelings mattering be?
Then why do you believe they exist?
It's a good question. And it gets really interesting because it's like how I experience a feeling that I label in my head as sadness. Is it the same way you experience the thing that you it's like seeing green and I see green and you see green. What if all of our greens are different, right? I mean, it gets very interesting like that. But I think that I experience something, and if we were to just measure it based on like brain activity and like heart rate, I would say that I become aroused in the literal sense from experiencing what I would deem as emotions. And so if we were to describe it or define the term in that way, I think I experience emotions. And so, I mean, I'm fairly confident I experience emotions. If we were to try and measure it that way, then that's how I would say, yes, I do experience them. But the question is just like, how important are they? And then it would be like, for what? If it's for accomplishment, not very important. For fitness, not very important. You know, if we're saying how important is emotion for love, which is another emotion, right? It becomes like amorphous trying to go to amorphous. But then you say, okay, well, if we're defining love by what I'm willing to endure to continue to keep something, then how important is it? Well, it depends on how much I've conditioned myself to accept this thing. So like if I want to stay married, it's probably far more effective to condition someone to stay married, because that is the external consequence of a good marriage is you stay together, right? I'm just saying, like, we're just purely measuring from external circumstances. And so I think trying to measure and define things is what I actually geek out on and I really enjoy. I think most people get bored to tears when I talk about this stuff, so I don't talk about it much. But that's the stuff that, like, when we keep peeling back layers of, like, why do you think you're able to get out of, you know, a difficult place in your life, or why do you think you were able to go through these things? A lot of it is because I believe that I will redefine terms. And so we'll have some instance or something that I should do, and I will redefine it, or I'll say I don't should. I can just accept it. And that's why the biggest refrain that I have in my head for, like, my own mental wellness is just like, and that's okay, period. Like, I don't want to go to that thing. That's okay. Mortality has been the single biggest driver and the biggest decisions that I've made in my life, and it has become a more routine process for decision making for me in general, because I think it provides clarity and it provides context to most of the decisions we have, which the vast majority of them don't matter, which is helpful in and of themselves. And then, you know, beyond that, it helps me make the decisions that I think removes everyone else from the playbook. Because if you study subjective well-being and how people perceive how they're doing in their own lives, it looks like a smiley face. So 7-year-olds think they're killing life. And then it drops dramatically between 20 and 30. And then there's still a little bit more of a dip right around 45. That's like when people are their true, they hate life the most. and then it kind of slowly goes up until like 55, 60. And then it shoots right back up again when people see that they're going to die and that life is short and that they can make the decisions without worrying about the ramifications of other people. And some of the people they're worried about are also dead. And so it was using that context for that biggest decision that's been duplicated many times in my life since then, because if I have a good decision-making algorithm, I try and reuse it as many times as I can. You absolutely just need skills. You can have nothing else in your life. And a beautiful thing is that no government can take it from you. No person can take your skills from you in a divorce. Those are always your own, which is something that, I don't know, for some reason feels magical to me. And so one of the things that I've seen as I've kind of, you know, moved up, I'm not saying that arrogantly, just, you know, just developed, progressed, whatever, is that the people who I surround myself with now have more money than the people that I surrounded myself when I was early on in my career. And what's ironic is that these people actually spend less money. they have less desire to spend money, and they find ways to acquire things for less money out of pocket. And that's always really interesting to me. And so right now, I think there's, you know, if you were to look at, quote, investment opportunities, right? You could, you know, invest in buying a house. So let's say you've got, I'll do two scenarios, all right? Let's say you've got $50,000, all right? And you're like, okay, I'm thinking about buying a house, right? And I think for a first house, you might only have to put 10% down. I'm not sure. It's 10 or 20. I don't remember. But anyways, let's just say 10 for sake of whatever. So $500,000 house, all right? You put 10% down and then you get the mortgage, right? You get the liability of the mortgage payment every month. Yippee. Now, if you were to, and let's say that in order for you to save that, you've been making, I don't know, 60 grand a year, and you've been saving that for, you know, 5 years, something like that. Now, let's look at an alternative scenario where you are still making that same amount of money, 60, and you saved up 50. And instead of buying a house, you have a long conversation with your spouse, and you say, or maybe you don't have a spouse, whatever, with yourself, and you say, I wonder how much money I could get for this money. Ah, interesting, right? And so you leaf through the businesses that are in your area. And by the way, the best way to do that is, one, you should contact brokers, not necessarily to buy a business, but to get an idea of some of the businesses that are in the area and what price ranges look like. But if you buy from a broker, you're going to pay retail. You could definitely negotiate a deal. And I'll tell you one of the deals that I did that was really good at the end of this. Let's say you reach out to some businesses, things that you like or enjoy or feel like you have some specialized knowledge in. And you find out that there's a business that's doing, let's say, I don't know, $250,000 a year in profit, right?
And because it's a small local owned business and you're not going to pay retail for it, you get it for 2.5, times earnings, right? Which would be, what's 2.5 times? It's 525, hopefully, I think. 2.5? No, that's 625, excuse me. $625,000 is what a business you might pay for a business that's doing $250,000 a year in profit, all right? Now, here's where it's interesting, right? So I had an early mentor who taught me this negotiation tactic that I've used pretty much throughout my entire life since this moment, and I used it in the deal that I'll tell you about in a second, which is agree on price, then agree on terms, right? And so when you would go to, quote, talk to this business, right, there's the price, which you might say, cool, this business is 625, and then there's terms, right? And so the term side, once you've agreed on the price, you negotiate down, whatever, and then you say, okay, well, I'm going to need you to seller finance, meaning you're not going to pay anything, you're going to pay them over time, right? I need you to seller finance, 3/4 of the deal, all right? And so 3/4 of the deal, man, I'm doing some math today, but like 430-ish, 437, whatever, $1,000, and you're going to finance that for 3 years, right? And then on top of that, or 5 years, you can do whatever you want here. I think, you could probably, you try and push it out as far as you can, right? And then what you have remaining, which would be like, in this instance, $200,000, then you get a note from the bank, right, or SBA loan, which you have a $200,000 loan for, and you put your $50,000 down, right? So then that would be 200, so you put 50, which would be 25% of 200,000. So I'm going to recap this. 625 is the cost of the business. 437 you get seller finance, meaning you can pay that over time, and then you've got $200,000 that you get a loan from the bank, so which you put $50,000 for. So if you're thinking about this, the guy who's selling the business, he sells for 625, but he's only getting 200,000 up front. You're only putting 50 of that 200, and you're taking a loan for the rest of it, right? And so when you're looking at this, you've now acquired this business that makes $250,000 a year, right? So you upgraded your income from 60 to 250,000, right? And within 24 months, all of that income will be yours, and maybe hopefully you'll grow it, or you'll probably try and work extra hard and take over some of the other positions, or cut out some of the waste, et cetera, in the business, and so that massively speeds you up in life. Right? And if you compare that to what it would cost you to start your own business, in terms of investment and like existing book of business, client lists, all the knickknacks you have to buy that you don't even think of, zoning permits, and all the fees and licenses, it's actually a pretty decent deal. So I'll tell you one of the deals that I did that was pretty good. So I had 4 locations at this point. This is when I had the gyms, and I opened a 5th location. So the first 2 locations I opened the first one, I think, for $40,000. I mean, I put as little as I possibly could in this thing. And it happened to have been an old gym. So there was like turf already in, the flooring was already in, it was painted. Like there was a bunch of things I didn't have to pay for. So I lucked out there. But the second one, because I thought I was smarter, we put $250,000 into the second location. And here's the fun thing. It made no more money than the first location did, which I always think is hilarious. So like, to the undisciplined, everything looks like a spending opportunity. And so I pretty much would empty my bank account. And so on my 5th location, my next 2 locations were corporate locations, which were actually pretty cheap, which were pretty cool. Those are good deals. But the 5th location that I did, I had a gym that went out of business, or not out of business. He wanted to uproot because he got divorced, or he had some family crisis. And so he was looking for someone to buy his gym. And so it was beautiful. It had all this equipment that was really expensive in it. And I was like, man, this is like a dream come true. And so I agreed on price, because I had my mentor talk me through this. I agreed on price, which I think was $40,000. I think it was 40 grand. It was 40 or 50. I think it was, yeah. So that's what I agreed. And then I was like, cool, I'll pay you over the next year. And he was like, fair enough. And so, I mean, he didn't say it like that. We negotiated, and then 12 months is what we came to. And so, I mean, I tried to go for 24 months. But he agreed on 12. And so the beautiful thing with that was I didn't put any money out of pocket. So, my first gym I put 50 grand in. Second gym I put $250,000 in. 5th gym, smarter, more experienced me, puts no money in, right? And in the first 30 days, we did 51,000 in sales. So this gym, in the first 30 days, literally paid for itself, period, right? And so this thing is now kicking off profit, right? Every month during this whole period of time. And then 12 months later, I ended up meeting Russell and telling him how I was doing this stuff. And he's like, you should be teaching other people how to do what you're doing now. And so I ended up selling the gym for 1.5 times more than I, quote, bought it for, right? Which I then had the gym pay for it on its own. And so I basically acquired a cash flowing asset for nothing, and then just acquired a cash flowing asset for no money. And so I think about that in light of the original thing that I mentioned, was just like, I get people who message me all the time, like, what happens if I don't have any money? I don't know what to do. You always have to just get skills, or this is just my opinion, is that because there's no one who can take them from you. There's no divorce, there's no government, there's no revolution, there's no financial crisis that can ever take your skills from you. And that's why when entrepreneurs hit zero, they can usually bounce back. I've done it. I had $1,100 in my bank account at one point, at my lowest point after I had 6 gyms, right? After this. So even when I had this experience, and it sounds cool, like I messed up. And that's why I think I love the saying, you should only have to get rich once. And that's why people who are wealthy are more risk averse, because the downside risk of losing everything is always bigger, right? Like you can reverse 30 years of great decisions with any number multiplied by 0. Any number multiplied by 0. You could have $1 billion. If you make a bad investment, it goes to 0, right? And so that's why when people are like, I don't know why you're motivated, and I don't know why it's just, there's just always things that can happen. You know what I mean? And so just being risk averse is what I have noticed from the people who have the most money, is that they actually have way lower risk tolerances than the people who have no money, which is hilarious, because it's like the people who have the least amount of money then go buy lottery tickets, which are literally the worst investment you could possibly make. And they consistently invest their money in a terrible investment that has all the downside risk of going to 0. Whereas the richest people in the world find things that could never go to 0, and they buy them for 0. So think about that for a second. People are using their money, poor people use their money to buy things that have virtually guaranteed, risk of going to 0, right? With tiny risk of upside, right? Whereas rich people buy stuff for $0 that have upside potential, but that doesn't have $1 billion upside potential. They would rather have a guaranteed small return with no risk than a potential for huge return with guaranteed risk. Think about that. So anywho, I think if over time, and it's not like you can shift your perspective on this overnight. It took me a long time, and I still am doing it now, in shifting how, because I still get excited about, I see these, these cryptocurrencies 20xing and stuff, in like a month, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. But then I also think like, well, the downside risk of me going to 0 is far more upsetting to me than me getting 20 times more on some tiny investment that I would make. And so I don't do it, right? And so anyways, I say all this to say, agree on price, agree on terms, try and get something for nothing. See if you're gonna make an investment in any kind, or you're trying to start a business. There's usually a business that's already for sale or has a motivated seller, an owner who doesn't want to do it anymore, who will almost give it to you for free, right? And that's the thing, is when you're new, you're getting so excited, but you're not patient, right? That's why you have to have the character traits of being successful before you will see the success. Because if you have that character trait, you'll look and you'll say, I can take 6 months, because in the next decade of my life, there's no rush. But me making a good deal or a bad deal of like, should I put all my investment in this thing, or should I be able to get something that makes 4 times more money for free? You can do that. You can do that. And I'm telling you, I talk to business owners every day. I mean, guys making $1 million, $2 million, $4 million a year, who literally have told me, they're like, dude, if someone came today and offered me, like guys who are making $1 million a year in profit, like if someone had offered me 200 grand right now, I would take it. I just am so tired of this business. So like there are opportunities. They're just not listed anywhere. You just got to look for them, right?
The secret to happiness is haves over wants, which is, let's say you have one thing and you want nothing, you will be infinitely happy. The problem is where you might have 1 million things, but you want 2 million things, and you will not be happy, right? And so you can simply
change how happy you are by expecting less. And so one of the things that I specifically wanted to address today was the expectations around education. And the reason this is a really meaningful topic for me is that I think I've talked to you about my neighbor, and watching him go through the crazy expectations that he has as a young person has been really valuable for me, because I've also seen a lot of those characteristics that he has in myself, just add zeros to it, but it's still fundamentally the same thing. And that's what's been, it's been meaningful for me. And so anyways, I have tried to frame things. So if you are trying to learn things, which is going to be the first step to any kind of entrepreneurial endeavor, is I like to liken everything to a bridge, because I think it's a simple visual. So imagine where you are on one side of, this valley, right, is where you are. And where you want to go is on the other side of this big valley, right? And you have a bridge that goes across the two sides. Now, the problem is that people will buy things. They will buy courses, they will buy mentorships, they'll buy workshops, they'll buy seminars, they'll buy events, they'll buy whatever, right? In an effort, on some level, to get over this bridge, right, of where they are to where they want to go. And it could be from $0 to $100,000 a year. It could be from $1 million a month to $2 million a month. It could be from $100 million a year to $1 billion a year. Whatever it is, there's a bridge, right? Along that bridge are bricks. And I like to liken each skill as a brick on the way to where you're trying to go. And the problem with the expectations of somebody who's trying to learn a skill or achieve a goal is that they have a binary outcome. I either achieved it or I did not. I either am making $100,000 or I am not. And the problem is it can be incredibly frustrating, because if you have a binary outcome, then it's very easy to get a 0 out of 1, right? Where the reality is, most things exist on a continuum. And so this is the difference between a psychological binary and the biological continuum, which is, I'll give you a couple of examples. So it's not, are you diabetic? Are you not diabetic? It's how diabetic are you, right? It's not, are you smart or are you dumb? But it's how smart are you, right? And so we like to psychologically bucket things into yes, no's, because it's simpler for us, but it misses actual reality, right? And this can be especially dangerous as we're trying to acquire new skills. And so the reason I liken this, and I think it's so dangerous in education, because that's what we're doing, right? If we're trying to educate ourselves, we're trying to acquire skills, is that we think as we're trying to get across this bridge that, let's say you buy a course on copywriting, right? And so you're on one side of the bridge, you buy a course on copywriting, and then you still aren't a millionaire. Wow, right? The problem is, you may have put another brick on your bridge. You may be closer to where you were to getting to the other side of the bridge. You just haven't achieved it yet. And so this is one of the issues that I also see just in general. Like, it's so funny because in the I'll say quote guru world, people will take on a coach. That coach will move them forward, to a certain degree, and then they'll take another coach, and that coach will move them forward to a certain degree, and so forth and so on. And then the thing is that they're like, I'm working with so-and-so, I used to work with that person, they suck, right? But the problem, and I used to do this, right? Like, and this is why I think it's so ridiculous, is that, like, if you were looking at your schooling, right, and you had a third grade math teacher, and then later you had a calculus teacher, you wouldn't be like, screw that third grade math teacher. The stuff that I'm learning from this guy is so much more advanced, whatever, right? And I've had a lot of our clients say that about their franchises that they work with and things like that. And it drives me nuts, because it's stupid. It's, for lack of it, it's stupid, because a lot of times you need step 1 to get to step 2, right? And you don't have to. And it's because people have psychological issues, but like they can't say I've learned from all of these people, right? And it doesn't decrease your status to say I've learned from many teachers. Look at all the richest people in the world. They say, like, I've had multiple mentors. I've had so many people help me out over the years. And I think if you can shift that perspective, it will be incredibly valuable for you.
I think that the whole ego death concept that we were talking about at the very beginning, I try not to talk about this too much, because I think it's a lot of people take offense to it, and I don't mean it that way. I share this as just what worked for me, and not as a criticism of anyone else's beliefs. For me, the idea that there was no such thing as legacy, that when I died, eventually everything that I had would become dust, and that anything expanded over a long enough time horizon disappears, right? Which, if you are like Christian, for example, it's the whole book of Ecclesiastes. And I think the realization of that allowed me to quiet my ego a lot, so that I could be more present in the idea that like this moment will only be here in my mind, and anything that I do here will not last. And so it shifted how I worked. It shifted how I saw relationships. And a lot of my thinking is around like my 85-year-old self. I feel like my number one mentor is like my fictitious 85-year-old self, because it's the only person that I really believe has my best interest at heart and has no ulterior motive. And so there's this tweet that I had that went pretty viral, but it was like listening to a billionaire or a millionaire, I'll just use that. Like, when I was in my 20s, I wanted to be a millionaire. And when I was a millionaire, I wanted to be in my 20s. And so the idea that my future self would trade all the money he had to be poor in 20 again made me really reanalyze how I saw living life in the moment. If I literally in the future will value my present moment more than the achievement of the thing that I'm seeking right now in the present, then something's off. Because even my future self knows that. Because right now I would pay all the money I have to get 10 years back. Without even thinking about it. And so then all of what I'm going to achieve in the next 10 years, I would happily give up to be right where I am right now. And so I think thinking about that really shifted a lot for me, because it helped me quiet, I'm not saying eliminate, but quiet some of the thoughts that are more ego-driven. Because the ego always wants to like separate and isolate from others and prove that it's better. And if I know that it will all be dust, there is no better, because we're all going to be dust. And so in that same way, if we're all going to be dust and we're all siblings, like two very strong frames, for me at least, it helped me quiet that aspect. And I think in that way, I was able, you can ask my people, but like I think I was able to show up better as a leader. I think I was able to show up better as a husband, show up better like to make content, things like that. Like I don't think I could have made the stuff we make now 5 years ago, because I still think it would have been too
Proving something.
Yes,
right?
it was perfect.
Numbers, proving.
100% proving a fictitious foe wrong. Right. They're all talking about me. It's
Right. No one cares about you.
No, exactly. And so that was really, and it's like I had to shift from like no one cares about you to like, I really want to have a shirt that says "No Lives Matter," but I feel like it would get way too.
No one cares about you.
But I think there's like a lot of like meat to that, where it's like if we can, because in that way we are all equal, and so I think it's almost the most egalitarian perspective is that like in the end we will all be dust, and so I think in that way that's like we have these exchanges that we have, and in some ways it makes it more beautiful.
Why are you trying to change people's perception of you when you can just change who you are and let their perceptions catch up? The only way you're going to change your reputation is by being different. He's like, you need to stop being this person that does all these things and your reputation will catch up. And even if it doesn't, you'll always know. Honestly, it barely scratched the surface because my ego was so high, and I was like, no, I just have to think of a better way to like market myself. But I ended up knowing that he was very serious about the threat of pulling me out of school if I didn't get my grades up. And so what I ended up doing for the next half of the semester of my first semester freshman year is I didn't go out at all. I didn't drink anymore. I really didn't like hang out with girls at all. And all I did was study. And I was able to pull it might have been 1.2. It was very low, up to a 3.2. for the semester, which basically meant I got an A on everything from that point for the rest of the semester. And so when I went back home, he was like, well, now you know you can do it. And so we should always expect that that is what you're going to get from here on out. And it also kind of proved it to myself too. I was like, I guess I can do this. And you know what happened is after I started switching that way, people still thought of me as a whore. And I still had to deal with that. It took like 2 years to really reverse the reputation that I had acquired in the first 3 months. I think during that period of time, I grew an appreciation for how easy it is, especially in first impressions, to set the wrong one, and how hard it is to overcome a negative impression. And my reputation overall, the realization I had was there's too many people that you're interacting with in the world to try and curate reputation. The only way to change your reputation is to change who you are. Reputation is fundamentally just what people say about you, to your face and behind your back. I'm not saying that you need to care about what everyone else thinks. That's not really the point of this. It's much more, if one person says you're an asshole, whatever. If every person you know says you're an asshole, like, you might be an asshole. And so if you have one of those situations where you feel like the proof or the evidence is overwhelming and you might even believe it, then it's probably you. I think that for me, getting out of the whole, like, I can control this and try and curate what people think about me, and transitioning to be like, at the end of the day, I'm the only person who knows who I am, and I don't like who I am. And just saying like, well, how can I get to a point where I would like me? Even if everyone else hated me, how can I like me? When I started operating from that place, it really changed my life, because then I started thinking like, what version of me do I want to be, and what does that guy do? Well, that guy studies really hard, and that guy works out really hard, and that guy's a really good friend. He's always respectful, doesn't have an ego. And it took me a long time, and I still work on this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm done by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that if you can simply shift the perspective of like, I'm going to try and appear this way, to like, I want to be this way. If it just so happens to get captured, great. And if it doesn't, great. And there's this quote by Epictetus that I'm probably going to butcher, but he says, if you need someone else to tell you something about yourself, you are out of integrity, because you can always be your own witness. I think that that's a great point to wrap this little video lesson up with, because that piece strikes to the core of everything, which is we are our own witnesses. And if we want to change our reputation, we need to change our reputation with ourselves first. And then eventually it will reflect in the world.
When I was 15, 16, 17, I was a pretty angry kid. I thought that I had all these issues. I would tell people I have anger issues. I'm not a nice person. I would tell people those things because I believed those things to be true, and I saw them as problems. And then I went to college, and in college it's all propaganda of people who are teaching who've never actually done work in a real economy ever. They're all tenured, they don't live in reality. They tell everyone they should pursue their purpose and their passion and the things that they love, and I ate it up. And so I read all these books on positive psychology, I watched all these TED Talks, and the problem was I didn't make any progress, and I felt like there was something even more wrong with me because I didn't feel any of that stuff. I wish I could go back and tell myself, dude, all of the stuff they're saying is just not true. Like, you don't need any of that. You can embrace the fact that you are angry, you can embrace the fact that you feel like you are in pain, and you can use that to make the life that you want. You don't have to use the lovey-dovey purpose passion to build the life that you want to build. What it does is it tells people that having a negative emotional experience is a bad thing. But half of your life is below average by definition. And so if you are not using the half of your life as energy or motivation to create the life you want, then you're at a huge disadvantage. They interviewed the top Olympic medalists, and they found that they don't actually love winning. They hate losing. When they win, they experience relief, not euphoria. If you look at Steve Jobs, he wasn't some happy-go-lucky dude who was like, man, I just want to make the world a better place. He was a tough dude to work for, but he created something beautiful from that pain. MJ, you look at Kobe, they had imaginary situations that they created in their minds to create more suffering in their own lives to motivate them and use as fuel. Imagine you have this big vision for your life that you want, and on this side, your family gets kidnapped, and if you don't do something, they will kill them all. Which of those motivates you more right now in this video? Probably the one with your family getting kidnapped. It's not trying to harness a lovey-dovey feeling. It's harnessing pain. Felt like I had experienced more pain than I had good. I saw it as a disadvantage. I saw it as something that I had to overcome. I didn't have this big purpose. I didn't have this thing that I loved. I didn't have this thing I was passionate about. And if I could have just skipped all of that and started the moment I accepted that it was okay to be angry. What wasn't okay was not doing anything about it. While I procrastinated by trying to find purpose, jumping from thing to thing to thing, trying to find the thing that really lit my fire, and just accepted that it was totally okay to work my face off in disgust from my current circumstance and who I was, then I would have gotten to where I wanted to go much faster. So many people are believing a lie. They have to be happy, they have to have purpose, passion for what they're doing in order to get out of their situation. They think that they are poor because they don't have passion. That is false. You are poor because you're not doing the activities that make you rich. And you can fuel those activities whatever way you damn well please. And so if you are somebody who is more motivated by the dark side, then lean into the dark side. Unlike the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, the equal opposite of that is the road to heaven is paved with bad intentions. You can do good with bad motivation. And when I say bad, I mean negative experiences, pain, anger, etc. I still have tons of motivation from that side. You can use that negative fuel, hit it on speed dial every time you're confronted with that thing that you don't want to do. You push through it, and what happens, you do that enough times, you start to get good at the thing. You start seeing the result of work that has compounded and start to see a purpose or start to see a bigger vision. The big vision for Alex's life until maybe 4 years ago was don't be broke. What was your mission with Gym One? My mission was to stop being poor. There are elements that I do that I absolutely love, but there is tons that I do every day that I hate. I just don't hate it more than I hate the alternative. And the richest people in the world, they all say it's not about the money. Because if it's about the money, you stop the moment you have enough. The people who are the wealthiest in the world have the three things in common. They have the big goal, they have massive fears about never being enough, and then they have impulse control to stay on goal. And oftentimes that impulse control comes from right as you approach the guardrail, looking over the edge and imagining what it would be like to have your friends tell you that you were a failure, or have them laugh behind your back or talk down about you, or have your parents, when they're introducing you as their fun-loving kid, you know, he's still figuring himself out. That is what would crush me. The boring that you have to do is not fun. Jeff Bezos talks about overhead in business. There's tons of things that you have to do and be willing to do that you do not enjoy. The question is whether you do not enjoy them more than you do not enjoy the pain that you are going away from. As long as the pain of moving forward is less than the pain of going back and the pain that you imagine from not taking the action that you know you should be taking, then you can use that energy as the single fuel that you can stay on path for an extended period of time. I'm writing my book right now. I'm on the 11th draft. Like, there is no feeling that makes me more sick than the idea that I could have done more. The pain of the idea of that book not doing well, or that book leading to people being like, I don't think he tried as hard. That is the thing that hurts so much more than going from the top yet again to make another video, to make another article, to make another short, to make another chapter revision yet again, so that when I do launch it, I think to myself, I literally exhausted every option on this. One of the sayings that I live by is that I will not do my best, I will do what is required. And the difference between what your best is and what is required is the difference between what you think your real best is and what your actual best is. And what your actual best is the thing that you would do to prevent everyone you know from dying. What people care about is the outcome, what you put out in the world. Now, why you do it, what fuels you, that's your business. And so if you are in one of these situations and you can't find that purpose, you can't find that passion, cool. But it doesn't give you permission to not be successful.
So you go from in your late teens and early 20s, kind of living your dad's life, going to school, being a management consultant, the whole kind of Iranian work ethic, become a doctor, all that stuff. And then at 22, you decide, no, peace out, I'm not doing this. And your dad feels you're making this giant mistake. But then what I loved about that story was that he comes back and gives you his only ever apology to you for saying it was a mistake. What did you have to do to then ultimately make him proud that he apologized to you?
Well, I mean, there's probably layers to this. You know, I mean, everyone's relationship with their parents are different. But for me, at least my dad, he was very much a material success guy. Like every time he introduced somebody, like before he got in the car, after he got in the car, he'd be like, oh, this is so-and-so, this is how much money he makes, right? And so it was very clear, whether he said it consciously or unconsciously, like that money was what, to him, is what was most respectable about someone. He would probably not like me saying that, but not through his words, but through his actions, it became clear to me that that is what he valued. And so for me to gain the affirmation or the approval of my father, I had to make money. But he also has his own ego and his own pride and whatnot. And so it couldn't be like I just have to match the amount of money that he makes. It's like I had to make more money than he'd ever made in his entire life for that to really solidify. And we're both pretty domineering personalities. And so there was like a 5-year period where we didn't talk too much. And I think there had to be a power shift that had to occur. And it only really occurred when the evidence was overwhelming. And so like when I started making money, I think the first year that we made like $10 million, he was like, well, we'll see how long it lasts. Like it wasn't, you know what I mean? So like, it wasn't just like you have to make more money. It had to be so insurmountable, the evidence, that it was undeniable. And so I think that that's also been a theme that I apply to a lot of the facets of my life, is that just through my own insecurities, I wanted to create, different pillars of my life that would be successful, quote, like beyond reproach, so that no one could say like, well, Alex is in good shape. It's like, no, he's in such crazy shape that no one can say that he's overweight, right? Or, you know, he's not just like doing okay, but he's making so much money that no one can say that he's not successful. And I think, honestly, that's just because of my own insecurities. I don't think that's a testament to anything besides that. And I may still harbor those, and I just have evidence that allows me to function, you know, better, you know, and live a more normal lifestyle rather than continually suffer from those, just because that evidence acts as a crutch against the insecurities that I have.
There's 3 traits that people then they looked at, because they were trying to find habits of highly successful people, and when they actually pulled apart, it's not, you know, and I hope I'm not contradicting anything, but there's people who are really rich who wake up really late and work really late, and there's people really rich who wake up really, really early, and there's people who are really rich who eat really healthy, and there's people really rich who drink Coca-Cola and eat French fries every day. And so there's all these things that we want to make as truths, but there's easy examples that counter those things. So it's like, what are the few things that are true, or at least that seem to be present in all of the situations? And it seems as though there were surprisingly few. And so the 3 common traits that they had found were, 1, that people have a superiority complex. They believe they're better than others, and they believe that they deserve more than everyone else does, and that they can accomplish big goals, right? So they have a bigger vision because they believe they deserve it, or whatever it is. That they were able to identify that. The second thing that they were able to identify is that they had crippling insecurity, and which is a paradox of paradoxes. They feel they'll never be enough, and they'll always be measured against the things that they've achieved. And so you've got this crazy dynamic between they think they're better than everyone, they think they deserve more, they want to go after this big hill, and at the same time, they fear they'll never be good enough, and they'll never actually achieve it, and they actually suck. And then the third piece, which kind of adds the beautiful like mix of this, is impulse control. Yeah. And so they're able to control their actions and focus on a single thing for an extended period of time. And so if you put those 3 things together, it's like you've got a big goal that's pulling you this way, you've got this big fear that you are running away from, and then you've got impulse control to keep you focused on the one thing that matters.
Yes.
And if you do that, if you are the type of person who has those traits, then you are very likely to be successful. The single greatest differentiator between the poor and the middle class and rich and the truly wealthy is how they see time. And if you think about money as simply a condensed unit of time, right? That's all money is. Like, you trade it for time. I mean, you can trade time for money. So like they're almost equivalent units. And the people who know how to master their time the most mean that they know how to master their money the most, right? And so really, if you want to master, to the original question of like, how do wealthy people become wealthy, is because they master their time. And so time horizon is just like the perspective from which we see what we want to achieve. And so if I'm building a company from the place of like, I believe that this company should exist, I believe this problem is worth solving, and that is where you start it from, then you build it differently. Versus I need to make money. I need to make money this week. I need to make money tomorrow, because
what can I go make money with?
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think you've built this amazing brand here. If people were able to not ask for 12 months and just serve.
If you see something as a forever option, then it probably means you do not understand it well enough to begin doing it. So there's a little mind for you. And so let me give you a couple examples to bring this home. So, when I was, in the fitness space, I'd have a lot of people who'd come up to me and be like, hey man, like I want to start working out. I want to get bigger. I was like, awesome. This is how you got to train, blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, well, I don't want to get too big. I'm like, you don't even look like you work out. So why don't we start with that? And then we can worry about you getting too big, right? So it's not a perfect example for business, but that's an example of somebody trying to discount starting because they think they see an end that they do not even understand the journey well enough to comprehend. Another example would be, hey, we're running TikTok ads right now and we're crushing it, right? And someone says, well, we don't know how long TikTok's gonna be around, or Snapchat, or insert whatever new opportunity there is. And so we don't wanna do it, right? But the reality is all opportunities are, by their very nature, arbitrage, where you're taking advantage of inefficiencies within two systems or two markets. And so over time, all arbitrage disappears, right? And then markets become more efficient. That's how markets work, right? More and more people see the opportunity, the arbitrage decreases until eventually it's efficient, right? And so when you're looking at opportunities and you see something and it might be a big opportunity, but it only is going to be open for 2 years, 3 years, do you do it or not? It's another series of questions that would happen after that. But I would not discount it simply because you know that it is finite, because all opportunities are finite. And to take this example to a max degree of exaggeration,
Think about the Fortune 500. There's only one company that's been on there for over 100 years, and that's GE. Just one. One company, right? And so every one of those companies you might have thought, or during their day might have been like, this thing's gonna be here forever. But the reality is, it's not. And markets change so rapidly, it's difficult to reshift an entire infrastructure. Some companies can do it, many fail. And so if your business is founded upon taking advantage of an arbitrage opportunity or an inefficiency in a marketplace or something that is fleeting, right, that comes and goes, that's okay. Many businesses were built off of arbitrage opportunities that created cash flow, human resources that could then be deployed and pivoted in another direction when the opportunity closes. And so it's kind of like saying, well, I don't want to invest in this investment because it's only going to triple my money in 3 years. Well, what do I do after it triples my money? Well, you take the money, you invest it somewhere else, right? It's the same concept, except you're just applying it to your business. And so this is just a caveat that was top of mind that I figured I would share with you, because just so many times we try and take 10 steps forward without even realizing that there's this big pile of money, and you can just pick it up and move about your life, and it doesn't need to be forever. And so it's just a remembering, like, if this were an investment, would you triple your money in 3 years? Probably. So then don't worry about what you're going to do in 20 years, because you're going to be such a different person then anyways. You might not even want to be in the same thing forever. And so I think sometimes we just create this reason because the real reason is that we fear failing when something seems so easy, right? We fear failing because we might not think we're good enough, or we're being lazy and we don't want to even start or try. And so it's usually the fear thing, but for some people, you just need to get off your ass. But anyways, I hope you found this valuable. Maybe you're at a decision right now where you're thinking about investing in something, or you're thinking about taking advantage of an opportunity, or thinking about investing your time into taking advantage of some sort of inefficiency. And if it's a massive one, even if it's going to be fleeting, as long as the return is high enough, I think many times it can be worth it.
There are a lot of different things that come up in the business world where I will see people conflate or mistake what thing they are solving, right? And most times when I'm talking to a newer entrepreneur or even a more established entrepreneur and they reach out for help or guidance or whatever, right? Or it's one of our portfolio companies, most times they'll start talking, right, really fast about all this stuff to try and provide context. And I'll just usually pause them and be like, what problem are we solving? It usually gets them to stop, right? And I would highly advise you, if you have subordinates or you have direct reports who roll into you and they have a whole bunch of decisions, a lot of times you can get caught, and sometimes ourselves too, we can get caught in the day-to-day, the minutia, and just simply pause and say, what problem are we solving? There's so many pieces of this that I want to unpack that I think are going to be really interesting for you. But the first one is, when you define what problems you are solving, you may even have to ask the question, is there a problem? When some people are like, well, hey, we're getting, customer service complaints. It's like, okay, understood. Is this something that we believe that we can reasonably eliminate? Is this something that is catastrophic to the business, or is this something that we can kind of try and improve over time, through systems and process, right? And so a lot of times people misprioritize problems because they perceive them as threats to existence, when in reality they are a course of doing business and things that we can consistently improve, right? Especially if you're newer. You're starting out, of course your product's not going to be perfect yet, right? You're just getting going. But you improve these things rather than thinking I have to stop everything to fix this problem, right? And so the first frame shift is that most people think in terms of like, I have a problem to solve rather than a dichotomy to be managed, as in these are two things that will always exist. All right, I'll give you a different example of this. Actually, this will be a fun one. The reason we will probably never have people who are all happy about a tax code is because you cannot have both fairness and equality. Equality means everyone pays 10%. Fairness means the rich people pay more than the poor people. That's fair. This is equal. Both are ideals, and yet somehow they're not the same thing, and yet both are right. And so because of that, we will always have this conflict. It's the same thing between justice and mercy. Both of them are ideals, both of them are right, and yet somehow they're conflicting. And so we see these situations, and this is why I'm trying to hopefully give this to you, because the more I started to recognize these patterns, the more quickly I could recognize them and then identify them and then either dismiss them or say, oh, it's another one of those, right? It's a pattern recognition. It's like, oh, you guys are spending all this effort trying to solve a problem that is unsolvable. This is a dichotomy that must be managed and will never be eliminated. And so I think my goal with this video is, if I can help you get out of these little mental hamster wheels, it's been incredibly valuable for me. All right. So that's the dichotomy. That's like one of the things that people will mistake. They'll mistake a dichotomy for a problem that needs to be solved. All right. Another framework that I find immensely valuable is the concept of a continuum versus a binary. All right. This is probably one of the biggest mental errors that people make when they're trying to identify things. And this is what I mean by that. So, for example, I might say, I'll use a weight loss example. So people will say something like, I am off my diet or I'm on my diet, right? It's a very simple thing. And that's because psychologically we like to be binary. We like to label things as yes or no. But biology and reality exist on continuums, as in, to what extent did you go off of your diet? Right? Did you go 200 calories over? Did you go 500 calories over? And even though it is, quote, more difficult to think in this way, it is also more accurate. And so our brain uses binaries as placeholders for decision making to store data, right? When in reality, when you start storing all these binary decisions, they start adding up and you start getting more and more inaccurate, if that's a word, on your decision-making process, because you're actually basing your decisions not on facts, but based on binary shorthand that your brain saves. And so that is one of the biggest mistakes that I see all the time in thinking in entrepreneurs and really in anything in general, because we like to have that shorthand. It is easier, right? It's easier to say, I fell off my diet, or I am diabetic, when the reality is, it's not whether you are diabetic, it's how diabetic are you, right? Kind of interesting. I stole that from Dr. Cashy, but I just love that. Who's my closest friend? He's a biochemist, and we talk about this stuff all the time. Point being, if you can think about this within, I'll give you a business example. So if we have a binary where people are saying yes or no, which is, let's say, Facebook doesn't work. Marketing doesn't work. I hear these statements all the time, and you may laugh at this, right? But I get DMs like this all the time. Facebook doesn't work for me. Marketing doesn't work for me. Like, you can't sell this way in my business, right? And so people want to shorten a problem into yes, it works, no, it doesn't work, when so much of business and problem solving is understanding the nuance between where we're starting and where we're going. And it's to what extent has Facebook not worked, right? Where is the fall off? Right? It is not that it doesn't work. It is just we only got it to work this %. Right? Now we need to get all the way over the hump to get there, but it's to what extent. And I think that if you can ask the right questions, if you can see the problems as they truly are, they become far more solvable. And so this has been probably, I just gave you two of my best frames that I think with all the time. All right, so I'll say these again. So the first mental lapse, I'll say, that I see all the time is mistaking a dichotomy that needs to be managed for a problem that needs to be solved. People do this in their marriages as well, right? So you look at your wife, right? You look at your wife and you're like, I need more variety, right? But later you're like, I need more consistency. And you're like, we have to figure this out. We need variety. We need consistency. It's like, yes, you need both, right? And so it's not a problem to be solved. It's a dichotomy to be managed. In a perfect world, if everyone had absolute information and everyone was unbelievably well trained and you had a great infrastructure and all that stuff, then yes, the more products and services you offer, in theory, you would make more money. But we don't live in that theoretical world most of the time, and most small business owners are not that good at operating, right? It's the number one issue they have. They're super disorganized. They feel like they're spinning their wheels all day. Their team completely has no idea which way they're going. They change things all the time, etc. And so in an effort to combat that, we have used this process over and over again, and it has worked very well. So it is as follows. We sell two things, and I've done this in virtually every business that I've ever owned. We sell two things. 2 products or 2 services, and this is once we're going from 1 to 10 million. All right, 0 to 1 million, you sell 1 product or 1 service, 1 avatar. All right, that's it. 1 channel, 1 product, 1 avatar. That's it. All right, but once you're going from 1 to 3-ish million, and you're trying to go to 10, you introduce the second product line. And so here's how this works. If you have 2 things that you sell, you'll have a front end thing and you'll have a back end thing. We can still have a massive accommodation in the buying curve based on the payment terms that we introduce. So for example, people will look at their monthly expense more than the total contract value. That's a huge money hack. I'm giving you right now. This is a wealth hack. This is something that will make you a fortune in your life if you can properly understand this. People do not look at the length or the total contract they're signing. They will only pay attention to what is it going to cost me every month, because no one is good with their money. All right, so they only look at the cash flow expense month over month over month, and they just think, can I make it happen? Yes, Cool, all sign. They don't think about the total contract value. For you as a business owner, the contract value matters almost more than anything. So I'll give you a quick hack on this. Total side note, tangent for you. Life hack. Pro tip. If you want to extend the contract value that you have, I have a saying, which is the bigger the head, the longer the tail. All right. And so what that means is the more you can get someone to pay up front, and relative to the upfront cost of signing up or what they paid down, the lower their contractual recurring payment is, the stickier it will be. So I'll give you an example. If I had someone sign up for $99 a month for whatever, it doesn't matter, that price point might be medium sticky depending on the value that I have. Now imagine I had someone pay $5,000 down and $99 a month after that. How much more sticky would it be? Significantly more sticky. Now, the beauty is if you have one of these upfront type payments, you can also use that to liquidate your ad costs, cover your commissions for the salesperson, cover the upfront fulfillment and onboarding, which is going to cost more for a new customer than an existing customer. And so you can build all that in. If you know that the thing that you are selling has very high gross margins, then you can still have a lower cost as long as you know that the person is going to stay for a long time. And so based on how you structure the pricing, you can actually you can use the pricing to actually get people to stick longer. Pro tip complete. That is it. Moving back to the original thing that I was talking about. In one of our portfolio companies, we actually had this as a really in-depth discussion that we had to make a decision about, all right? And so they had a different, mentor, person, whatever, advice, who told them that they should have 3 products. And they should have a low, a medium, and a high product. And then based on what the salesman thought, the salesman would sell them the low, medium, or high. In my experience, it is not that effective. And that is because the salesperson can't decide which of these things they're trying to sell most of the time. And so what we have found is more effective is you give the salesperson the one dream to sell. This thing is going to solve this person's problem, and we make it the most valuable thing that we're trying to sell, because at the end of the day, you do want to solve the customer's problem, right? We do want to actually make sure that we're providing value. Rather than having a diet, a medium, and a great, right? Simply having one thing that solves all the problems, and then based on the customer's budget, we can decrease how they pay, all right? So hear me out. So let's say that we want to do this is a 6-month implementation of whatever kind of solution you sell. If you have a 6-month duration, you can have the person A, pay the entire thing up front. So that would be for somebody who has the highest budget. Version 2 would be a split pay. Version 3 might be 3 payments, right, at 20% higher. And then finally, you might have a 6 pay or whatever over that period of time. So 1, 2, 3, 6. Now, here's the cool thing. The more payment options you provide, the higher your conversions are. That's proven, all right? So the more options you give someone to pay, the more people will buy, period. Now, you might not make more cash flow because if you give your sales guy more options, then they'll end up defaulting to the lower ones, right? But if you have one thing to sell, then they only have one thing to convince the person of, because a confused mind doesn't buy. If you have too many options, the salesman won't know what to sell and the prospect won't know what to buy. And so I prefer, when I'm coming into a portfolio company, I'm thinking, what is this true problem that we are solving with this business? For what avatar? And we make that the main thing, and we communicate it clearly in the scripting, and the salesperson has clarity on what they are selling, and they're always solving the same thing. And so the question becomes no longer which of these things are you going to buy, but once you are buying, how would you like to pay? And so then the discussion is around what payment plan is best for them rather than what product is best for them. And so by doing that, you can get people to go between different payment terms. That is not going to change whether they're going to buy. But if they're unsure about which product is going to best suit their needs, and the salesman doesn't know, because at the end of the day, he's just trying to sell the most expensive thing, then you'll have way more confused people who leave unsold. So this is a single tactic that you can use to execute within your business, which is why I'm a big fan of making offers people cannot say no to, is that you can focus all of your sales and all of your persuasion attempts on selling the one thing, which is getting them to say yes. Once they say yes, we can accommodate their wealth and their budget based on the payment terms that we provide. And if we have structured our offer properly, the offer in and of itself should already be very high gross margins, which means whether or not the person pays $1,000 a month or $100 a month, it's still almost all margin for us because of how we structure the thing that we are selling. And so we are able to capture higher LTVs by getting the people who have more money to prepay the thing up front. That is how we do it. And with those people, you'll be able to ascend into the second thing faster because they've already prepaid that thing, and then you can solve the next natural problem in another sales conversation rather than trying to pick all of the things in one conversation, which makes it incredibly difficult to do. This is, just for everyone, again, a broad brushstroke of statements for most entrepreneurs who are not very good at operating their businesses, who operations is not their strong suit, and are below $3 million a year. We need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. That is a saying that we have in my world, and I will pass it on to you guys, Mozi Nation. We need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. Do the boring work, repeat successful actions. And so if he's gotten to this point, or if you've gotten to a point in your business and it has plateaued, the question is, has it plateaued because this is true? Like, the only reason a business should plateau that is reasonable, that is not your fault, is that you have reached the total addressable market, as in you have saturated the total market of that thing. So for example, if you were selling dog food and every dog within this, maybe you sell a specific type of niche of poodle food, right? You've gotten, 70% of poodle owners to buy your food, and you can't grow any more beyond that, right? Well, that would be reasonable, but then you'd obviously just do a different type of dog, right? You'd hop verticals, right? So there's not even a reason, but it would be the only potentially rational reason would be that your market has changed. So a different example is a friend of mine owns a company that does newspaper advertising. All right, so they actually help newspapers translate their advertisements into digital products, which is pretty cool. So they are able to sell basically a whole new ad product to small businesses who want to buy ads, right? Which is, by the way, how newspapers make money. He could not grow his business because newspapers have shrunk by 25% year over year, which is 25% compounding the wrong direction. And he's been in that business for like 10 years. So now the market size is literally 5% of what it used to be 10 years ago. And so as a result of that, he was growing at an inverse rate to the shrinkage of the industry, right? And so he got to a point where he couldn't grow any more than just basically servicing the ones that are still alive. And then as they fell, so did his business, right? And so that is the only logical reason that a business can plateau that is not in your control. And unless you're selling to newspapers, which you're probably not, the reason is much simpler, which is you just don't know how. And I'll tell you a different story that I had, and then I'll wrap this up at the end. So I was having a different conversation with a woman who was doing, I think, $4 million a year. And she was selling info products that were weight loss. So weight loss info products. So programs and ebooks and things like that, which is cool, right? She has a big following, all that kind of stuff. And I did a podcast with her, and after we got off the podcast, she was like, yeah, so these are my plans. I'm going to be doing an apparel line and a supplement line and a cream line and a whatever, right? And I just kind of sat there and I was like, well, I think that's a terrible idea. She was like, she just looked at me cross-eyed. She's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I think it's a terrible idea. And she was like, oh. And I was like, why don't you just take the thing that's making you $4 million and make you $10 million? Why don't you do that? And the answer is the same as the first answer. I just don't know how. And I was like, right, well, why don't we solve that problem and then not create a new business? Why don't we just put all of our effort into solving that problem? And so I'm a big believer, and this is the piece that I want to share with you, Mozi Nation, is that I'm a big believer in the theory of constraints, which means that a system will grow until it is constrained, right? It has a constraint, and then once you remove the constraint, it will continue to grow, right? Until it reaches another constraint. And so most people are always curious, or many people ask me, hey, Alex, how did you achieve, quote, so much in, quote, such little time or at such a young age? And I say all that in quotes because so much could be and young age, whatever. But I'm paraphrasing, right? And I think that one of the things that we have done well is prioritizing what problems to solve. And that is understanding the prioritization of problems and realizing that there is really only typically one or two things that are constraining our growth. And by definition, there'd really only be one thing that's the constraint until we reach another thing that might be beginning to constrain us, but isn't the true constraint yet. Was setting the tone. And the reason that my views on business have dramatically shifted is that I have always had a tendency to lean towards strategy, acquisition, monetization, pricing structures, and all of that stuff is important. But I think within a business, there are two components to it. You've got the smarts and you've got the hearts, and you have to have both. And I think that most people overestimate the importance of smarts, myself included. And I think that there's a lot to do with the hearts, because business strategy overarchingly is not that complex. But you really think about it, right? It's you got to find something that's good, that people want, and you sell it for a lot more than it costs you to do it, and you do as much of that as you possibly can. Like, that's kind of the idea, right? And the thing is it gets lost in the execution. It gets lost in the doing, right? As soon as you hire your first employees, you're like, no, employees can't do what I can do. It's like, well, that's a horrible belief. You should probably change that before you try and move forward. That's a limiting belief, right? If you want to have a big business. And so when I think about this from a cultural standpoint, and this is what has shifted for me, is that it's become so much more about the soft skills. It's so much more about coaching and developing the leaders of the company. It's so much more about addressing behavioral dynamics of someone that are limiting them, more so than it is about tinkering. And I can't help but think that so many entrepreneurs, myself included, I spent so much time tinkering and tweaking things. What if we change this in our sales process? What if we change this on this page? What if we change the offer like this? What if we change this on the pricing? What if we change the payment terms? Blah, 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 blah. All these different things, right? And think about this for a second for yourself. How many things have you tinkered with in your business over the last however many years, how many months, and your business hasn't changed at all, right? Because the real problem is not the strategy. The problem is not the smarts, right? The problem is the heart, right? The people are not doing what you want them to do because they don't understand why they need to do it and why it's important, right? And that's the soft stuff. And you've got, people who don't want to talk to each other because they don't like each other because one guy's really annoying. And so it's like, it would better serve you to fix that problem than to try and come up with some new strategy, right? Realizing that has been one of the biggest breakthroughs that I've had in my career. Those two stories should illustrate the difference between having a championship mentality and having a loser mentality and what might be going on in your business. And I'll leave you with one more story real quickly. So if any of you has ever been on a championship team, right? If you've ever played in a sports arena or whatever, and you've been on a winning team, you've been on a losing team, right? And you've probably been on a losing team that had a lot of good players, but you guys were not connected, you weren't concerted, you weren't aligned, right? On the flip side, you had a winning team, and it was like everyone showed up to practice, everyone, tried their hardest. It was the effort and the consistency and the alignment of the team that accomplished the goal. The rules were the same. Everyone was trying to do the exact same thing. And so when you think about the entire business landscape, right, your competitors have access, more or less, to the same talent pool that you do. They can see what your strategy is overall, and most people are not that dumb, right? And so as long as you have a relatively sound strategy, like you're not selling things at a loss, right? Then the difference between the two is going to be your ability to execute and have people execute on your behalf. And so that's going to become down, like for us as CEOs, we do shift towards becoming championship team coaches, which is why John Wooden, if he had run a business, would have had a championship business because he focused on the fundamentals. And one of my favorite sayings of all time is, advanced people never don't do the basics. Advanced people never don't do the basics. I would go to these stages and I would watch guys get on stage and they'd say, we follow up with all of our leads, within 5 minutes. When we get on sales calls, we always ask them why they're there. We label them a problem. We overview some of the past things they've done, and then they follow a clear framework. And then as soon as someone buys, we have a good onboarding process, and nothing they say is revolutionary. It's just that they actually do it, and the people are actually on their behalf. They're not the Vince, or don't have a manager like Vince, who's telling them that they shouldn't have to do that work, right? Who's sabotaging the business. What they did is they set the tone, and then they carry the bar. And so their job is to be intolerant of anything but excellence and to reinforce that in the culture so that it's consistently executed across the company. Because that, between two companies with the same strategy, will make the difference between somebody who yields disproportionate returns on advertising, crazy profits, good growth, great retention on employees, low turnover, from a company that doesn't have that, right? Even though they both have the same strategy, or even if the smaller company has the better strategy, this guy will win. And this has been one of the most profound shifts that I've had.
Most business strategies are not complicated. Find something people want, charge a lot of money for it, and deliver that thing really well, so much so that they tell other people about your product. It's not overwhelmingly complex to consider. The execution is difficult, but the concept is not. And so a lot of people think they're going to win on strategy when they're starting a business, when you could have two people who have lawn care companies, and one person has a lawn care company worth $1 billion, and one person that can barely break $5,000 a month. It's not because the strategy is significantly different, it's just the execution. How is it that an entrepreneur or two entrepreneurs can start at the exact same time and one can get 10, 20, 30 times faster? Or when you start over again, you can always skip these steps to get to your level of incompetence. My theory around this comes down to pattern recognition. And let me explain.
it's not just pattern recognition from the perspective that you have strategies or something that you're recognizing, but actually patterns in people. And so I'm going to give this a quick story to drive this point home. I have struggled for the last decade to find an assistant. And so it's one of the things I'm actually, a little embarrassed about, but I've gone 0 for 7 on assistants. So much so to the point that I almost kind of gave up just even trying to find an assistant. And until recently, every time I had an assistant, it just always right off the bat, it just never felt like right. And I always was like, yeah, maybe it'll get better. And they just never really did. And the problem was that I didn't know what it looks like when it's right. And so in the videos that I talk about, I use the term ideal scene. I don't know what the ideal scene of this dynamic looks like. When we are scaling companies, right? And I'll tell you what I found out there in a second, but like when we're scaling companies, what we have to do is pay down ignorance tax of knowing what ideal scene looks like, which is where speed comes from, having people who have outside eyes look in who already do know what ideal scene looks like, so you can skip steps faster. And so I'll give you an example of what this looks like in real life. Like for me, in the role of executive assistant, thank God that like for me, it wasn't a necessary thing to continue to grow the businesses. Now that I have one, I don't ever really want to live life without one. But the entire time I kept bringing people in. I didn't know what to look for. We do hiring, we do a hiring process. We do an onboarding and training process. They never really got up to speed, or we never really got in sync. And then I'd slowly kind of fall away. There would be distance, and then it became kind of awkward. And then I would end up having to cut the relationship. And so in this instance, we immediately synced up. I really like the person. I trust the person, and they are so proactive in all aspects of my life that I just sit down and start working. And then she places things in front of me. I'm like, hey, I got 13 minutes. She's like, cool, do this. And I'm like, oh, I've got, 18 minutes here. She's like, cool, do this and do this. And every time I'm done, I'm like, hey, what else should I do? And she's like, boom. And so we meet based on the priorities that I have. And then she has this big stack and knows how long every one of these things takes, because I talked to her about how long I think the task will take. And then as I have openings, we slot it in. So it's like I wake up and I'm just crushing work until the end of the day, because I know that the amount of time that's been allotted for each of the tasks is the appropriate amount of time. And if I do finish early, I get another task done, right? And so we can crush stuff. Me quitting my job was the single hardest decision that I've ever made in my entire life. And I mean that genuinely. It was the hardest decision that I've made. It took me 6 months to do it. And I listened to Arnold's Rules of Success speech every morning when I wake up about, it's okay to fail. And I had to keep saying this stuff because I was so outwardly driven. I was so status driven that I didn't want to take the risk of being seen as a failure. And so it only was when I was literally confronted with my own, the fact that I was really not even willing to be alive anymore, is when that was kind of my jogging to awakenness moment, where I was like, you know what, if I don't even want to be alive anymore, then what's worse than that? And so that was what ultimately shot me on the trajectory to, quit that job, sell the condo, put everything that I had in my car, and I drove across the country in 36 hours to California, which is where I thought the land of fitness opportunity would be. Now, mind you, I was a management consultant. We did space, cyber, and intelligence for the military at a subcontractor at Booz Allen, if you're familiar with that consulting firm. And that's what I did for 2 years. And it sounds really, cool and sexy, but it was not at all for me, and I really did not enjoy it. But I learned some valuable lessons, like how to learn while I was there. And so I think that what most people, it really depends on who you are and understanding your skill set, and honestly, and how much pain you're in. And so there's also different ways to satisfy that pain. I think, true to my core, if I had been in a different company, or I was working on different projects at that time of my life, I probably would have never quit. It was so hard for me. And I didn't have a wife, I didn't have kids, I had zero dependents, and I lived on nothing. And it was still one of the hardest decisions of my life, because I'm very risk averse. So believe it or not, most entrepreneurs, a lot of people talk about how they didn't do well in school, and teachers never understood them, and they always knew they had to go out on their own. I never had any of that. I worked really hard in school, I did really well in school. Teachers liked me for the most part. And I got a good job afterwards. And so I did not have the traditional entrepreneur journey. And it was only because I was so sad, deeply depressed in that time of my life, and felt so empty, that I actually made the jump. And so I think the first thing is like, one, are you incredibly sad? Are you incredibly dissatisfied with your life, so much so that you'd be willing to uproot and change? Number one. Number two, entrepreneurship is not easy. And so if you need, I think Elon Musk said this on a Clubhouse meeting, and I just think it's so true. People are like, what words of motivation would you give for a new entrepreneur? If you need motivational quotes or motivational words, then entrepreneurship isn't for you. And I tend to agree with him. Like, if you need that motivation, like, it is one of the loneliest paths, period.
At least in coworkers, you have other people who are around you. But when you start on your own, you're starting at zero with no one, and basically no one's rooting for you. Like for me, when I left, like no one really supported me. My parents thought I was stupid and that this was a stupid idea. I was throwing my education away, and I was risking everything to go start a gym, right? Which is really not even that good of a return on investment. You know what I mean? But I was so committed to the fact that I was so miserable that I was like, at least I can just live my life doing something that I enjoy. I don't even care if I make money. And that was literally the mindset that I was able to quit with. And so, I don't know where you're at, but the first piece of this is understanding short and long-term payoffs. I did not make a significant amount of money for years after I quit my job. All right, so I'd say for the first 4 years, I essentially broke even and made less money than I did as a consultant. All right, so like think about that for a second, right? Now there's a lot of mistakes I made too, and you're going to make them as well because none of us is perfect. There's so many skills that you have to acquire so many skills to run a business, right? And so you may have a single job right now and you are doing one specific function of one specific sub-department of a business, but in order to be an entrepreneur, you have to understand all of it, right? In order to be a successful entrepreneur. So you have to understand how to generate demand. You have to understand how to generate leads. You have to understand how to work leads. You have to understand how to sell. You have to understand how to fulfill and deliver, and how to manage people, how to communicate, how to relay expectations, how to recruit, how to hire, how to interview. Like there's so many things that you have to learn, and I don't want that to be overwhelming. I just want to confront you with reality because honestly, if I knew how hard it was going to be when I started my first business, I don't know if I would have done it. I forced myself into a hole, and I always like to say this is you'd be surprised what you can accomplish when you have no choice. As dark and morbid as what I'm going to say is, and don't get triggered by this, but like the fact that an entire race in our country was enslaved for hundreds of years and was still able to do that every day shows the strength of the human spirit and what is possible when you have no choice. And so I think that to juxtapose what I said about how hard it is, if you can put yourself in a position where you have no choice, you will be successful, right? If you want to succeed as bad as you can breathe, you will be successful. And so I think that was the situation where I was in, where I knew that the alternative to what I was doing was death for me. And so it was just anything is better than this. And honestly, the next year of my life, even after that, was still incredibly hard, but it was different. But it was still incredibly hard.
I mean, we're big fans of imperfect action. And I think that we're also, at least I'm a big student of like you learn through doing, not through preparing to do. Because I think a lot of times you learn as you're doing what things you thought were important at the onset are significantly less important. So it's like, I think the thumbnails and the headlines and the first, 20 seconds matter a lot more than spending an hour setting up the lighting. You know what I mean? And so it's just like return on time and effort. So I mean, if we want to learn something new, at least in the companies that we have, it's like we just start doing, we pull the thread that we can see, and we just keep pulling and figure it out as we go. And I think we end up getting to where we're trying to go faster, just through giving ourselves permission to suck.
If you're just starting out, I think that for the most part, it's better to not have partners. And that is because usually it's like you and a buddy and you're like, hey, we like hanging out, we should go into business together. When really you're doing that for the emotional need to be satisfied, to have somebody to talk to and share the experience with, but not because it's a good business decision. And the only reason for you to have a partner is because they either have money or skills that you do not have. That is it. It's the only reason. Money or skills. That's it. And so if you both are entrepreneurial people and you're both, love selling and love marketing and you're very promotion oriented, which many entrepreneurs are, right? If that's you, then if they're that way too, then one of you is not required. And you have to really face that. It almost always fails. Like literally it almost always fails. And so that's the first one. The second thing is that those jump into bed together partnerships don't have step number 2, which is you don't have a contract, you don't have terms, you don't have an agreement. And the reason is because you're so afraid of like messing up the vibe. We don't operate that way. You will when it gets at the end. But I'm telling you right now, I now, even when I have somebody who approaches me and says, hey, like, will you take a percentage of my company? Can you coach me through this? Blah, blah, blah. I say, let's go through the lawyers first. All right. Because the thing is you get to see how this person acts under stress, because it is stressful, because inherently you're going to disagree on things. And so this is the perfect time for you to go kind of get a simulation of that. Well, it's like, well, what happens if you don't want to work and I want to work? What happens if you leave? What happens if I don't want to do this anymore? You have to go through all the scenarios and get a good lawyer. And you should really have 2 that represent you. If you don't have the money for that, then get somebody to just counsel you on, you can Google a standard partnership agreement. Their templates are free online. And you can pay one lawyer for
hour of time to at least say, these are the things you should look for. Now, decide amongst yourselves. And so you can represent yourself in your partnership, agreement, but you have to have the agreement and you have to spell it out in clear terms. Because if you don't have that, it's the bedrock of good communication and expectations, right? Like otherwise, usually, like most relationships, partnerships end because of unmet and unspoken expectations. Like, well, I thought you were going to do this. It's like, well, I didn't know. But no one even says that because they can't communicate. So first is you probably shouldn't just jump together with somebody because they're just like you. If you are going to do that, then you should make sure that you have contracts in place. And then finally, what I want to do is kind of explain to you what the three main roles that exist in a business are, okay? The three pillars. All right, I want to see if I have a tripod here. All right, here we go. Here's my tripod, all right? So there's three pillars to every business, all right? The first is acquisition, which is the rainmaker, or somebody who's going to bring in business. So that's marketing and sales, all right? Acquisition, the money getter, all right? The second of these is the product, which is what you are actually selling. It's the fulfillment, it's the service, it's the widget, it's the whatever, somebody who knows how to deliver it, all right? And then third, you have the operations, which is everything else that has to happen in the company. Paying payroll, paying taxes, making sure legal and contracts and IT and finance and all like your accounting, all of that stuff, HR has to happen. Right? And so these are the three legs of every business. Now, they're not necessarily equally weighted, and it's an important point, right? Like a lot of times there are good operators that you can get for significantly less, and many times not even equity, because there are more of them, right? Now, rainmaking, being able to bring in business is a very highly valued skill in the marketplace. On the flip side, having the product that you're going to sell is also very valuable. Now, this is why skill stacking is so important. If you can have multiple of these skills, then you have two or all three of the legs, right? Now, these are the roles that have to exist. It doesn't mean you have to be partners with these people, but you have to have all three of these things for your business to stand up. And so, for example, within the company, I'll walk through my roles within each of the companies that I own. And so, the first is Gym Launch, right? So in Gym Launch, I am both the acquisition and the product, right? Or that was my founding role within the company. Leila, my wife, ran all the operations. So everything else. So like I said, IT, billing, legal, finance, HR, all of that stuff that had to happen, she took care of, right? Super important. But because of that, we had all three legs of the stool and we were able to build a business, right? If you're missing one of the legs, it's not going to work, right? This is where this is really dangerous is like a lot of the marketing people that are in this world are really good promoters. They can get people in, they can sell them. But then they have no fulfillment. They have no thing, right? And then they have no one who's organized. And so everything, like you send emails in, you try and get help and they don't respond. It's because they just don't have the other pieces. I don't think it's because they're bad intentioned. I think they just don't have the skill. And so you have to have all three. And so if you're going to bring someone in, you need them to have one of those things, right? Now, you can start a business and own all of it and just make sure that you fill the roles of those people. But as you're thinking through it, those are the roles. So if you're going to bring partners in the beginning, you want to be clear about what it is that they're bringing to the table. Now, if they're one of those three, right, then that's a clearly defined role. And then at that point, that's what you can lay out in your agreement, and then you can argue about or negotiate whatever equity if you're doing this in the beginning. But if you've already started, at that point, then you can look at the three legs of the stool and see where am I lacking, right? And so for most of you guys who are listening, most people like the promotion side, so they like the acquisition side. Then what you need to do is find a strong operator, all right? And depending on what you're selling, if you know the thing that you're selling, then you can basically be product and acquisition and have a strong second to help you fulfill on those things and basically don't go to jail, right? And file your taxes and all the other stuff. And so when I'm thinking about partnerships and when I have younger guys who are coming in, many times after having discussions with me and then talking to them each other, they realize that they have the exact same role, they like the same things, and one of them is not necessary. And so they oftentimes split. And that's not a bad thing, right? It's better to recognize an error early than to recognize an error late. All right, and so you may be in one of these partnerships where you're like, we kind of both do the same thing. We kind of just overlap on everything. It's like, yeah, that's just two people working the same thing. And so it's not like, you don't want to just be like, oh, here's all this work, I'll do half, you do half. That's not a good partnership. You have to figure out what are the things I am good at, what are the things you are good at, and then we draw a line on the board, and everything on that side you own,
And everything on this side, I own. And I'm responsible for it. Because if everyone's responsible for everything, no one's responsible for anything. Right? And then nothing's going to get done. And then you can never know who to blame. And someday you're like, well, he takes out the trash, or sometimes I take out the trash, and we're just like kind of a get it done type of stupid. There's no big business that works that way. All right. And so even if you are small, you need to start thinking big to become big. Right? So you got to do the actions before you get the results. You have to have the beliefs before you get the outcomes of a bigger business to become a bigger business. And the reason most businesses stay small is because they think small and they act small. So they stay that way because the outcome of what they're doing is the result of the actions they're making, which are small. Right? And so right now, if you're in a partnership, if you don't have a partnership and you're thinking about starting a business, I would definitely try and just acquire the skills myself, get going, and then the first hire I'm going to have is going to be a strong operational second. All right? It's the first thing I'm going to do. If you are in a partnership, you need to put all the activities that you do on a board. I do this when I do consulting stuff. But all the activities that happen in the business on a board. If you don't know what it is, you do a time study, which means you write down every 15 minutes what you do in a week, right? Because you probably don't know because you're scattered all over the place. So if you write it all down and you both bring it to each other and you put it on a whiteboard or put it on a board, then what you can do is say, okay, these are all the things, these are all the activities that happen in our business. Let's divide these out and say who owns these, all right? And that's the very beginning of an organization because you are becoming organized. You are creating roles and responsibilities. You are creating specialization of skills, which is what moved humanity forward. Specialization is a good thing, right? And so at the very beginning, you get all of it on there and you can divide it out and you can divide it based on the skills of the person. If you both have the same skills, then either you need to decide, okay, well, I'm going to become a specialist in this and you're going to become a specialist in this, or we shouldn't be doing this business together and you should do a business that's just like mine or something else, and you should be that role for that company and you should find a second just like I will. All right. And oftentimes, if you can at least think that way, then you don't liquidate the most valuable thing in the whole world, which is your equity. All right. Because if your thing actually does grow, if your business actually does grow, then the biggest dilution of how much money you're going to make is that first decision when you started, when you just decided just right off the bat to give half of everything away.
So first off, I'm a big believer in continuing to take dividends out of a business as it continues to grow. And that's because you want to decrease your downside risk, right? Because for some reason, and the statistics are very likely that the business will not succeed in the long term. 90% or 95% of businesses fail within 5 years. And so it's much better, in my opinion, to consistently take money out of the business as you're growing it, because there's a very high likelihood that it will not stick around, A. And B, many entrepreneurs have this idea that they're going to sell their business for some magical number sometime in the future, when in reality only 1% of businesses ever sell. And so if that is the case, again, well, I would rather not stack the chips on a 91-to-1 bet. It does happen, but the likelihood is low. And so I would like to take chips off the table on a regular basis. So that is the first part, which is making sure that we're taking money out. But the second question is, okay, well, now that I have this money, this 500, this million, this whatever, what should I do with it, right? And so one of the big things is I just like to think about this through the lens of opportunity cost, which is, if I'm currently making, let's say, $500,000 a year, right, from my business in net free cash flow, that's owner earnings, what I get to take out of the business after reinvesting in the growth and competitive advantage that we need to continue to maintain to grow, right? So if I have $500,000 of net free cash flow that's coming to me, and let's say I've got $1 million saved up, if I were to passively invest that, I should get about 10%-ish a year, right? That's just going to be investing through indexes like the S&P 500, et cetera, right? If I'm doing that, then the advantage of actively investing might be the marginal difference, but it might be an extra 5 or 10%. So that'd be a 50 to 100% increase, because 10 to 15% is a 50% increase, right? But if I look at it in terms of real terms, just purely on how much my net worth is going to increase, which is the lens that we have to look at this through, which is the opportunity cost. If I were to spend half of my time thinking about actively investing, because it will take up half your mind space, I promise you, because I've done this mistake before, I made this mistake before, then what happens is your active income will fall at a disproportionate rate compared to what your money is making you. So I'll walk you through a numbers example. So let's say you've got that $1 million and you can get 10% a year, which is $100,000 on 100% passively, right? But the additional 50% or $100,000 a year, $50,000 to $100,000 a year, which would be 5 to 10% of that million, right? You could get through actively investing. Well, if you're currently making $500,000 a year from your business, do you think it would be reasonable to take half or 25% of your time to go chase that when you could probably get your income from 500 to 750,000 in the next year, 500 to $1 million. And so for me, that was always the opportunity cost of actively investing, which until my wealth became so large that I felt like it was the opportunity cost of the money that I should be making by paying more attention to my money was going to outpace my income, which is still almost not there. And so for me, that is why, as for entrepreneurs, it's my belief that A, you should be ripping out cash on a regular basis because that's downside risk protection. It's not your upside. It is downside protection. It's the fact that what if my business does not succeed? As much as I'm a big believer in being optimistic, you also have to face reality and confront facts, which is the likelihood that this particular business that you're on, I've had 13 businesses that I've started up to this point, and now I own 8 more. The likelihood that the business that you start is going to be the one that you finish with is extremely, extremely, extremely low, right? Extremely low. And the likelihood that you're going to sell that business for a big number is extremely, extremely, extremely low. And so you take this money out and you put it into the S&P or you put it into an index because it is passive and you can put it there, and the idea is that you never have to think about it again. Now, the amount of money that you should keep in cash, in my belief, is you should have about 6 months to a year's worth of normal living that's saved up in cash. And that's just so that you can sleep well at night, and that's it. The other thing is that when you invest that into indexes and whatnot, you can always take a loan against those assets if you wanted to start something big. So it's not like it's illiquid when it's there. You can take loans against those assets at 60 or 70% loan to value, meaning if you have $1 million in assets in the S&P, most banks will give you 60 to 70% of that, or at least 50, right? Depending on the stocks and in your history with them, et cetera. That they'll give you basically for free, right? They'll give you at 1% or 2% money that you can go and reinvest in starting another business or buy a piece of real estate or whatever, right? And so for entrepreneurs, it is my belief that you should be investing most of your time and energy, or almost 100% of your time and energy, in growing your income, growing the main vehicle you have, but extracting the money and putting it into a low brain vehicle that's not active, that's passive, that's truly passive, not real estate flipping, that's not passive, right? Truly passive. If you're in crypto, right, or you have some speculative stuff that you want to get into, it's probably taking up way more of your attention than it should be, and it's actually going to make your main income suffer, which means your net worth will grow more slowly than it otherwise would. So it's all about the opportunity cost of your attention. All right, now I'm going to put this special note out here for employees. If the primary objective of the employee, in my opinion, is to increase how much your income is. And so all of yours, and this goes for entrepreneurs too, the initial parts of your investment should be growing to increase your skills, because that increases your basis. That increases your basic income that you can continue to yield from the marketplace based on your skill set. And so this is where I think people step all over dollars to pick up pennies. If you were saving, $500 a month, there's nothing wrong with that. But I would be actively investing that $500 or the $1,000 or $2,000 a month in the beginning into making my skills more valuable, because I know that if I do that, in 2 years I might quadruple my income. Because that's the thing, is that your ability to earn is one of the greatest investments. That's not just a billionaire saying. It really is. You get, if you develop the skill of selling, which might take you 2 years, you can go from making $60,000 a year to $250,000 a year or $500,000 a year, which puts you in the top 1% just by earning that one skill. And so if you can develop that skill, it is worth the investment. And most investments in self-improvement are so disproportionately low that it is worth the investment. Even if there are courses that you only get a handful of things from, you are still, as yourself an asset, more valuable. At the end of the day, you are the source. You're the source of where all the money comes from. So it's like when people don't invest in themselves, it makes no sense to me. I've spent every dollar I possibly could gaining access, getting mentorship, getting coaching, getting programs, buying courses, buying books, and doing that stuff because I'm the source, right? And if I can improve me as the machine that generates all the flow of income, then the rest of the stuff becomes easy, right? And so first and foremost, you have to invest in that. After you have an excess of that, then start pulling the dividends out of the business that you have and investing those things that are passive, not active. And then at the point where your net worth from your investable assets, what 10% of that net worth growth would be, is in excess of what you make per year, then at that point it makes sense to start shifting your perspective towards managing wealth and growing wealth rather than growing income. A lot of people struggle with this. They believe that they are inherently bad at things because they are not good at them. And I think that is an incredibly dangerous belief set to have. And so what I want to do is kind of break that belief set down to hopefully break it for you. So I think one of the most valuable beliefs, because, in terms of building on success, in my opinion, first you need to develop skills, Then you need to develop character traits to make sure that you do those skills. And then you have to make sure that your beliefs are correct so that you can open up the world, right? But the beliefs are kind of imbued throughout the entire process, because if you don't believe you can acquire a skill, you never will, right? If you don't believe you can have a character trait, you never will. And so I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who's looking to, switch career paths. She's trying to figure out, she wasn't making as much money as she wanted to make. And the issue that she was dealing with, she's like, she just doesn't have a valuable enough skill set, right? And she's like, I want to make this much money. And I was like, well, you're never going to do that doing what you're doing, right? And I was like, have you considered learning how to sell, right? I mean, because if you sell, you have a far, if you still have the desire for security, but if you know how to sell, you can, pretty much write your own paycheck if you know where to look. And she was like, I'm not good at sales. I'm not a salesperson. And I was like, well, how many hours of sales training have you gone through? She was like, well, none. And I was like, well, then why would it be reasonable for you to be good at sales, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. Of course you're not good at sales. Like you haven't done it, right? Well, it's the same thing. Like, well, I'm not a very marketing type person. Well, it's like, well, how many courses have you gone through? How many hours a day do you spend studying marketing? Well, none. Well, then why is it reasonable that why would it would be unreasonable for you to be good at this skill given the amount of investment you've made, right? And so it's this recurring thing that I've seen over and over and over again, and it presents itself in different ways. Like I'll speak at some event or something, and I'll start getting into very basic math about business, just business math, like how much does it cost to acquire a customer, what's the lifetime value, things like that. And I can see people starting to freak out because they're like, I'm not good at math. And I have to lean back or lean pressure onto that belief, because one, that's a belief that will literally never serve you. It's like saying I hate employees. It's like, well, good luck owning a business that you want to grow to any appreciable scale, right? But with the math example, you can massively succeed in business knowing only not even algebra, just basic multiplication, subtraction, division. Like if you just know how to do that, that's all you need to do. And just about everyone knows how to do those things. And at the very least has a calculator who can do multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. That's it. That's all you literally need. And the thing is that people mistake that they are bad at math when in reality they do not understand the concepts that create the math, right? Cost per acquisition, right? Okay, that's a math statement just expressed in words. And so everyone gets tripped up and then they say, I'm bad at math, when in reality, they just don't understand the term. And by doing that, they inherently limit themselves from learning because they have this checkbox in their head that as soon as it gets difficult, they say, I'm bad at this. I am bad at this. I identify with being poor at this thing and therefore will never succeed at this thing that's a requirement for being successful. And so I think that for me, one of the cornerstone beliefs that has helped me a tremendous amount, and I just want to share it with you, is that if someone can, therefore I can. And sure, does that necessarily mean that you're going to go to Mars? It's like no one's ever done that before. I think that's a next level belief. No one's ever done it, and I'm going to be the first, right? But I think if you can at least just believe that if someone has done it, it is therefore possible, and therefore I can do it too if I do the same things. And the nice thing about actions is that they are agnostic to your level of deservingness and skill. What I mean by that is, if you spend an hour a day practicing sales, over a year, you will likely be in the top 10%, 5%, 2% of people, because most people do nothing. Most people do absolutely nothing except for deal with their emotions on a regular basis and procrastinate and give themselves reason for why they are not successful, besides the obvious one, which is that it is not reasonable that they would be successful given the amount of time and effort they've put in to achieving it. And so the only reason for this is because I had that conversation. I spoke at the mastermind where the girl talked about not understanding the math. And there's just so many repeated events like this where it's like, can you ask yourself with reason, would it be reasonable for me to be good at this skill given the investment I've made? And as a corollary, as an antithesis to that example, I've got an 18-year-old kid who lives across the street from me, and I sort of semi-mentor him. He's a good kid. He works super hard, a lot of hustle. And the thing is he's too young to know that he can't do things yet.
And what that does is it makes him incredibly dangerous because he hasn't been slapped in the face by the world yet. And so he believes that he can accomplish anything. He has no reason to think otherwise. And so I've been actively trying to speak that into him. And now he's wholesaling real estate right now. He's 18 years old, right? I love this, right? And how did he do it? He watched YouTube videos for free, right? And then he picked up cold calling because I was like, this is a book you need to read for cold calling. And so he just started cold calling based on what the YouTube videos said off of a free list that he found on the internet, and he closed his first deal as an 18-year-old. And so does he have an inherent skill? No. But what I did was I prepared him mentally by saying, like, you're going to suck at this for a very, very long time. And eventually, after doing it so many times, it will be unreasonable for you to suck. And at that point, you will be good. Right? And so I think if we can all approach the skills that we feel like we are deficient in with that kind of concept of course I am going to suck. It would not be reasonable for me to be good. But if I do these actions, it would over time be unreasonable for me to be bad at these things. And I think by doing that, you unlock a different ability to learn and by extension, grow. And so anyways, I hope you find this valuable. It's a belief set that I find repeated, especially in people who are smaller business owners who are getting started, etc. And it drives me nuts because it's just saying that you can't do something before you've even started. And that's why people spend so long in the beginner stage, is because they inherently dispel away their ability to learn and get better. Because they say, well, I'm not good at that. Well, obviously you're not good at that. You have not done it. Duh. First off, if you redefine the term from happiness, which is based on outside circumstances, you are happy as a reaction. Joy comes from within, which means that I can be sad and sorrowful and filled with joy. You can mourn and be joyful, because joyful is how you choose to experience the circumstances. So first, I would redefine the word that you're shooting for, right? The second thing is asking, like, but why, right? And so a lot of us want to make money because we're like, I want to, and then when we talk publicly, it's like, I want to leave a legacy, I want to leave an impact, blah, 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 right? All that stuff. I want to help people. But the reality is that everything that you do that is external achievement is ephemeral. And what it means is it literally only exists on the physical plane, and that physical plane is temporary, which means it will end, which means that all of the achievements and all of the things that you're doing on this plane, literally by definition, will have no lasting impact. And so if it means that nothing that you do, all the things that you accomplish, and all the things, or rather the wealth that you accumulate, will eventually disappear, it changes the perspective somewhat. And so the way that I like to think about it is the analogy of a casino. And so I think all of us are given a token when when we come of age and start to get into the game, and we sit down at a table and we play and we play and we play and we play. And the players around the table are bragging about how big their chips are. Some players win, some players lose, and more chips get stacked, right? But the difference between that casino and the casino of life is that at the end of the day, you leave the table with your chips still on it and you don't cash out. And then everyone takes the chips that you had there. So you're playing a fake game with fake money. And so I think when you realize that, like, you can buy a castle, you can buy a house, and there's a person in India who has no shoes, who has more joy in their life, you realize that none of the things that we do to accomplish serve any real meaning whatsoever. They really just act as the shovel that we use to dig the holes that we're going to fill back up at the end of the day when we die. And so it's like, what shovel do you want to use to dig your hole? And so I like to think of those things as, what things do I inherently find joy in? And so for me, I enjoy learning, and I learn through teaching. And so that is how I derive meaning. And the only thing that I can dedicate my life to that is eternal are things that will last past the physical plane, which are values. And so if you can shift your decision-making process from outcome-based decision-making process to value-based decision-making process, you'll always feel in alignment with your identity. And so for me, when I experience alignment between what I truly believe, what I say, and what I do, I feel like I'm acting in the way that is in alignment with who I am. And so I think that a lot of us have made decisions or say things that are contrary to what we believe, or we do things that are contrary to what we say. We do things contrary to what we think, and we experience dissonance. And that's most of our lives. And so I think that if you can free yourself into thinking, I believe these things to be true, I say them with certainty, and my life is a reflection of those things, which I believe to be meaningful. And I can dedicate my life to that eternal value, and that value will exist after I die. And so that for me is kind of where I derive meaning from work.
You are not successful in my eyes because whenever you see some outcome, you stop the activities, which means you don't have the trait of consistency. I was like, the reason you aren't where you want to be is because you can't do things repeatedly. And so most people can't do one thing over and over again. You need to be able to do the doing without seeing the result of your doing. And you have to keep doing it. And if you can keep doing things independent, and this is both ways, if it goes really well, you keep doing the thing that got you there. And if it's not going well, yet, you keep doing the thing so that you get good enough that one day it will. And that's the shift that most people don't make. And I think that's why most people just stay poor. And the reality is that if you can commit to the actions and the behaviors and the traits that you will grow through doing, then at the end of this process, a decade later, you will be the type of person who can do something for a long period of time and wait. And I promise you that if you have that trait, money will never be a constraint in your life. And this is from Atomic Habits. Every winner and every loser have the same goals. So when you measure yourself by having this external thing, and people are like, set goals. Everyone wants to be rich. Everyone wants to have a six-pack. Your goals don't make you unique. It's the activities that you do that make you unique. The goal of the winner is to commit to the activities. The goal of the loser is to commit to the goal. 52% of 18-year-olds, high school seniors, think they're going to be millionaires by 25. The world is going to be shook. Many of you will fail. And that's because most of you have the same goal. 52% you think you're going to be a millionaire, right? That's just the math. But only a small percentage will, because if you want to be a millionaire, you're not going to focus on making $1 million. You're going to focus on the stuff that makes $1 million. And so when you can divorce the activities from the outcome, then you can focus on the doing, which whether your income does this over that period of time, your self-esteem remains the same because you're committing to what you can control. If you can make that shift, it will change your life. So I started making podcasts 6 years ago. I committed to that process. When I signed on with a YouTube vendor a few years ago, on the first call, I said, I'd like to have this channel be something in 5 to 10 years. I was like, we'll look at it then and see if it was worth continuing to do. I was like, but I'm in for a decade. And he stopped me afterwards. He was like, I've literally never had a client say that to me, ever. He's like, they're all like, how can I get leads in the first 90 days from YouTube? And like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, if we're making progress, I'm good. I will commit to that. I think that if you can think that way, you will get what you want. And then people will ask you a decade from now, man, how did you have this overnight success and blah, 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 blah. And aren't you like, don't the followers and the fans, like, how does it not get to your head? And you're like, because it was never the goal. And so I feel just as good at year 1 as I do at year 8, because the activities that I committed to remain the same. If you can think that way and you can shift your perspective, it'll decrease your emotional ups and downs. And I think we all need ways to decrease our emotional ups and downs in the game of business, because like we need to have second lives and third lives and fourth lives. And the way to do that is to not put your life, your game playing life, in something that you can't control, but putting all your game playing life in the things you can.
For me, a very core belief that has been, I think, intrinsic to at least the material success that we've experienced has been a belief that meaning is self-ascribed. So that there is no inherent meaning in the things that we do, or the actions we take, or the outcomes that happen, but only that which we ascribe to it. And so because of that, I feel like it's allowed me, to the point of what you were saying about like the amount of pain and the amount of suffering that you have to go through in order to achieve the things on the other side. I think it's allowed me to reframe a lot of the discomfort into, what if this just is how it always has been? Or what if this is actually amazing? And what if this is exactly what it should look like? And so I think a lot of times it's the discrepancy between our expectations and reality that shape the emotions that we have in response to any given situation, bad, good, etc. And so I think a lot of people can't control their state. And we deal with this with a lot of the portfolio companies. It's funny because I don't even necessarily want to get in this. I want to talk about like the business and what's the strategy and how we're going to execute this stuff. But there's a big percentage of time where they're stressed and they think there's something wrong with that. And so I feel like a lot of people feel like there's something wrong with experiencing human emotions. And so they are stressed and then think there's something wrong with them, or they are sad. And I know that this is the thing that the keyboards are, the fingers are right on top of it. It's my belief. It is contrarian. I accept that. that it's the beliefs we have about our emotions that are the things that drive us mad.
Facts.
And so somebody's sad, and then they tell themselves that they're bad because they're sad, or they're wrong to be sad, or they're because they're sad, rather than saying, isn't this a beautiful thought about the human existence? Like, if I could not be sad, then I would not experience joy. So like, if I say that I don't want to be sad anymore, then I would also have to give up joy. Am I willing to do that? No. Well, then this is just a part. Like, I can't say that I want sunny days if there are no rainy days. Like, we don't say weather is good or bad, it just is. And so I think to the same degree, the human experience is also that way too, at least how I define it. And so I think having that as my backbone frame in terms of my worldview, although contrarian, has helped me a lot in dealing with the things that often derail entrepreneurs on their path to getting what they want. And so for me, that's been very helpful. So from a contrarian standpoint of like belief, Peter Thiel's question, like what closely held beliefs do you have that most people don't agree with? That's one of them.
The biggest issue that most people have is they don't have the ability to discern what their missing link is or what their next step is. If you think about the theory of constraints, which is that a system will grow until it's constrained. And so what happens is most people add potential to a system, but they don't actually increase the throughput of the system. So for example, if I had a bridge, right, and it has a weak link in the bridge, or let's say a chain, it's probably simpler. So if you have a chain and you have to pull two things, the amount of force that you can put on the chain is just predicated based on the weakest link. And so what happens is that people reinforce a strong link and not the weak link in the chain. And so they add potential to the chain, but they don't actually add any more strength that can be pulled. And so if you think about the amount of money that you're trying to make as amount of money that you're literally trying to pull towards you, that weak link is going to be the skill deficiency that you have. And so most people solve problems that aren't really there. And they spend a lot of their time reinforcing skills that they enjoy, but that's not their deficiency. And so that's why like the entrepreneurship thing is you have to be a jack of all trades, master of none. You have to be good enough to get the thing across the finish line to pull the money towards you. You don't have to have the strongest link. You just need all of the links to be strong enough. And so I think most people aren't good at assessing their own deficiencies. And so if the follow-up question is, how do you assess deficiencies, right? How do you know what's missing? The question is, what are the revenue generating activities within a business? How can I get myself closer to those revenue generating activities? And so you can look at product as a revenue generating activity. You can look at sales as a revenue generating activity. You can look at marketing as a revenue generating activity. And so if you think about those as kind of the three core pillars of what businessing is, and then you have back of house, right? You've got finance, you've got IT, you've got the other pieces. But the people who ascend even in the back office know how to generate revenue and bottom line for their division. So for example, my CFO, Suzanne Chiflet, she led a $15 billion acquisition, $5 billion, a $1 billion. The last company she was at was $750 million. She's been $1 to $100 million 2 times. So like she's been there. And the first thing she did on our first interview, she was like, "Oh, you won't have to pay for me." I was like, and she's paid very well. And she's like, "You don't have to pay for me." She's like, I'll save more than what you're ever going to pay me. Just first 6 months, I'll save you that. And I was like, oh, cool. And so smart people know how to do that. Like an intelligent, video editor is going to come and say, dude, I can 10x the amount of views that you're getting on this thing, because he's going to tie himself to marketing. A good product person is going to say, I can decrease our churn, which is going to increase your LTV. I'm going to be able to get more people to ascend because they have a higher NPS score and they're more likely to want to keep buying from us. So they have to just figure out a way to tie whatever the thing, if they're really passionate about something, by all means, go all in on it. If you're IT, then you're thinking, how can I decrease page load times? How can I get conversion rates up? You start getting into the CRO side. How can I organize the data in such a way that the CEO can make better decisions? And we have real-time reporting against all the sales guys so we can optimize our funnels towards the best converting guys, right? All aspects of the business can make more money, but people don't think about it through that lens. So the first thing is, how do I tie what I do every day to making more money in the business? You connect that dot and then you improve that connection.
I get asked about mindset a lot on podcasts. They're like, when you're building a business or you're building your career, there are stressors that come into play. How we manage the circumstances or the conditions that come to us dictates how our life turns out. Everybody has bad stuff happen. You probably believed and nodded your head like, yeah, everyone has stuff happen. And then we choose to make it bad or good. Imagine for a second, 2 children that are playing. One child tells the other child, your nose is really big, or you're fat. Interesting is that the child who hears it is unaffected and the child who says it is unaffected. They're like, you're fat. And he's like, huh. Parent comes in and overhears it. And she's like, oh my God. Takes the child that was called fat, comforts them, gives them the expectation that they should be upset, and then tells the other one that that was bad. And in a moment, there was something that is now traumatic that otherwise wouldn't have been. And so when we're kids, we walk into the world with no meaning. All we do is we observe. And then whatever the adults around us tell us and say, this means that, we take as fact. And it's not true. It's their interpretation of the world, and we inherit them. And then we spend the rest of our life trying to undo and examine these beliefs that we have been told by people that we probably don't agree with. When something bothers you, pull it out and look at it and say, what happened? And why is this bad? And what would it look like if it were good? And so the two tools that I use are time and volume. The volume example is thinking, okay, I'm in traffic. If this happened every day, would I be upset? If it happened every day, I'd probably expect it, which means that I would not be upset about it because it's just how things always are. If you want to make it positive, you say, well, what if every time I got in a car, normally it would take an hour, and today it took 30? I'd be pretty excited about it. And so all we did is just change the volume on the circumstance to recalibrate the meaning that we're choosing to ascribe to it, good or bad. I like to think of circumstances a lot like weather, which is like you've got sunny days and you've got rainy days. And the problem, in my opinion, is that people, any day that it rains, they say is bad, and any day that's sunny, they say is good, when in reality, it just is. It's just the weather. Contrast is what create the quote good and bad, when in reality there's just a middle line and half of it's above and half of it's below. Then what we can do is artificially move the line in our minds by saying whatever this circumstance is, what would it look like if it were worse? And what would it look like if it were worse all the time? And if so, then maybe today's a good thing. The second frame that I like to use is time. 100 years out, but 10,000 years out, how much is this going to matter? The reason something affects you is because you have deemed it meaningful. You've said it matters. It's my worldview that nothing matters with a capital M. Like nothing matters in the universe. It doesn't matter. There's this statue of a head that's in the sands of Egypt, all right? And it's bigger than this whole room. And it's just the head. And it's worn out. And then inscripted along the forehead, it says, here lies, crazy name, who owned everything that the eye could see, the immortal so-and-so. And the only thing that was left was a worn out statue head that no one knew who he was. And it was 5,000 years old. If that guy who ruled the known world, to him, wealth probably mattered, right? But does it matter? No, probably not. I've relieved a lot of the pressure in my life so that I could make better decisions by zooming way out and thinking 10,000 years from now, will this matter? And if the answer is no, does it matter to me? And then if I can make the decision of like good or bad based on my new context that I created, then I can live life a lot easier. And so for me, that helped me decrease anxiety. It helped me decrease sadness around certain circumstances. And I'll give you the last example of this. So I had a cat named Bill, Chill Bill, rest in peace. Homie, loved the cat. He died, it's like some freak heart thing or something. So he died in like 2 years. When he died, I was bummed. I was like, this sucks. But then I thought to myself, what if cats only normally lived 6 months? How stoked would I be that he lived 4 times the normal length of a normal cat? I was like, I'd probably be really stoked. I'd be like, dude, he lived a long life. I can't believe we had him this long. And all of a sudden, my perspective around the death completely changed. I was like, I was so grateful that I got to have him as long as I did. When you play with time and you play with volume, first off, we have to be aware of the levers of meaning that exist. And then once you're aware of them, you can start moving them in your favor and then looking at your current conditions through different lenses and say, what would this mean if it were amazing? What would the conditions have to be in order for this to be an awesome thing? And then all of a sudden, you just exit the game of happy, sad, and get to be your own game maker. At least that's what I try to do when I get upset. Look at it, pull it apart, think like, is this real? Is this true? Getting from $1 million to 3 million is very difficult because you have to learn an entirely new skill set, which is like you have to hire your first team, right? And that's very difficult for a lot of people. 3 to 10 is difficult because you have to unlearn the thing that made you successful up to this point, which is you're focusing on front end rather than on product and back end. And so that becomes, it's very difficult. It's like spiritually difficult at that point. You know what I mean? Once you're at 3 to 10, you're already out of the, like I have to cry my face off in terms of like hours in, because at some point the amount of work that has to get done surpasses your ability to work, which means you have to work through other people. At 10 million, the difficulty is you have to give up even more control. And so at each of these levels, you're giving up different types of control. In the beginning, you're giving up control of fulfillment. The next level, you're giving up control of sales. Then you're giving up control of, finances, things like that. Then you're giving up control of marketing. Then you're giving up control of managing all those things. Then you're giving up control of leading, the company. And so on and so forth. So like, there's always this relinquishing of control, which is, I would say, spiritually very difficult. And it's easy to say, very hard to do. And that's what we look for in the portfolio companies that we're thinking about taking on. We look at the CEOs and we're like, do I think this person has the humility to give up control when it is required? Jealousy is when you have a threat that someone is going to take something that you have that they do not have. All right. And so, for example, I'll give you an example of each. So envy, I may be envious of a friend of mine. So
I was actually talking to a good friend of mine who runs a big weight loss company, and right now he's doing better than I am. And now I am envious of his success. I am. I can feel it. I'm envious. I got off the phone and I was like, I am envious of you, right? On the flip side, if someone comes to talk to Leila, right, it is the fact that they pose the threat of taking attention or her attention that I think should continuously belong to me that I would feel jealous over. I haven't felt jealousy in a long time, but that is an example. It could also be like with your kids. If you have some other adult in their life starts taking their attention or has more influence over them, you are jealous of the influence that person is threatening your influence over your child, right? So 2 examples, they're nuanced, but I think it's important. And when I was talking to Nick Barely about this, I was talking about how I think envy gets a bad rap. And I'm not going to go into the spiritual religious side of this or even the happiness side of this, because I think envy absolutely does not make you happy. But I do think that envy will make you successful. All right. And so this is where I want to kind of dive into this. Envy is adaptive, right? As human beings, this is actually from our old brain, right? So this is animals have this too. They are envious of one another. And it's because if in a group, one person or one being, one animal, whatever, brings more to the table, you are now envious of that person. And what it does is it elevates the rest of the group to go and achieve the same, which is good for the collective. Not happier for each of the individuals, but as a pro-survival tool, right? And so for me, understanding this and at least being able to name the emotion rather than saying, I don't like this guy, or I'm angry at this person, or having this negative feeling that you cannot put words to, instead being able to say, I am envious, has been very relieving for me, because now I can actually tell those people, hey, I'm envious of you. And for some reason, I think it just creates another level of candor, because it's a certain level of vulnerability in saying, you have something that I wish I had, but then you'll notice that the conversation is not defensive on that person's part. Most of the time, they're like, well, let me help you. And it's only when we guise our intentions or try and feign, pretend to be a different way than we are, where people also can sense that you're being disingenuous. Like, great job, man, right? When realize deep down, and they can tell from your subtle tonality changes and the way you look, that you're actually not happy for them, right? And so I think if you can at least say it, then it actually gives you power. Now, in terms of judging your motivations, because obviously you might think that envy is a bad motivation. It is my belief that I would rather deal with people who do good things for bad reasons than bad reasons for good things. Or I said the same thing twice, but they do the right thing for the wrong reasons rather than the wrong things for the right reason. All right, I'd rather someone who does the right outcome. And he gave me an example that was really powerful. He said a friend of his was a top Navy SEAL, and one of the best Navy SEALs. He trains Navy SEALs, just a total badass, right? And before that, he was an EMT. And he talked about his experiences being an EMT. Is that most people think EMTs have to be really caring. You want them to they have to save these people's lives every day. And he said the Navy SEAL was saying, I was not compassionate at all. I didn't really care that much about the person who was on the table in front of me. But what I did care about was my stats. I cared about the status of being the best. I wanted to have the fastest to the hospital. I wanted to have the highest survival rates, highest success rates of the people that were under my care, because I cared about myself being the best. And so the question is, if you were the person who was on the table having a heart attack, would you rather have the compassionate EMT, or would you rather have the self-interested EMT who was doing it for status? Well, if it were me, I'd rather have the guy who wanted to pride himself on being the best in the world and didn't care about me at all, because I knew his result was going to be more pro-me than the other person's. And so I think that as humans, as entrepreneurs, we judge ourselves a lot on our motivations and our intentions. But I think that if we can take a step back and name the emotion so that it's not this amorphous thing that we can't understand, but then take the next step and say, is this a pro-adaptive emotion? Is this something that's going to help me? Or is this an emotion that's going to drive me to do something that is negative? And I think at least even in naming that, we can increase the time between emotion and action. And the further that time gap is, in general, the better the quality of the decisions we make, because the more rational we are. We're never completely rational, because we're emotion-driven beings and we have limbic systems that override things. But the more we can decrease the triggers, the emotional triggers that cause us to make bad decisions, ultimately the better decisions we make. And so
I say all this to say, big picture, first, naming the emotions is important. Second, it creates space so we can make better decisions. Third, we can analyze those decisions and say, is this something that is going to help me in my life, or is this something that's going to hurt me? And then as a result of this, we don't have to judge ourselves as strongly on why we are doing things, and rather what is being done. Because candidly, I am a very envious individual, and maybe this is me just rationalizing my own negative, emotions. Who knows? But at least for me, saying it that way and framing the thought process in that way has helped me feel better about myself. And just less bad, if that's probably a better way of saying it, and not constantly berating myself for having desires that I think are wrong. And so Dan Sullivan said this, and I'll end with this, is that when people want something, if you want to make more money, if you want to have a bigger house, you want to have a bigger car, you want to build a podcast studio, whatever, right? He said, wanting is reason enough. Because so many times we ask, but why do we want that? We're probably not going to change the desire. And so letting ourselves desire things and giving ourselves permission to desire things, and myself specifically, has been incredibly freeing. And what it's done is given me a tremendous amount of my attention back that used to be allocated to analyzing why I'm feeling this way, or why this is right, or why this is wrong, and instead accepting the fact that I want something and that wanting it is okay, as long as it is not something that is hurting other people and that is not something that is hurting me. And so, anyways, I hope that makes sense. I hope that provided you some value, or hopefully maybe some clarity around putting words to your own emotions, the decisions that result from them, and whether they are positive or negative, and eliminating the judgment from that equation, provided it's something that helps.
How do we behave? The reason that this is so important is that it's one thing to know where you're going, but it's another thing to know how you're going to get there. And so this is just as true in business partnerships and marriage in terms of what you want to have happen and how you want to get there, as it is in business, okay? And so what I want to do is actually just walk you through the 3 values that we have at acquisition.com and why we believe them. And so from an overarching perspective, the way to come to values is to look at what are the non-negotiables, okay? And so what I mean by that is, and every company is different, because the core thing about values is that they have to be things that are true and innate to you, right? Like, for example, at Southwest, have fun is one of their core values. And if someone does not want to have fun or does not believe in the processes that they do to have a good time, then that is a non-negotiable for them. That person cannot work at that company. It is a fireable offense. And so these are not aspirational. These are not things that you would like to have. These are things that are core to who you are as a person and as a team. All right. And so when you decide on these non-negotiables, they are by their very nature non-negotiable, which means that you hire based on these, you fire based on these. And these are the core spirit of the team. And some of the mistakes that I see when people make values is that, one, they don't draw the line in the sand. And so one of the core things about a value is that you have to be able to say, this is not this, right? You have to be able to say, okay, between justice and mercy, we lean towards justice, or we lean towards mercy, which means you have to repel people with your values, all right? And so if your values do not repel people, then they are not values, they are platitudes, okay? And so it's very important. The next thing is that when you're making your values, the values themselves need to be ideally said in words that you would normally say. So if you have little sayings inside of your community, then a lot of times those can become some of the values you have. So for example, at Gym Launch, one of our first portfolio companies, speed is king, do the boring work. These were different ways. I mean, we could just say work ethic, but that's not the way we would have said it. We could have said be fast or fast turnaround times, but speed is king was the way we would have said it, okay? And so some of the things that I've learned with this is also, you cannot have too many values, as in, I'll say it differently. You can have too many values. You have to be very selective at the true core values of the company. All right. And so if you're, between two, a lot of times you just have to chunk up and kind of get a broader value, but they become the core. And I think that what we have found is that 3 is the sweet spot. And that number has continued to distill down over time. But I think 3 is the amount that your human brain can comprehend as lenses to make a decision, right? And the reason these values are so important is that when you scale the company, you have to scale decision-making, which means you have to scale the frame with which you duplicate the decision-making process, which is should I hire this person even though Alex is not involved in this? Do they align with the core values? And the more stringent the values, the easier it is to have a black and white example of, I think this person meets 2 out of the 3 or 1 out of 3, but we only accept 3 out of 3. And I will tell you this as an additional point. If you have core values in the business, I would relay them to all aspects of your life. If you would not do business with someone for a decade, do not do business with them for a day. It's one of the Navaalisms that I like a lot. And so if you don't want to deal with this client for a decade, don't deal with them for a day. If you wouldn't deal with this employee for a decade, don't deal with them for a day. You have to, and the extent to which you hold your line of intolerance around these truly non-negotiables will dictate the health of the organization. And if you make these non-negotiables and realize that there are people in your organization, in your client base, that do not ascribe to these, then you must make the changes to fix it. And that is the pruning of the tree that will ultimately grow the tree. All right. These are the short-term pains for the long-term gains.
Recently, I've been trying to toy with one that would create gratitude. There's a clip that went pretty viral not that long ago. It's also my #1 tweet of all time, which is, when I was 20, I wanted to be a millionaire. Now that I'm a millionaire, I want to be 20. When I'm 85 years old, and in my mind, I imagine I will be a multi-billionaire at that point, I know that I would give up everything that I have of material wealth just to be poor and 20 again. I call this the frame of the grandfather, or the grandfather frame. And it works like this. If you've ever looked at pictures from your past, and you look at where you grew up, or you look at, your old room, or you look at a picture of you with old friends doing something, we tend to feel these feelings of nostalgia. And I tried to quantify, what is nostalgia? So to me, nostalgia is gratitude in the present for past circumstances. For whatever reason, we're able to kind of look past all of the kind of minutia of how we were feeling, our moods, and we're able to kind of see big picture, the things that we are grateful for. Take a pause here. I'm sure all of us have tons of childhood and things that we wish were different and blah, 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 blah. But there are still elements of our past, our childhood, our adolescence, our teenage years, our college years, whatever it is, right? Where you feel grateful. Some of you guys are superstars and are always grateful for everything, and I'm jelly. I don't roll that way. It's not like I wake up and I'm like, man, I just want to count my lucky stars. I just don't, that's just not how I function. And I've been trying this on, and I hope you do too, because it's been really improving my life. I tried to do this. I wake up thinking to myself, if I were 85 years old, and I got to go through a time machine and be back in my body as I am now to experience my life from my 85-year-old self, seeing it again. If I wake up and I feel my body and I'm like, this is so nice. I don't have all the joint pain. My wrists don't have arthritis. And then I wake up and I'm like, I remember when we used to live here. Even when I looked at Leila this morning, I was thinking to myself, man, this is my wife right at the beginning of our marriage. We're only 6 years in. We wake up and we walk over to have our coffee in the morning, which we always do. And I'm like, isn't this so nice? I remember when we used to have coffee here together. This is great. And I look out the window, look how young Vegas looks. It doesn't have all these buildings and these flying cars like it does now. It's so underdeveloped compared to what it is today. And I feel gratitude for an external environment, which I would never really think that. But I know that my 85-year-old self will totally appreciate those things. And as I'm going through the day, applying that frame also to business, where I can see the CEOs of our companies and the people that work within our holding company at acquisition.com, they're stressed about things. And in my mind, I'm thinking, isn't this cool that we get to do this together? Isn't that fun? Isn't that neat? Look how cute that is. It is the most powerful frame that I've encountered. I think the reason it's so powerful is, one, it operates almost entirely from a frame of gratitude that for me, I can feel. For whatever reason, gratitude journals, the meditations, things like that, I don't feel that. But thinking about my 85-year-old self being able to re-experience life through my 32-year-old body, it's really shifted how I see things, and also decreases the amount of anxiety and stress I have over outcomes, because I'm like, this isn't going to matter in the long run. I also think it helps from a business, the term loosely, but a business wisdom perspective, because when you think about the decisions, you think about it within the larger context of your life, and you're not like, oh yeah, I'm going to make that short-term dollars, because you're like, I'm 85. I don't have anything to prove. You know what I mean? If you think about the really stressful things that you've had happen in your past, I feel nostalgia for the sleeping on the floor that I did at my gyms, for how tired I used to be at the end of the day of taking 20 plus consults for months and months and months on end. And rather than feeling stressed about it or resenting the fact that I have to do it, I get to do this. I get to make videos talking to a camera. Look at my 32-year-old self go, trying to make his content, trying to help other entrepreneurs. Isn't that cool? If I had to characterize seasons of my life, I would say I was very angry as a
teenager and young adult. And then I went from angry to being aware of the deficit between where I was and what I considered to be happiness. From there, I kind of switched to what I have affectionately called the happiness mantra, which I lived for a very long period of time, which was I stopped trying to optimize for happiness at all and just really stopped thinking about it altogether, which I think moved me closer to something that I would consider to be joy. You can be joyful independent of circumstance because joy is from within. Happiness tends to come from external, right? It comes from circumstance. And I think when we look at the grandparents, or at least the people that are older that I aspire to be, is like they just have an internal joy. They have gratitude for being able to live it one last time. Because at the end of the day, like, it is our last time.
People have two sets of resources, right, that they allocate. So they've got time and they've got money.
Yeah.
And so if you look at someone's bank statement and you look at their calendar, you know what their life is. And you can also predict where their life is going to be in X amount of years, right? And so if someone wants to change what their life is going to look like, you have to reallocate where you're investing the resources that you have. And so from a time perspective, people who are poor, in my opinion, spend a lot of time not doing stuff. And that sounds terrible to say, but like at the base level, they're distracted, they're
not doing the right
procrastinating.
stuff.
Right. Well, I would even say not doing anything.
Just distracted in
Right.
life. Playing
Just
video games.
Netflix, et cetera, all that stuff, right? So there's like the base is like they don't do anything. They're purely distracting themselves from their current state, which is hard because it's hard to confront reality. If you're like not happy, it's easier to just distract yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the level above that is you've got people who are operating, they are working every day, but they're operating in low leverage opportunities, right? So they're doing things that do not give them a lot of return on their time, right? And so it's like I could work, it doesn't matter how many hours I work at McDonald's, like it's very, very difficult to become wealthy there, right? It's just near impossible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus like you could buy a building for $10 million and then sell it to somebody else for $11 million, just get the contract and make $1 million on the exchange. Super high leverage, right? From a time perspective, which is crazy for somebody who doesn't have money to even contemplate something like that. But the only way that happened, and that required no money, is skill, right? And so like that's an example of like it didn't require money to make that money. That's skill that's required to do that. And so first is the time, right? People are not doing stuff with the time that they have, or they're doing low leverage activities with the time they have. And then they're not trying to increase their output per unit time, which means investing in their skill set. So like one of the easiest ways to gain leverage on your time, and when I say leverage, just for everybody, like leverage is the difference between inputs and outputs in a system. So, Archimedes said, if you give me a lever long enough, I can move the world. And so to the same degree, if you have enough skills, you can do anything, right? And so skills give you leverage on your time. So you get more out of each unit of time. So if I'm a master cold caller, I will get more sales and calls booked for the same unit of time than somebody who sucks at it. Same time, more output. Right.
But because they developed a skill at a masterful level.
100%.
Yeah.
And so when people are allocating their time, they're not by percentage, they're kind of like consuming their time rather than investing their time. So they're either doing nothing or they're consuming the time rather than putting time into getting higher returns on their time, which is education, right? And so education you can have from like the conceptual learnings, watching stuff like this, or the actual doing, right? And so you learn
taking
more
action,
100%.
Failing, messing up, feeling like an embarrassment in the actions. Yeah.
The first 1,000 cold calls you make, the first 1,000 cold emails you do, the first 1,000 doors you knock on, the first 1,000, you'll learn more from that than you'll learn from every single book you read up to that point on the concept. You'll learn, right? And so people don't allocate nearly enough time to that in the beginning.
Deficits occur when we speak desires, right? And so I love this statement. A desire is a contract we make with ourselves to be unhappy until we get what we want. And so whenever we state a desire, like I want this amount of money, I want whatever, you literally sign a contract that says like, I won't be unhappy until that happens, right? And so like I had this thing earlier on where I was like, I want to have meaning. I want to have great meaning in my life. And I was talking to a guy who made a lot more money than me because I asked him, I said, how do you create and destroy meaning in your work? That was the question I asked him on a podcast. And he was like, why do you think life needs to be meaningful? And it was the same exact thing as the happiness versus like the meaning thing, where it's like, I say life has to be meaningful and therefore everything that I'm doing, like I create this expectation of life. Whereas if life just is, it just is. And it's the only way that you can actually be there. It's just pure acceptance, right? Which is why like the whole like shoulds of like, we should work, we should have balance, we should X. It's like, I believe marriage is a compromise. Like these are just statements of belief that are casting expectations out in the world that are just bound to be untrue at some point and then create dissonance. And so it's like, I believe marriage is marriage. And I believe my marriage is my marriage, and I believe your marriage is your marriage. And like, I believe that I can work 24 hours a day if I want to. And that is all, period. Not, and it's bad or, and it's good. And there's no judgment on it. It just is. And so like, if I get dopamine secreted in my brain when I start working, cool. Like, and I will optimize for dopamine. And if I die, I know that in 1,000 generations, nothing I do anyways is going to matter. So who cares? Like, that's like the opening thing in my book is like, there are no rules. Like, we live in this shoulds and have tos and like happiness. Everyone talks about it. And it's just like, everyone is unhappy because they say they want to be happy rather than being like, accepting like happiness. Like, I just am, period. And then like, I don't need to judge the am, it just is. As a quick, pro tip for everybody, if you've got stuff that people ask you to do for them because you're good at it, maybe you're good at tech. It's like, can you help me set up my like Wi-Fi and stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that means you're solving problems. You can charge, like what people ask you to do as a favor is an indication of the things that you can charge for later, right? So I had all these people who were asking me, not all these, a handful of people who would ask me for programs and stuff. And so what I did was, during my last year of consulting, I started something called the Free Training Project. And so the Free Training Project was, I would charge $500 to $1,000, but I wouldn't charge it. They had to donate that to the charity of their choice in exchange to work with me, right? And so that way I wanted people to value it, but they weren't paying me directly. So they'd get a write-off. They felt good. I had a ton of goodwill, also in the marketplace too, because I was like, I'm doing all this stuff for charity. I got all these people reaching out to me like, this is so cool, blah, 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 right? And so after a year of doing that, I had probably, 12 really good like great before and after pictures that I had collected from my clients. And I told them that was part of the deal. I was like, you have to donate it. I would like to do this for real later, but you have to let me use your testimonial. And they were like, that's fine. So once I had that, I had those first, 10, 12 customers who had great before and after pictures. I transitioned. Many of those customers said, hey, I'm going to do this full time now. Are you comfortable paying the same amount you're paying to charity, except just making it charity of Alex, because Alex can't eat either. And that was actually how I transitioned from not-for-profit or donating everything. And I didn't even set up the entity. I just told them to literally donate it and send me the screenshot. I didn't even do anything like that. And so I didn't have a website. All I had was an LLC and a PayPal account. So like for everybody's like, I don't know how to start a business. I was like, you literally just need a bank account and a way to process money. That is it. Like 2 things. And you can Google how to figure it out. If you can't figure it out from Google, entrepreneurship might not be for you. All right. But you think about, there's 30 million businesses in the United States. 30 million other people have figured this out, which means you can too. So bank account, payment processing, make the first 10 free or some sort of charitable thing so that people don't feel weird or you don't feel weird about selling, etc. After you have it, after you're providing this service to people, you can transition people from free service to paid service. And if they don't want to start paying you, then that gives you insight as to either you suck, right? Or they suck, which is also possible too. But either way, a certain percentage of those people will continue to stay and pay you. And now you have income. Now, you can also ask those people for referrals, which is exactly what I did. So I think half that business came in just from, the initial ones came in from friends and family and me posting. And so I'll close the loop on what I said earlier. A year later, after I had those testimonials, I made a public post being like, hey, I've got this thing now. I made a website, that was my big announcement. I made a website. Nice. I still have the post. I found it. It's 2013. I was like, I made a website and I am now open for business. And so if you would like, training stuff, let me know. This is what I'm doing now. And I had some testimonials and go check out the site, whatever. And so from there, I was able to get, I think, about 20 guys who were willing to let me do just like almost bodybuilding type stuff. Because I was kind of like I was powerlifting bodybuilding back then. And so I want to say I got 20 guys at $200 a month. And so I was making $4,000 a month from those people. And it took me 4 hours every Saturday to do the fulfillment.
What was the fulfillment?
I would just update their training programs and send them nutrition, update their macros, updated meal plans, and then new workout split for the week, etc. And then everyone had my cell phone, and I would just text them the new stuff, and if they had any questions, they could hit me up. Like, it was a very simple business, and so that's what I did. It was just one-on-one online, and it only took me 4 hours on Saturday morning. And to show you what kind of person I am, I hated it. Even though I loved fitness, I hated having to do the same thing every day, like on the delivery side. So I ended up having the genius idea of saying, oh, I need to own a gym because then I'll be a business owner. I'm really just self-employed right now. And so that's what got me to start my gym, rather than probably doing the wiser decision and saying, okay, this costs you 4 hours a week and you're making $4,000 a month. Maybe you should do this for 40 hours a week.
So if you think about us as kids, right? Like how do you orient yourself with the world? You get reinforced or punished at all phases, directly, indirectly, but you get reinforced or punished, and the things that you get reinforced, you do more of. The things you get punished, you do less of, right? Like that's just how we learn behavior, how we learn to function in society, right? Touch that thing, it hurts. We got punished. Okay, your parent tells you to sit down and be quiet and eat, and you learn to sit down and shut up and eat. And then we wonder why adults don't move, because we're told to sit when we're running around, right? We learn
or at school, sit down and be quiet.
100%.
Yeah.
And we wonder why we eat so much when the reward for everything we did when we were a kid was food, right? We wonder these things. So the reason external validation is so hard, at least for me, is because it's how I learned everything. Is because external validation gave me the directional guidance of what's good and what's not. And then as you get older, it's where am I going to get that validation from? And so I would say that my external validation is still 100% there. It just comes from different sources. So I'm more selective on whose validation I want.
So how much external validation do you need in order to overcome this belief to go all in and do it in half the time?
Yeah. No, I think I need to be able to validate myself. And that's fundamentally, I think Epictetus said this. He has this quote, it's so good, but it's basically like, you need to be able to you don't need to swear to somebody else. You should be able to swear to yourself and bear witness to yourself, because your word should be good enough.
So you need to eliminate external validation.
Right.
From you feeling good enough.
Probably, yeah. It's probably that. Like, obviously, it's good to have feedback in life.
Course,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
And so I think that's why it's also difficult for some in general, because it's not eliminate or have more of. It's to what degree and from whom and about what. And so then it gets a little bit more complex. But even using those different lenses, I think it's good to unpack it for anyone who's listening, which is like, okay, Leila said this, so this is not mine. But most times when we're afraid of something, it's not actually like this amorphous crowd that we're afraid of. It's like one or two people's opinion. Like it's your dad or it's your whatever it is, right? And you're worried about what they're going to think. And they're not even thinking about you, but you think they're thinking about it. They're thinking about their dad, right? It's not thinking about it, whatever it is, right? And so she restated this earlier on in like when we were together 5 years ago. She was like, and she like made me name the person. It wasn't my dad, it was somebody else for this particular thing. She was like, are you going to let this guy stop us from getting what we want?
Wow.
And it was like, when I saw it, it was just like looking in front of me. I was like, she's like, what if this guy hates you and thinks you're terrible? Is that a worthy enough reason to still keep going? And I was like, yeah. She's like, then let's go.
First, you develop the skills, right? At a proficient level. Then you dive deep on those skills so that you get better and better at them. And typically that comes through consistent execution and repetition, which means that it takes the character traits of focus and determination and drive, right? And being able to be consistent and not go away and start looking at shiny objects, looking at a new opportunity, looking at this other side hustle you want to do, whatever it is, right? Because there's always new things. And what's crazy about this is that the higher up you go, the more seductive the woman in the red dress looks like. And I'm saying that from Matrix is my all-time favorite movie. The woman in the red dress, I'm using this as a parable or whatever, a visual for opportunity. And when you're starting out, the woman in the red dress always looks attractive. And the thing is that the higher up you go, the more of a 10 she becomes. Now, if you're a girl, then I don't know, guy in a red suit, whatever. I don't know, maybe that looks more like a pimp, so forget about that. But whatever, George Clooney or whoever your person is, whatever, you get my point. Is that like I thought that I was having discipline and saying no to a certain level of opportunity when I was starting my gyms, right? And I had to develop that discipline. And then we started making a few $1 million a year. And I was like, okay, I need to develop a new level of discipline because there's more things that I want to do that I have to not be able to do, right? One of the biggest successful things I did was not start the supplement company until a year and a half after, almost 2 years after Gym Launch started. All right, I had planned starting the supplement company at the same time as I started Gym Launch Original 3.5, 4 years ago. Like they at the same time I wanted to do both. And Leila, the angel that she is, was like, no, that's stupid. Don't do that. And so she thankfully was like, you have to stay focused. And so because of that, we were able to have the explosive growth that we did. And then at the right time, we were able to bolt that on. Now, big picture, I don't know if I would have done it again. I still probably would have stayed even more focused on gym launch if I could do it all over again. Now we have it, you know, we write a check for $600,000 every single month to our gym lords in terms of commission checks. So that's real money that I get to send back to the community, and that's very fulfilling for me. And it solved a problem that I always had when I had my gym. So like there are reasons that I did it, and so like history will tell whether it was the right call or not. I can never live the life of what it would have been if I hadn't done it. But I think if I were going back in time, knowing what I know now, I might not have done it. But you never know. So I'm telling you, like I've made these mistakes. You know what I mean? And the thing is that level of opportunity looked even more seducing or whatever the word is, when we had 2 years more of a distribution base compared to when we had at the beginning. And so I wasn't able to say no to her that opportunity later on as I was in the beginning. And that was a deficiency in my skill set at the time, my character trait of staying focused, right? And so like I'm saying all this, if you're looking at it in terms of in verticals, the first step is filling the holes, and that's stacking all the skills together so you can get the first dollar to go over. And that's just becoming proficient, not amazing, just proficient. You don't have to be an expert at running traffic. You just need to be able to actually know how to run an ad. And the thing is that most proficient skills only take like not a lot of time. Like you can Google how to do X, and if you consume for like 2 hours of information, you'll probably be proficient. Most people just don't take those 2 hours to do it because it's uncomfortable and you're not good at it, right? So you consume the information and then you try, right? And then you fail because you're not good at it. You learn, and then just use those first initial tries. You learn more in your first 20 sales than you do in the first 20 hours of learning about sales stuff, right? First time you actually step in the ring, you learn more about fighting than you do during all the time that you were practicing, right? Because it's real, right? So you're developing, you're stacking your skills and you're becoming proficient at it. Next step, you have to do repetition and being willing to get punched in the face over and over and over again, right? So that you can deepen those skills. And that's what amplifies the skills that you have so that you can get to another level. Then as you get to another level, then your character traits need to be strong so you can stay the course. All right, like the biggest thing in the book by Angela Duckworth called Grit, which is really interesting, is that the people who are most successful in life just stick with it. Like grit is stick-to-itness is what it is. So it's how likely are you to abandon a certain path to pursue another thing, right? And the people in the beginning have very low stick-with-itness, entrepreneurs, shiny object, shiny object, shiny object. They're jumping from opportunity to opportunity, and they never give any of the opportunities a chance to be successful. So one of the interesting things that maybe you can think about in terms of a quote that you can take with you is, you can be successful at anything you want, just not everything you want. All right, that was a huge lesson for me. All right, I had a friend from high school who reached out who had a contracting business and a roofing business, and they were flipping houses. So it's 3 separate businesses. And I was like, dude, like, what do you want help with? And he was like, I don't know, like, what do you think I should do? And I was like, pick one. He's like, well, we're making money in all 3 of them. And I was like, cool. Pick one. Each one of those businesses can be a $1 billion business. You can be a $1 billion roofing company. You can be a $1 billion flipping homes company. You can be a $1 billion general contractor. There are examples of each of these things, right? But you just can't be $1 billion in all of them. And so there's a fallacy that we tell ourselves as entrepreneurs, which is that if I do more things, I will make more money, when in fact, I need to do fewer things to get to where I want to go. And the reason I can tell you that it's the truth is because you naturally think the other way. And that's what most people think, which is why most people aren't successful. Right? It's they can't focus because there's too many things. It's just so easy to just add this one thing or do this other thing. And all of a sudden you're too spread thin. And you're not focused on amplifying the things that you're doing to get better. You're not deepening the skills. You're spreading yourself thinner. Right? And so once you acquire the skill set, once you become proficient, then you amplify the skills that you have by deepening them. And in order to deepen them, you have to have the character traits of sticking with it, being patient, being focused, learning to say no, and doing things over and over again.
I've got employees that make $1 million a year plus. So like you can absolutely become filthy wealthy, and that's income, right? And so a lot of businesses that are at $10 million a year, the owner might only take $1 million in income, depending on, margins, et cetera. And so like a lot of employees will they see top line as income, which is just a very employee mindset. They're like, oh, if I make 6 figures a year, I'll make 6 figures a year. It's like, well, if you really want to make 6 figures a year, I'll probably make 500 grand a year. You know what I mean? Revenue wise, at least. If you don't want to have just bought yourself another job, right? Because so let's talk through this transition. So if you're an employee,
When you make the switch, you're still an employee. You're just an employee of a different business that you happen to own, and you are basically 100% of the expenses. And so the business itself actually makes no money. You, as the sole employee of that thing and the boss, gets to call your own shots, but you were still the employee, right? So you're wearing all the hats, et cetera. And so it's relatively nuanced. You know what I mean? Like if you had a 6-figure consulting job and then you start consulting on the side, for example, through your own LLC, you have the same job. You just got rid of the person who was giving you direction and now you are responsible, right? The thing that most people have to do is they have to go get money, right? You have to go make money. And the way you do that is you sell stuff, right? And the way that you can even begin the conversation to sell stuff is that you have to have people who show interest in the thing, which means you have to make your products known. And we do that through advertising, right? And there's 5 ways to advertise, which I just went over earlier. And so it's like, pick one of those 5 ways, start doing it on a consistent basis, bring people in. What do you sell them? That's what the $100 million offers book is for. Is like, this is how you figure out what to sell. And then you sell them the thing. And then after that, you'll have some delivery. Now, usually if you have a consistent method of advertising and selling with a what to sell from the offer, then you can start getting people to help you on the level of delivery you have, which comes down to breaking the delivery into chunks rather than holistically and saying, how can I specialize the labor? Because you trying to say, I just need somebody to do what I do is silly, right? You need to figure out how can I get 5 people to do 20% of what I'm doing and do it consistently, right? And then you can increase your advertising. Sales is a very high leverage thing in the beginning. If you spent all day selling, just you would have enough for 5 people to do work.
I'm wondering from your first 10,000 to then like, and not just you, like maybe prescriptive advice now. And then let's add a 0 each time. So 10,000 to 100,000, a million, like what's the mindset shift that I have to go by adding a 0 to my revenue every step of the way so I don't get stuck?
It's a really good question. So when you're adding zeros, you're adding an order of magnitude, right? So it's a multiple, of 10 that's happening with each of those scenarios. And the only way you can really add an order of magnitude is not by doing 10 times more work, but by adding leverage, right? And so we have to have leverage to the things that we do. And so, in the beginning, you transition from being employed to being self-employed, right? And so that's like kind of the first transition. And then your limit is going to be your time and how much you can bill per hour, right? From there, your next level is going to be building the core team, which is usually 5 or so people, which will be representative of departmental functions within a company, right? You'll have some element of promotion, some element of selling, some element of customer service, some element of finance, and things like and that would probably, and then you are kind of managing in that. You're not really leading yet. You're really just managing the people below you. And in that time, typically you are better at the job at each of those roles than the people beneath you because you cannot afford people who will be better than you at those roles. From there, adding another level of leverage, you then add another layer of management that goes, and then you really transition into being a leader because you can't possibly, so like each of those people now have 5 people underneath of them, right? Now you're at 25 or 30 people. And most of the stagnation points do happen around triplings. And that's usually because another whole layer of infrastructure needs to get built within a company. And so that's where people don't know what has to happen. And so that's when you go, and once you're leader, you have to go into kind of step into the visionary role, and you're really hiring people who come with batteries included, solutions already having proven inside of them. Not, I have to go find some person, teach them how to manage a sales team, teach them how to recruit. You're finding somebody who's already built a 30-person sales team to help you build, take your 5-person to a 30-person sales team, right? It's like you want to find somebody who's already run the Olympic gold and then have them run it with you rather than like, oh, I'm a running coach. I've never run gold, but I'll try and do it with you. And the thing is that when you're earlier on, the reason it's difficult is because you can't afford some of those people yet. And so that's why early on, you have to spend a disproportionate amount of your time learning the skills, right? Rather than hiring people who already have those skills. So in the beginning, you're learning, and your ability to learn is the bottleneck. And later, it's your ability to recruit people who have learned. And so it's just like in business where you can buy or you can build, like in terms of growing through mergers and acquisitions. So this is really going from top down. At a medium level, you can buy or build talent. You can buy talent by paying premium dollar for the best people, or you can build it. And both of those are strategies. You can build a system for designing and training salespeople. That was something that we were really good at. And so we could take people for less than top dollar and then make them into top dollar salespeople, right? Now, the risk that you have there is that some people then start recruiting your salespeople, right? Because you did the building for them. But it just depends on the strategy of the business overall. And so in terms of going from 10K to 100K a month, to $1 million a month, to $10 million a month, each of those represent orders of magnitude on leverage that you can employ within the business. And I'll just finish with one little thing. I know I just ranted a little bit. But the leverage, and this is from Naval Ravikant, this isn't me, but I remember the 4 C's. He doesn't say 4 C's. I remember 4 C's because otherwise I can't remember it. But it's like you've got code, you've got content, you've got collaboration, you've got capital, right? And so collaboration is the base of that pyramid of just getting other people to do stuff for you. So you get time back by having other people give you their time and you pay them for it, right? The level above that is capital. You use other people's money to fuel growth, right? And if you know how to structure your business properly, you can also use your customers' money to fuel growth if you monetize well. In that if you can set up your marketing and your sales system such that you can make more money than it costs you to acquire a customer and the next customer within the first 30 days, you have a negative acquisition cost, which means you can use that money to then go get more customers. And you basically have a limitless acquisition cycle. Now, you'll still have bottlenecks, but there'll be infrastructure bottlenecks on the back end. So there's always a bottleneck, but it no longer becomes acquisition. So you have collaboration, then you have capital, and then the top two are content and code. So you have software, which has zero cost of replication, which gives you limitless leverage. And to the same degree, like what you've done, with media, right? Content, it doesn't cost more money for more people to see this. Like if you and I were on here with just one person, or you and I are on here with 1 million people, it costs the same amount for us to do it, but we have leverage. And so with most businesses, and this is like a fun rule of thumb for anybody who's looking, when you look at the biggest businesses that have been around the longest, they typically will have all 4 of those aspects of leverage built within the business. Like you look at Facebook, they have lots of people, they have capital from the outside, they sell media based on code, right? And so as you're looking to scale the company, it's like, how many boxes of these leverage can I check? And I would even look at my own life, and I would say right now we have 3 of the 4. Like I don't have a big software component within my business, but we do have media, we do have collaboration, and we do have capital. And so I think that for us, and I made a presentation about this, like I think for us going from 10 million a month to maybe 100 million a month, I'll probably have to figure out some sort of code thing. But at current, we're able to, still do 10 million a month with the stuff that we're doing.
If you're like, I really want to make money, but you don't really like business, I think it's like I started in fitness and then I realized I had a deeper passion for business. Like I liked it more than I liked fitness. And I was obsessed with fitness for a long time. But like when I like the day I started my gym was the day fitness became number 2 and then business became my first love. And I'm still, in my love affair, with business, my long-term relationship with business. And it's because like the only way you're going to beat everybody else is to truly love it. And if you don't, I think it's very difficult to do that. And I think it's just like maybe picking another metric or a different bone to gnaw on. So like a lot of marketers will talk about how their products are amazing, right? Like how many times have you heard people like, no, our course is awesome. Our program's awesome, or whatever, right? They say that. But the thing is like, and I've done this at like a couple of like workshops I've been invited to. And I'm like, all right, who here knows what their CPM, their CTR, their CPL, like their set percentage, their close rate, their CPA, their CAC, like who knows all those numbers? Everyone's like, oh yeah, 100%. I'm like, cool. I'm like, what's your TTV? What's your CHS? What's your NPS? What's your churn? What's your activation points? What's your CRC? And they're like, what? I'm like, right. So how can you say you have a good product and you don't even know what the metrics are to track good product?
When people understand the game, when you understand that I can never take a drink so thirst quenching that I'll never need another drink again. There's no meal so amazing that you'll never be hungry again. There's no sex so good that you'll never want sex again. That's just the way the human animal is wired. Like when people are at peace with that, like then now you've really got a shot at loving your life, understanding the cycles, and that you're gonna keep doing the climb, and so you better love the climb.
I love that moment before the moment. I was thinking, as you were saying, I was thinking back to like the few of those moments that I've had, like the first time, you start running ads and like you start getting your first lead, you're like, holy, it's working. Yeah. Like it's that, that moment. Or the first, I remember when I hired my first salesperson and they closed a sale and I wasn't there. So it was the first person that had made me money who wasn't me.
Yep.
And I was like, I pulled over the side of the road and I teared up because I was like, it doesn't have to just be me anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so like I was just thinking about all these moments that I've had. I remember when Leila and I were sitting over the kitchen counter and we had just switched from flying out a sales team in person to do these turnarounds to switching to licensing. And I got on the phone to tell the guys who I was going to launch the next month that we weren't going to do that anymore. We're thinking about switching directions. And so I said, hey, you know what? I can't do it, but I'll tell you how I do it, but I'm not flying out there anymore. And they were like, oh, that's fine. How much? And I didn't want to do it, so I picked a super high number, and then which was $6,000 at the time. And the guy said yes, and I was like, and I remember the moment being like, holy, what just happened? And I had 7 more calls a day, and like that day I made like $60,000.
Crazy.
And I had just been like the story I was telling, let's go full circle. Like I'd just been completely broken. Like in that moment, like Gym Launch hadn't been created yet. There wasn't, all these other things. But in that moment, I was like, what if this keeps happening? Like, are we out of it? Like, did we finally, is this the one thing that's finally gonna get me out of like failure after failure after failure after failure? And so it's just like, what is the event that gives you the biggest predictor of the future success? So like there's micro wins of like, hey, the funnel's working, I've got leads. And then you have like a day of huge sales. You're like, what if this happened every day? And then maybe you exit Quest and you're like, what if I exit 5 more times? You know what I mean? Like, so anyways, that was really cool for me, just even thinking through like those snapshots of moments.
The desire for legacy is the desire to cheat death. Like that's what it stems from. It's like we don't want to die. We want to last forever. And so we want to make something that is impermanent. And so we fool ourselves into thinking that the accolades and the material success and the books we write, whatever, are going to last forever. And they're probably not, right? And so the sun's going to disappear at some point, right? So like if we don't do anything before then, like at the very least, that's going to happen. And so if that is the inevitable outcome, I think it shifts the way people think. And I think that's when you start changing. I mean, Tony Robbins talks about like global belief systems. And that's why if someone like adopts a new religious belief, like everything changes because the reasons they do and the way they believe the world works changes. And so I think that if they did do a 100% death tax, it would be a really interesting way to see the downstream effects of how it would change the way the players played the game.
What do you think would happen if all the billionaires started distributing their wealth sooner?
I think what would happen
or would they be as hungry to be and driven to push and build and innovate to generate the wealth if they knew, I got to give this away anyways quickly?
I think they would.
Why?
I think it's because I think I'm going to say something that may sound bad, but I think winners win because of who they are. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's like sales guys. Like you can have an incentive or a comp plan.
They just want to win.
But they are salespeople. And if I get on the phone, I want to sell because of who I am, not because of the comp. The comp is the ticket to get me to say yes to the deal, but it will not change my activity. I will do it because I love to sell. Right. And so I think billionaires get there because they love the game. Like you don't get to $1 billion without because you obviously don't need it for you. You stopped needing it for you millions and millions ago. Right. And so you do it just because you love the game. What I do think, and the reason that I like that solution is because Elon Musk said this, but private enterprise is 10 times as efficient at capital allocation compared to the government.
Right.
So for every dollar that private enterprise spends, it's 10 times more efficient. And so the idea is like if we were to death tax 100%, so whatever you accumulate while you're alive, it just goes back. Like, and the thing is it's not that it would go back into the system through the government. It would if you were lazy. But most people, knowing the government was going to take it, the less efficient vehicle at the end of your life, you would then start thinking about how can I allocate this money efficiently. And so what would happen is you'd create far more ingenuity and innovation around social enterprise before they died.
Solving problems.
Knowing that the wealth would eventually disappear.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's more there's this backstop that no one wants to hit. And so I think what would happen is they would change their behavior before hitting the backstop. I don't think a lot of people would just be dumping their billion to the government. I think just knowing that they had to would then trigger them to, That would be, hey, that's Alex's 2 cents of the world, which is obviously different. A keystone habit that has served me very well, and it's only been in retrospect explaining it to someone else that I kind of had more clarity on it, which is why I'm sharing it with you. When I have something that I want that I do not have, so I have a desire, which means I've made a contract with myself to be unhappy until I get what I want, right? And so I have this thing that I want externally. And I think I've had enough experience with this to know that simply writing down the goal means nothing. And so I think this is contrary to common belief or practice, which is like people who write down their goals are more likely to succeed. Sure. I mean, having a direction is more likely to achieve them than not having a direction. So I'm not going to disagree with that. But here's an interesting statement that may hit you, which is that winners and losers have the same goals, right? Everybody in Olympics has the same goal. Everybody who's in business has the same goal, right? They want to increase how much money they're making, you sell more products, get more customers, et cetera. So the goals are actually not that unique. And so the fact that we're writing them down, sure, it's a first step because we have to have a direction in terms of what are we trying to accomplish, sure. But I think that what you'll see that is different, because if you look at two people with the same goals and one person achieves them and the other person hasn't, then it can't be having the goal that is the main driver of success, right? Right. And so then you dive a step underneath that and you look at what are the behaviors that created that goal. And now we get much closer to the things that are actually driving the progress. What gets more interesting, at least to me, is if we know the activities that are going to generate the result we want. So maybe it's we want to get more customers, which means we need to advertise more. And I use advertise by the definition of what the word actually means, which is to make known. And so if we do activities that make our products and services known, like doing more private communications, which would be one-on-one reach outs, one-on-one cold calls, one-on-one DMs, one-on-one emails, et cetera, prospecting, or one-to-many, so public communication, which would be broadcasting across different platforms for media, right? So you have radio, you could have an email list, you could have, actually that would be an example of a high version of scale of the original. So I apologize there, but like making posts on social media, things that are public forum where people can find out about it, right? If you do more of those things, more people will find out. And that would be the activity that's associated with getting more customers, right? But the thing is that people will know what that activity is, right? They will know that inherently they should be doing more of it, and yet they don't.
Most important lessons that I've learned in my life have come from doing and mentors. And so on a day-to-day basis, it's reducing the time between when you wake up and when you begin working, right? A lot of people lollygag and delay and procrastinate and things like that. And if you just think about there's only a certain amount of time in the day, I want to increase my output per unit of time as much as possible. A lot of people have these superstitions that they have to do a certain thing or they must do X, Y, and Z. But all you have to do is talk to a single mom who has like 5 kids and they still start businesses. They're not doing any of that stuff. They're waking up and they're working before their kids are up, and then once their kids go to bed, they work then too, right? And they're not doing all the lollygag stuff that you see trending all over social media. It's like they're working. And so like the single greatest skill, in my opinion, is being able to find a place that you can shut out external stimuli and you can focus.
Yes.
The single highest ROI habit that I have is that for me, between 5 a.m. and noon, I have nothing on my calendar. It is just work, no meetings. And then all my meetings happen after noon. This is for the entrepreneurs. Now, if you're like in a job right now, then it's got to be in the morning before you go to work and in the evening after you come back from work. But like having that dedicated time, and if you're like, well, I'm not a morning person, fine, then just work late. Like that's okay. Like I've got billionaire buddies who are like, oh, I wake up at 10. But they work really late. That's their special time that no one bothers them. It tends to be at the bookends of the day though, just from my experience, because in the middle of the day you get pestered and it's hard to get into that deep focus, that deep learning that you get when you really pour yourself into something.
Because you made it this far in a video, I want to celebrate you. Most people start and don't finish. Most people never actually follow through. Most people say they want something, but they don't ever do the work to actually get it. But you are different. You are special. Believe Nation, you made it here all the way to the end, and I love you. So as a special celebration, if you put a hashtag believe down in the comments below on this video, I will showcase you and celebrate you somewhere on the screen in a future video because you are awesome. To see my one-on-one with Alex, check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
You will attract much better talent having a better opportunity vehicle overall. The best people are attracted to the best opportunities. I mean, we're big fans of imperfect action. You learn through doing, not through preparing to do, because I think a lot of times you